and welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I do appreciate you as I ever do. Tuning on in, checking it out, subbing up as you guys have, liking up as you guys have. Thank you very, very much for doing that. And I hope you guys are having a great Sunday afternoon. We're not quite to that point, or Sunday evening. And not to that point yet. We already got football rolling yet. We still got to kind of wait for that, but we're at least back in action with football. We got our first big bite this past week with the Seahawks in their first preseason game, and they went out 24-13 and provided a nice little team victory. A solid team affair, as good as I think a result as you could hope for being in the opening game, and that you got to saw contributions from both the first down to the third string guys. And it was just a well-played game, I thought, overall, even going back and looking at the All-22 and checking that out. We're going to look at the PFF grades from this game and try to take a little bit of a deeper view into that and what they had to say on this. I've also got a couple of cut-ups from the All-22, so we'll be going through those. Nothing, just a few less than specific things, but just some things that kind of jumped out to me when I was kind of going through the tape a little bit, especially in regards to some of the guys that are going to be playing this upcoming year, and not just the back-end guys. No real news here to start things off. We've gotten guys in and out of practice a little bit. Devin Bush had a thing that he was dealing with. He's back from practice there after kind of having a day off for that. Bobby Wagner had a day of rest today. Kay Johnson's back from the hospital after having the really scary stretcher moment in the game. So it looks like he is improving in his situation. We have no updates on Jamal Adams. No real updates yet on Jordan Brooks, but he appears to be the closer of those two guys. So that's kind of where those two situations stand as it is. Oluwatimi seems to be dealing with a little bit of nursing something or other, and Evan Brown's been sliding into the starting spot there. Linebacking core's been a little bit thin right now in practice. You've got good old Nick Ballore back there taking first-team reps at times. So it's a little bit rough in there. And then a day ago, of course, we had another big hookup with Geno and Jackson Smith and Jigba, kind of a blown route in practice. But the guy's always open, and Geno reportedly today might have had his best day of camp, which is very, very encouraging to hear. So let's take a look. Let's just jump right in here to some of the grades of what we looked at. And I'm not going to go like one by one through these, but just kind of note some of the things that stood out to me that I think would be important to take heed of coming out of this game and from what I saw. First off, quarterback grades were not great by the overall realm of PFF. They were pretty rough on our guys. Holton barely winning the way at 50. And then Drew Lock with a 44 pass grade. Of course, the offensive grade 45 overall, factoring in some other things with it. But I lock more into the passing grade here. I would probably hazard a guess that Drew Lock in his grade on this gets dinged for a couple of those plays in this game where, though the stats are really nice, and the bottom line, 17 of 24, 191 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 touchdown, has a almost 71% completion percentage. All those are very good base numbers that he's operating from. But I do think that they probably dinged him not only for the interception he had, but for the one that I thought, as I said in my breakdown over at the top when we were talking about this on Sunday, the one that he threw in there to Jackson Smith was really a ball that I think a lot of times many receivers don't even get up to get their hand on that ball. And it just whistles over the top, and it's just another clean interception. And I'm sure that PFF probably marked him for that as much as anything else. And then, of course, he had a fumble that we were able to recover in this game, which they're going to ding him for that too. So that's why you're seeing his grade down just a little bit, despite the fact that, he probably played better. Well, he obviously did play better than that 44.8 grade. And I don't want to seem like I'm shading his game from the day I'm not. He still played an overall really solid game. It does remain the thing, though, that we've got to pay attention to him with on keeping the game clean throughout, reducing that amount of time. He's still, I think, going to get a lot of run these next couple of games. Can you reduce down a little bit of the number of those turnovers or turnover-worthy plays over the course of a game? And we'll see. That's the part to just kind of keep tracking and monitoring with Drew Lock. Up next, we've got the running back position here. So these are the rushing numbers from the game. And Sajadrick Thompson, your top running back there, though 3 attempts, only played 4 snaps. So that's a big-time sample size. Obviously, Brian Koback, no shocker here that he's the second guy running. He was pretty dynamic for us all the way around, pass catching, running the ball. He was good. He held up his end there. And Zach Charbonnet did what he could with what he had. They gave him a moderately an okay grade, I suppose. But I think he certainly didn't have a lot of holes to always work with out there and utilize. And he was good out as a pass catcher in this game. So I was a little kind of surprised that's where they had his kind of particular grade. But again, some of these are just such small sample sizes. It's you don't want to really take too much into account from it. DJ Dallas playing 3 snaps, for instance. We don't want to take too much away from that. Receiving grades, and again, we'll kind of lock in on the guys that played a little bit more here. Brian Koback, outstanding receiving grades, 88.5. That's very good on his part. Colby Parkinson, no shocker here. That's what he does best. So, him out there being your number 2 guy there. And then Bobo, who 69, I thought he would even have been higher. We do know that he had those catches in this game. There was another play on the pick that, let me lower down so you can see me. The pick that Drew Lock had, a good job by JT O'Sullivan over the quarterback cam, break it down on that play. How he actually had Jake Bobo open on a post route, just wide open on a post route. And if he had gone to look to Jake there, he might have had even a bigger day. But still a solid all-around day for Jake Bobo, solid day for Jackson Smith and Jigba. Only in there for the 4 snaps, 4 targets, I should say, not 4 snaps, but 4 targets here. And then even a guy like Aesop didn't get a lot of love, who was in there for a small amount of time and seemed pretty productive with the reps that he was in there. Cade being the guy that was notable that maybe had a little bit of a downward turn here. And 1 snap is, again, not much to go, or 1 target. He was out there for more than 1 snap, but only 1 target's not a lot to go off of with this for Cade. But a guy that certainly is going to be fighting for his life here to be holding on even as a practice squad guy. And he's been here for now a couple of years. A guy some of you have been tracking and are really interested in seeing him if he can maybe develop a little bit more further along. As the offensive line grades go, here are your offensive linemen and what they did in this particular contest. Phil Haynes led the way. Now, this isn't a shocker here for me a little bit, because I've been saying for a very long period of time that I felt like Phil Haynes' best position is left guard, kind of like I feel like Damian Lewis's best position is right guard. But Phil Haynes did nothing to dissuade that argument for me in this particular game. He was your best rated offensive lineman in this game on 15 snaps. He is more going to excel as a pass blocker than a run blocker. That has always been his MO. Also a little bit of part of the reason why I tend to say that I think he's at his best on the left rather than the right side, because a guy that struggles again in the run game is going to be going up against the 1 techs and the 0 techs more than the guy is going to be over there at the left guard who gets the 3 techs. It's a little bit of an easier draw and assignment for him, in my opinion of it. But he played a solid game. Oluwatimi is going to do nothing to quiet down the noise, including from those like myself, saying that this guy should be a guy very much in contention for being a starter, and a starter very early. That's even if Evan Brown's playing pretty decently, and Brown played pretty decently in this game. But Oluwatimi, especially in pass protection, stood out. These are pass protection grades too, by the way. That's how they're ranking them, but you can see the run blocking grade in the middle column. So that's the way to kind of get a measure of this. Zach Charbonnet, we wonder about him as a pass protector, as a 3rd down back. He came out here as a 79.6, and he was, I think held up pretty well out there in pass protection from that. So it was good to see that he was doing that, because he is a guy that we're wondering if he's going to be able to slide into that 3rd down running back role this year. And as we're expecting Walker to be the main guy running. Obviously, Charbonnet is going to get his share of carries, and I thought he looked really good. But Walker will be, for the most part, your bell cow guy, I think, to this during this season. The middle guys, Evan Brown was okay across the board, better in pass protection, which is kind of surprising for him, because sometimes he can be a bit on the flip side of that. So he was really good in that stance. Nobody was great from a run blocking standpoint as you see these grades. Everybody was really more leaning towards being better in pass protection than anything else. Even a guy like Jay Curhan, who usually always has the numbers flipped towards his run blocking abilities than his pass protection. Don't know what to make of that exactly. It is 1 game, so we'll see if that sort of carries on as a trend. On the little bit of the downward side, as we go down to the bottom of this list, to the 17th player, the last offensive player on this list, and his particular grade coming out of this game, Anthony Bradford. It's a guy we've got a lot of hope for. The guy we're hoping is going to round into shape really, really well this year. We're saying, well, can he push Phil Haynes? Can he be a guy that maybe slides over eventually to left guard because he's so talented and so athletic? Okay, well, he comes out with a 29 overall grade, worst of the bunch on that realm. He comes in with a 49.1 run blocking grade on a day where nobody could kind of seemingly run block all that particularly well. And he was the worst of the bunch on that. And then as a pass blocker, he comes in, and that's where everybody else was doing pretty good in this game, and he comes in and posts a 4 grade, That's a 4.0. That's not 40. That's 4.0. 4. So Anthony Bradford, he had a moment in this game where he did a great job of getting a pancake and putting a guy on his butt, and he looked physical, and he did look pretty athletic out there. It does match up to the tape. It's the fun part about this when going back and thinking about when we scout, why we scout, and how we look at guys. Because you can see things on tape, and you can see views of players, and then you can see how that view then translates to the pro level when they immediately start to play. And think, okay, it's right there. I see it. Now, how does he work on this moving forward from this? How do we start to see this part of his game rounding out? Getting a little bit more, as I've said with Bradford many times, technically refined, getting himself better and his ability to just play the position fundamentally sound. He's a little bit out of control at times, not always able to best utilize that athleticism. You see it, it's there, it does pop on the tape from time to time. It just sometimes feels a little bit out of control. And in pass protection, especially, as showed by that grade, he's got a very, very long way to go. I would not be putting my money on right now Bradford being the guy that's going to be pushing for a starting spot, at least out the gate on this team. Though I still do like his upside, and I do like where he is headed. Let's flip over to the other side of the football. We get the defensive grades going here, and I'll try to, as much as I can, make this kind of bigger for you. You don't really need to see, I don't think, too many of the bottom names. I'll show those in a second, I guess. Let's get the top names, though, first, and guys that played kind of more of the snaps and what they did. Devin Bush is the guy I'm going to be showing you actually the most all-22 cut-ups that I grabbed for this. I think I grabbed like 4 or 5. He played 29 snaps, but I thought Devin Bush flashed all over the football field. Him and Boye Mafe, to me, were the two guys in that front unit that really gave you something and were very, very impressive. And as you can see with Devin Bush, he was impressive all the way around. Run defense, tackling, coverage, he was solid. The all-22, and this is why I want to show some of these all-22 tapes, because this is for the people that come out and they say, and there's a lot even on the channel here will come out and they'll say, well, the all-22, the PFF stuff, that's just fake. That's not real. That stuff doesn't even, I'm sure there's going to be a couple of comments when I read through that are going to be saying that. And this is where I'm going to try to marry that for some of this to say it's maybe not the whole truth and it's not the only truth and then nothing but the truth, but it is a part of the truth. And you can take that all-22, you can take the PFF, and you can kind of at times marry the two of them together, and what you saw matches to what you do see from the grades. And when I see Bush getting the grade he got in this game, it does match up to, I think, what we do see from the tape. So Bush, very impressive in this game, very needed. Our linebacking core, as I was saying just a second ago, is down to having Nick Bellore at times, starting when we give Bobby Wagner a rest day here today. You have Nick Bellore out there, running with the 1 reps. Bush kind of, fighting through a little bit of it sounds like just a little tired knee. He's got I had an ACL on this knee at one point, so I got to just kind of keep it rested from time to time. But he still played really well, looked bouncy, looked twitchy, looked fast, looked like the rangy sideline to sideline guy that we were hoping we kind of got. We'll see if he can continue to build on that. Levi Bell, the right end out there for your Seahawks, this definitely matches up to what we saw from him. He played a tremendous game with his 33 total snaps. He had a sack, I believe, in this game, but he also supplied some pressure. Another one of those guys that didn't play all around good here. The run defense was a little bit lacking for him, but as a pass rusher, maybe there's a little bit of juice with this kid. Maybe he's got a little bit of something to give when it comes to him as a pass rusher. Benji Franklin, 18 snaps at the end of the game. I think that's a practice squad guy at the end of the day. Best case as a cornerback, but good to see that he was able to do what he did. Artie Burns, the steady vet. This is the kind of grade you'd expect to get from him playing in a preseason game. He is our insurance there as the 5th cornerback on this roster, the guy that's there with the front line. Young pups get hurt, you can call upon Artie and he can go out there and handle business. Boye Mafe played sensational game to me. They're dinging him pretty hard here on the tackle at 29.3, but I just thought he showed you all of the flashes of what could eventually come to be made an upper rung player in this league. I don't know if he goes and reaches into a star level of things, but on 25 snaps, he showed you the run dominance that you saw at times last year, that flashed at times last year, that could be taking a step forward this year. And then he showed you a little bit of the pass rush as well. That part of the game seemed to be stepping up a little bit this year for the small snaps he got in that realm of things. As you can see, he did only technically have the 11 pass rush snaps, 64.9 grade. So it's not tremendous grade, but there was a couple moments of pressure. It was good to see. I really loved what we saw from Boye Mafe. Jarek Reed, going to be talking about him, I'm sure, on the stream today quite a bit. Kid got 51 snaps logged, post a 74 overall grade, But that does definitely fit to what you saw from him on the tape. He was, to me, flying all over the football field. You just, every single time when he was in there, he was around the ball, around there making a play. If he didn't make the tackle, and he's a smaller guy, and if he got bounced off, not able to make the tackle, he was slowing that ball carrier down so the rest of the group could come and arrive and help him out and rally. And this kid looks like, to me, a guy that's going to make this roster. As an active guy, I don't think as a 6th round right now. I'm looking at him as a practice squad guy. I see him as the backup to Quandre Diggs. And I see this kid as a kid with, as we saw with his pro day numbers, who actually has speed and athleticism to be a pro. You're not getting this as a 6th round guy who just doesn't have the base physical metrics to make it happen, but he's really heady and he's really smart. No, this is a guy that does have those really upper level physical metrics, at least as far as athleticism and speed and quickness goes. But we'll continue to monitor what he does. Love to see his score in this game. Thought he played pretty solidly. Arquan Bush on 9 snaps, pretty good. Jacob Sykes, solid in the defensive line there. He definitely flashed in this game, though a guy that I think is going to have a hard time with this roster making the team. It's good to get some depth out there on the practice squad. Patrick O'Connell, the kid out of Montana State with a 69.9 grade. I think that fits to what I saw from him. He was good. I liked what I saw from the snaps out of him. And a guy that has a pathway to making this roster because of the injuries at the linebacker position and because there's not a lot of guys there as it stands. Be good to see how that battle works out between O'Connell and BBK, for instance. Miles Adams came in and gave you a 69.2, solid grade from him. Just pretty good. Didn't give you as much on the pass rush, which was the disappointing thing for me with Miles. That did show up on the All-22. Is he just got kind of easily shut down a little bit in this game in the pass rush. And, there was last year's at times where he really did a better job showing off in preseason some of those counters and some of the ability to, get off those blocks, get slippery off the blocks. Wasn't able to in this game. When he got blocked up, he was blocked up, but he did show up a little bit more when it came to being a run defender in this particular contest. Trey Brown, 62.9, 27 on the tackling numbers. It was a rough day for Mr. Brown on the tackling numbers. Of course, he got attacked in the back of the end zone with his size. This is one of the inevitable processes you have to deal with when you have a cornerback of his size on the outside, is if he gets matched up on a receiver that's 6'2", 6'3", and can jump 40 inches and has ball skills, there are going to be balls that he just can't get to, as he wasn't able to get to in the back of the end zone on that one throw. And there's not a lot he can do about it. It's just going to come at that point with that size, at that build, and it's unfortunate, but it is what it is a little bit with that. In coverage, Trey, 60.9 grade, okay. Mike Morris was, he was active, and he was showing some high effort. I don't know if he got a ton done in that high effort, but he was active, and that was notable. Derek Hall got dinged for the tackling numbers a little bit like Boye Mafe did. I'm not going to get too worried about that. Played 27 snaps. And posted a 68.6 pass rushing grade. So that's where he was kind of mostly standing out. Did okay as a run defender as well, but Derek Hall had some moments. I've got a cut up of him. I'm going to show you on the All-22 soon. That should be interesting. Ben Burke-Irvin was a little bit of a struggle in coverage for Ben Burke-Irvin, which is kind of surprising for him because that was one of his bread and butters. Kobe Bryant was down there as well, playing a lot of safety position coverage numbers for Kobe Bryant out there at safety. They didn't like that as much. He was better in the tackling game, better in the run stuffing game aspect of things. Tyreek Smith, I actually liked how he looked out there, just from a movement standpoint, looking kind of twitchy, looking like he's got a little bit of power to his game to go in addition to that, but they didn't like his overall graded here at 60.6. John Radigan, this definitely matches up. Just some missed tackles in there. He got definitely attacked in coverage. I mean, he got really, really attacked in coverage. 53.2 coverage grade from John Radigan and a 42 run defense grade. So hopefully Radigan can kind of build on that performance a little bit. And then Robert Cooper, some of you may be wondering, well, wait, we had Robert Cooper here and then he was out of shape and then they cut him. And then they brought him back now after he was supposedly back in shape. Why would they cut him now? Well, he ran out there at 21 snaps, and I think it's safe to say, seeing as how the team has now cut him, that they didn't like what they saw from Mr. Cooper. So he is now on his way here. A couple more here I want to show you on this. We've got the pass. These are just the coverage grades only here over my right. And we just kind of showed a little bit of this, so I won't belabor these too much, but Jarek Reed did a good job out there at safety and coverage. Arquan Bush, small number of snaps, was solid with what he did. Artie Burns, as I aforementioned, was solid with what he did too as well. So no surprises there on the coverage end of it here. You can pause if you want to check and see these scores a little bit more closer. Not a lot of data on this one. I thought that was super interesting. Pass rush, as I just spoke about as well, kind of redundant on this. Jonathan Sutherland was your best pass rusher on 33 snaps. So make of that, what you will from that standpoint of it. But he was really solid. Jacob Sykes as well from the inside of the defensive line. Great. Levi Bell. This all matches up to, I'm sure, what you guys saw as far as your eye test as well. Those guys were the guys that were flashing in that third unit, and no doubt about it. And Derek Hall, really nice to see him post those scores in that regard, especially with that inside stab counter thing that he does. That's so nice. That's the total of those kind of scores I wanted to go through and take a look at. We can kind of review them if you guys happen to want to have another a review of any of those. But those are the scores that come through. I think that they did match to what I saw with my eye test. The quarterback scores were a little bit brutal. That was a little bit tough on them. But hey, they've got their grading system in the way they did. The one guy I do want to highlight here right out the top and show really the majority of these cut-ups of All-22. I've got a couple others I want to show you for fun, but the one I really wanted to show you with this out the gate was Devin Bush. Bobby Wagner's coming back this year, and I think we feel very good about where he is and what he's going to do, and that he should be able to provide help as a run defender. Maybe there's some worries about him in coverage, but he's going to be a good leader down there. He's going to have the dot on his helmet. He's going to call the plays. Feel great about that. But what about the other linebacker position? Jordan Brooks returns, and he's a guy that has a little bit of a difference of opinion out there in people and how they view him a bit. And maybe he's better than Bush, but it would be so nice if Bush can actually push him. If we can have a guy that's then, going to Jordan saying, you're not just being given this job because you're a former first-round pick who's really fast and can tackle. This other guy can come in here and actually cover and can do all the stuff you do tackling-wise and what you do in playing the running game. Then we're going to go with him instead. And the Seahawks have not married themselves long-term to Jordan Brooks, not activating his fifth-year option. So this is a possibility. And this could be something that we see, manifest itself, especially if it's going to take Jordan Brooks a little bit of time to come back from that really major injury that he suffered at the end of last year, and wouldn't be the least bit surprised if maybe Brooks isn't necessarily at full speed as we enter into this season. First cut up here of Bush on the All-22 I want to show you, just being instinctive and quick. He gets through this hole fast. I'll show these a couple times, by the way. He's number 0 on your screen, but right center screen here, easy to see, bounces through the hole, just slides right through, then laterally climbs to go find the running back. Radigan's the forced defender, right? Radigan's here there to do what Radigan does. Nice job by him. Take on the block. Muddle things up a little bit here. But then Brooks does a really nice job here. Center of your screen, 0. Just does a nice job of bouncing in through that hole, getting laterally over to make the tackle. Nice little play. Nothing spectacular, but just a nice, solid little play. Another thing here with him, you got him at the 0 again, dropping back in coverage. Flat route. Trey Brown misses the tackle. So we talked about, you can marry the PFF sometimes to the tape you watch. We've seen Trey Brown, miserable tackling scores, got a couple of missed tackles in this particular game. Here he's out in the flat. He's the defender that should be responsible for this play. But we got his buddy Devin Bush cleaning it up for him. It's a first down, and then Bush, notice how he arrives here at the end of this with a little bit of violence. With a little bit of impact, not just looking to push this guy out. I'm going to hammer this guy out of bounds. A lot of hitting in this game. I spoke to that at in the post game a lot, was that this was a game that stood out to me where you had a team that was they seemed to be playing a little bit faster than they have in recent years. They seem to be flying around a little bit more than they had in recent years, but there was a definite lot more thumping going on out there. A lot more thumping, which was good to see. And I don't know if it's a one game off or if it will continue, but it was kind of plays like that on just even those kind of plays in the past. You'd see linebackers come over and just kind of, okay, push you out. We all remember Cody Barton's TJ Hawkinson tackle last year. Remember the one that Hawkinson housed for like 75 yards? Where Cody's walking on over there to him, and Cody's got the angle to just simply knock him out of bounds, and he just sort of soft shoves him, and Hawkinson fights through it and then just runs right up the field. Touchdown. Not going to happen on Bush's watch. Not on Bush's watch. All right, this will be a very easy play to see how it goes well here. This is goal line. Brooks unblocked here. Jarek Reed, props to him as well. Both of the two guys fill the hole nice. They're right on top of this play. You've got this team on goal, first and goal from the 3, 2.5. Well, it's 3 4 yard line maybe, but right there to fill the lane, make the tackle. Good job of kind of duoing up this tackle, by the way, where both of you kind of provide the other the angle to just lock this guy up right at the same time. So just another nice play there by Bush. Here we've got him in the screen game again. If I can find the darn thing. Here we're going to have him on the screen game. Just locating the ball carrier and being fast. He's a guy that relies upon his speed to make his game work. But look at how much ground he covers on this play from his instinct standpoint. This is good for a player that's growing and just getting into the place of where it would be the prime of his career, is that the speed and quickness gets him here. But what I want you to do is look at the left-hand side of your screen when I start this off. He's at the far left-hand of your screen. Look how far he's traveling to get over to this screen to the far side of the field. It's accomplished with the quickness at the end, but it's the instincts initially. The quickness closes it down. The quickness finishes it off. But here it's the instincts as he's just continuing to rally over to the ball and then gets over there and makes a good tackle. He arrives at the ball carrier. He seems to bring the ball carrier down more often than not, which is very encouraging. Another snap here for him in coverage. I know you're not going to be able to see this because I've got the footage. I couldn't get to the footage where I'd show you the faraway shot where you could see him just off the ball and how he looked from the start on this. But here you get a little bit of ball skills on this. And I did slow it down when the ball is coming in, so you can see his hand extend out there. This is on a receiver. There's a little bit of an offhand that's, it's on the line of whether they would call this regular season with the offhand. I don't think they would. It's just a good play. But this is on a receiver he's doing this. And that's why their quarterback's targeting it. He thinks he's got a mismatch. But it's that hand. If you can see that hand kind of swiping in, I tried to get a little bit of a closer shot on as it's coming in. It's that hand coming through there late, which doesn't provide the receiver ability to make the play. Just you're on a receiver, you're already with him step for step, good, and then you make a play on the ball as well to finish the play off. That's marvelous. So I feel like there's some hope here with Devin Bush as far as what we saw from him in this initial game, and I think he flashed in a way that really impressed me. He didn't have a good go of it there with Pittsburgh. Kind of started out pretty strongly for him. It feels like the ACL injury he had, he was one of those guys that really kind of struggled in with the ACL injury side of things. And so it took him a little bit of time to come back there with Pittsburgh where he wasn't the 100% self. And this is a guy, because he's not 6'2", 6'3", he doesn't have the size of a guy like Devin White with Tampa Bay. He's a guy that's going to rely upon that speed and quickness to get there. So if some of that's robbed from him and it's taken a bit of time to get it back, he wouldn't be playing as well. It's not necessarily as surprising that he wouldn't be able to show up as much. He needs that part of his game to be at his best, but he's a good overall all-around player as far as potentially the upside he provides you if he can reach and climb up to go get it. That's the question at that point. I just want to see somebody that can push Jordan Brooks. I like some of the things Brooks supplies, but I'm very pessimistic that Brooks is going to be able to give you plays in coverage like we just saw there with him on the receiver. Brooks has some big limitations in his coverage, and it's a monster-sized hole on his game. He's a good run defender. He's got good ends. He can hit. He can run like a deer, all that stuff. But like the coverage stuff is really, really tough with him. I want to show you this. I don't know if you guys saw this one as much. We all saw the Jake Bobo play where he got up over the top of the corner. At the time, they didn't show us a good shot of it on the telecast. So as I was doing the play-by-play, I couldn't really gather as much in as to, what was going on, what was happening on the play for why the corner got beat so badly. Because he's over the top and it almost felt like, well, the corner's being lazy here. I mean, did he just sort of droop back and go, oh, he's behind me? A guy taking kind of that sort of, it was almost like, did you just try to take a snap off thinking the quarterback wasn't going to throw to this guy? Like, he's undrafted. He won't throw it over here. But watch on this play. I'm going to play it a few times because it's so nice. It's so nice. Watch the release bottom of your screen of what Bobo does to him. And I'm just going to keep replaying the release. Watch the release. Bottom of your screen, lock into this. Look at that thing. Look at that thing. That's a thing of beauty. Pop. When you turn a cornerback around off the line of scrimmage, you don't have to know anything about football, all right? You can be a complete layman. You don't need to know coverages. You don't need to know press techniques. You don't need to know off coverage. You don't need to know man-match principle. You don't need to know none of it. All you need to know is if you make a cornerback turn around like that on a route, you have run a magnificent route. And this is a very, very important little wrinkle for what Bobo is showing here. And by the way, it was something that you would see at times on his tape in UCLA. So this isn't just a new accommodation. This isn't just a new floor they've added to the building here. Oh, I could play it all night. We're just going to play this all night with that. Just that jab, just a hop step to a jab step inside to then get over the top and free. Many were lamenting out there or wondering about, well, what can he really do at the end of the day because he's a 4.9 40 guy? Because this is, and boy, these testing numbers, I'll tell you what, I love scouting. I love the testing numbers. I lean on them as much as anybody does as well, but they end up overriding the tape at times to such a great degree. And let's remember, I looked into this again with these 4.9 times on Bobo. Let's put this of note out there, and you guys can spread the word on this one, hopefully. The whole 4.9 Bobo thing that happened at a pro day, not at the combine, not the laser time scores, right? Because he wasn't invited to the combine. The 4.9 did happen on a day where California was amidst their most wettest year they've had in 130 years or something stupid like that. It was a wet track. He wasn't able to go as hard and as fast as probably he could go. He's not a 4.9 guy. And you could see that on the football field. But those releases also show you why sometimes this whole speed obsession that gets caught up on, and then it's all this speeds because you're 4.4, 4.3, 4.22, 4.3, 4.4, 4.3, 4.5. The speed's a nice thing to have, and if guys have it, it's notable and it's worth to keep an eye on. But just because a guy doesn't necessarily have speed doesn't mean they get thrown out baby with the bathwater. It shouldn't mean that. Because you got to look at the tape and what they do. Do they have releases like that? Do they have releases like this? What part of that route relied upon speed? What part of this route relied upon Jake Bobo being 4.4? Speed matters, but it's not everything, and there are many things that make a great wide receiver or a good wide receiver or an NFL wide receiver. Jake Bobo, with the kind of performance he had, I think this first preseason game and what he showed off is certainly going to be putting himself in a favorable position to start making this roster. And it wasn't just this preseason game. He led the team in catches at the scrimmage game. He seems to have been playing really well here throughout training camp as well, according to what we're hearing from not only, I think, reporters here, but I've heard from people myself on just, Hawk Nesters that are out there at training camp, just, providing some reports and some insight into what they're seeing and what's going on. So Bobo, very impressive with that release. It wasn't the lazy cornerback. It's just that he beat him so nasty off the line of scrimmage. And props to Bobo for having that in his game. Boye Mafe, I spoke about being a force in the run game. I mean, this is it right here. Just you first set the edge, and he's just a master of this. Some guys are bad about setting the edge. This is a Darrell Taylor type. This is a Bruce Irvin type. Not throwing shade at Bruce Irvin. This was Bruce Irvin in his career early on. They're just defensive ends that can't set the edge. They're good pass rushers. They're very quick. Maybe it's the fact that they don't have 20 enough pounds and they need that 20 less pounds to be as quick as they are. Maybe it's just that they don't have a natural feel for it, but you have those types. Then you have the types that can set the edge, and they're going to flow everything back inside, and they're going to set that edge wide. And what I mean by that is that tackle will get them pushed out like 1.5 yards off the line, right? And then they set the edge. But then you look, there's a 2-yard gap between the tackle's left shoulder to the guard, and the running back's going right through that gap. And technically speaking, that edge can say, well, I did set the edge. I did float back inside. That's technically on the linebackers. Yeah, but that's not really good there. There is then the guy who can actually just set the edge. They can they lock up with the guy off the snap. They're not moved. The tackle's trying to move. I'm going to move you. And they're just hunkered in there. And they don't move, and they set the edge. And then you got the fourth variety. And this is the variety that gets me so excited about Boye Mafe. And that's the guy that can get off the ball quickly, set the edge and not be moved, have the ball carrier coming around, and then find his way off of that block back around to make the play on the ball carrier. You saw it throughout last season over and over and over again in the run game. And you're only going to see it, I think, to a greater degree. And this is the play that's a representation of that. He's on the left-hand side. He's got actually on this play, rather than taking on a typical tackle here, he gets hit with a wham block by the guard trying to kind of catch him unaware, and he just bounces right off of the wham block to go make the tackle. The whole time, they'll remember with this, why isn't he pressing this early? As a casual fan, you might look at this and say, why doesn't he run down this line instantly? Because he's got a gap responsibility. And you can see Devin Bush doing his job next to him. See, Bush's job is to fill that hole. That's Bush's job. That's not his job. His job here is to set that edge. But then he does more than just do his job. He does his job and then some. And that's what Boye Mafe does in the run game a lot of the time. We had two different plays in this game. I'm only going to show one here, and this is going to be Derek Hall on the right-hand side of your screen here with some late pressure, almost getting a sack. Mike Morris, I guess, gets technically closer on this play, but it's Derek Hall that makes this play happen. And what Derek Hall showed you in this game was that inside quickness. I don't know, what do we call it? Bounce, teleportation, like quickness at times, where this guy this big shouldn't be moving this fast laterally when he comes inside and upfield on a stunt or on an inside counter move. At Auburn, Derek Hall would come off the ball and he would either, most times he's going to lock you up and then he's going to just stack and shed you, right? Because he knew he was going to be stronger than most of those tackles out there across the board. He trusted, he's got the length and the power, he just did. And then if he wanted to mess with you a little bit more and you got you kind of balanced into hunkering down, he tried to get you to one side. So then it's a long arm bull rush you get. But the third part of his approach at Auburn was the counter back inside. And what it literally would be is he starts off the ball and then you start to see as a tackle, oh no, the long arm of the law. It's going to be the long arm bull rush. And so the tackle goes, ooh, and he starts to lean to that outside, right? If you're doing the slow motion of a left tackle, they're starting to, the long arm's going to hit me right here in the shoulder. So I'm starting to lean to get my foot to be able to catch down, to hunker down more solidly, to be able to take on that long arm that's trying to attack a half a man. And instead of doing that, though, just as he's coming up like this, bang, the counter comes back inside, and he's got that tackle done because he's going to be too quick. He's going to be too quick for his size coming back inside. And it was those three little approaches that he used, bull rush, long arm, and then the jab step inside, were the three ways that he got free in college. And the three things that I thought when you scouted him initially would translate then into the pro level when he did get to the pros. So very, very, very impressive from what we saw from Hall, I think, early on for his first game action. And this was after he really was kind of flashing for the first time in practice this past week. He had one particular practice where he had 2 sacks, 3 pressures, I think. So the kid seems to be starting to come along a little bit, which is nice to see, especially as we've had Darrell Taylor in a sling for a good amount of this training camp period, which has been unfortunate. Those are the only real cut-ups I've got prepped up here. I was going to try to get a few more. Do I have one more here? No, that's one. I thought I was going to have a few more. I was going to prep up a couple with Drew Lock, and Drew Lock was a bit of there is a little of the mixed bag there. Way more than good. The touchdown throw, for instance, the tight one that he made in there, the one that he had to laser in there. I think that it's the great throw that stands out. It's the precision of the throw that stands out. The part that I didn't give him enough credit for in that particular play, that in reviewing it on the All-22 that stands out especially, is you have the trailing defender, trying to catch up to that receiver on the play as he's going to throw it into the back of that end zone. But you have that safety, the free safety, I believe there, who's the guy that needs to stay off of that route just long enough for when it breaks inside for the fraction of the moment it's open for the bread box size hole that's open, that is the small opening for Drew to then throw it into. He needs that safety to not collapse early on. And what Drew does as a quarterback is help to make that happen by when he drops back, you see his eyes and he's holding that safety on the outside route to the left. He's just keeping that safety, and the safety's just staring into it, and you can see the safety just starting to flow to the outside on the receiver, and that step or two that he gets to the safety, that holding down in position that he gets to have happen to the safety, is then what allows him to be able to come back to that backside throw, breaking inside, and there to be enough open natural space there for him to fit it into the receiver. It's a tremendous throw. It shows off the arm strength, but it also shows off the growth as a quarterback, because it's the vets that can do that type of stuff, that can hold those safeties. That's not a young man's skill. That's an older man's skill. And so for some, maybe are hoping that Drew's adding on in that realm and building on that part of his game, some good hope, I think, for that. The interception was tough. Bobo was breaking open on a post route on the backside, and he was wide open because the safety went into a cover 2. So safety drops this way, Bobo's going that way, and he looks like he's wide open. And it's weird, as O'Sullivan was talking about on his breakdown on the QB school thing, in regard of that it looks like the read is to that side of the field. So it's weird that the read progression seemed to go like outside, Bobo's the inside receiver, so it seemed to go one to the outside and then right back to the two that he threw the interception on, rather than it going 1, 2, 3. He sort of overlooked the 2 there in Bobo to come back to the 3, which was a little bit strange. And maybe that's just how he's coached to do it. So I'm not going to, put too much on that one. But he did play overall a really good game. And I think of what we talked about with the PFF scores we saw did pretty much fit to what I saw from especially the second, third unit that came in there. Those guys were really impressive. Good to see that this team's deeper than it's been in recent years. And that did show up, I thought, in this particular game. But that's my opening thoughts here on this game. I thought it was solid on review. You feel nothing but even as optimistic, if not more so, watching the tape and what these guys did. It was impressive to see the defense kind of flying around and smacking guys again. That to me is a welcome addition back to this defense. You're always going to have a bit of a Coach Carroll defense that's going to call upon guys to be more rallied to the ball, than it's going to be more pressure-based and we're sending the house and, feel the fire. No, it's not the way he's going to run defenses. It's going to be rally to the ball. So you're going to give up plays at times. You're going to give up little short catches at times. Something that stood out about the days of those defenses from 10 years ago, and I'm not speaking about the legendary defense in itself, but more of the mentality of the whole defense. And what you would see, and you can see this if you go back and watch old tape. You go back and watch the old Patriots game from 2012. You're seeing a defense that's hitting everything. Anybody that's anywhere is getting smacked. And they're getting hit hard with authority, with bad dispositions. And that's something that has been for a while now missing off Coach Carroll defenses. And it would be nice to see a return of that. You've got some guys on this defense that can bring it in that manner now. Bobby, Jamal, Devin Witherspoon. Quandre can even give you a little bit of that from time to time. So it'd be good if we can see a little bit more of this. I'd love to see it. Appreciate you guys watching tonight. If you do like what you're listening to, do me a favor and smack dab, do that like button for me if you could. I would really appreciate it. I also want to say this is a stream that is brought to you by today, Underdog Fantasy. Underdog Fantasy is sponsoring the Hawks Nest throughout this next year, as they'll be sponsoring this show. And you can go over to Underdog and not only show some love here for the channel and helping to show some support, but Underdog is going to grant you a 100% deposit match on your first deposit up to $100 if you use my promo code NEST. That's capital NEST. And that will allow you to be matched up to $100. So Hawks Nest, a little bit of money in your pocket from Hawks Nest. That's not too bad either. So thank you to Underdog Fantasy for subscribing up to the channel. We'll be doing some Underdog Fantasy, not Underdog Fantasy-based mode, but fantasy-based shows on Saturday this year throughout the year. It's going to be about an hour and a half show in and out, kind of so to speak, a little bit. But we'll be doing that throughout the whole course of the season. In regards to fantasy, and they will be, kind of at the center of that a little bit. So we'll be doing some online stuff and doing some interaction, little challenges and whatnot in between us, I'm sure, on those. But thank you to Underdog on that. Appreciate you guys hitting that like button if you could. Thank you to all the new subscribers. We just crossed over 12.8. Woo! Let's go. We are well on our way here now to 15,000 subscribers. So I put that call out there to you. If you're not subscribed, please do get subscribed. It doesn't cost you anything. I'm going to be packing up a lot of vids. I ain't going to lie to you on that. We're going to be doing, 4 or 5 live streams a week and a lot of uploads around that on the other side of it as well, including after this show tonight. We're going to be doing a little bit. I'm going to be posting a short here of Daryl Taylor. So you will be getting a lot of content if you do lock in on that. So for subscribe up, don't miss any of that. So thank you guys who have joined into the Hawks Nest. Let me catch up here a little bit. I'm sorry I'm a little late on the donos. I had a long opening here today. My bad on that one. Alan A., thank you for the $5 donations. Is that Brandon? 49ers look like they had no depth compared to Seattle. That's just my opinion. I think it's an opinion that is a correct one to look at this standpoint because it also makes sense. Opinions can be not just based upon watching a game like that, but also to be walking into the game with San Francisco and saying, okay, you had 25 free agents coming into this offseason. That's tough. You didn't have a lot of money to spend. Didn't necessarily have a lot of money to spend. And you kind of spent all of your ducats into the one basket there with the Hargrave signing, really. That was sort of where you put everything. And you had to lose a couple guys, too. Mike McGlinchey types and whatnot. Pass rusher who went to the Chiefs. So, yeah, we were speaking a little bit about this, and it's not to say this is the year this hits the Niners. I still have the Niners where I have them from a record standpoint. There are some ways that many people beyond myself that are very smart football minds who have looked at the Niners have said this could go wrong for them this year. And when you look at some things that are problematic in how they look, not that they're bad, not that they aren't still very strong, not that they couldn't still be that, team that can absolutely go out there and take it. But you're into year about 5 on this run. And we learned this with our LOB years, that these runs in football don't last for a long period of time. So once you get to year 6, once you get to year 7, you're kind of playing on borrowed time. The sand is about to draw out of the hourglass. The bill is about to be due. And once the bill goes due, it's due. And this might be the year for them. I think the depth is going to be certainly a big part of that. I think the offensive line, as we saw the pressure that some of those quarterbacks were under in that game as well, that's going to be a big part of this. And then let's not undersell the quarterback being almost at the head of this. Of course, maybe the biggest thing is they still don't really know, I don't think, who their quarterback is. And Darnold looked pretty good. He at least looked pretty good. But I think it's well said on your part, Alan, and it's based in something that makes sense in the way you look at them. I don't know if they're going to land there this year, but I think it's coming soon. And it's going to be good. Just as we're right about to hit into our Super Bowl window here, we'll have the Niners turning their stuff over. We'll have the Cardinals still trying to figure themselves out as they're just going into tank mode. Rams are just going into tank mode. And we're, meanwhile, striking when the time is right, and if you look at it kind of through that view. Thank you, though, Alan. Appreciate the $5 donation, and I do like your opinion on that. Karate, thank you for subscribing. Karate, I hope I pronounced that right. Karate or Karate, whichever it is. I appreciate you for subscribing. David Pugh, thank you for the $20 donation. David, you're very kind for doing so. Says, this isn't football related, but needs to be said. God bless all of the people misplaced and lives lost to the mysteriously fast fire that ravaged Hawaii. Truly breaks my heart. Keep them in y'all's thoughts and prayers. Yes, it's been very, very sad over the few days, and just I have my connections to that area. Of course, I've lived out on Maui a few times. I've gone down to Lahaina, in that place that burned down. Folks, I've been going down to that spot for 25 years at various times when I went to visit the island. And with friends, with family, others just going out and having fun down there. And you look at it and it's all completely gone. It is all completely gone, and the loss of life, and to also know that it's so hard down there because I know intimately about what they had to deal with, and that it's like a cul-de-sac down there. Like, there's no outs, there's no easy way out. This is why you have people jumping into the ocean, is that it can get snarled up when there's just regular traffic. Say nothing of people just suddenly trying to get out as quickly as they can because the fire is raging through. So it is, I feel brutal for them. You had people down there that had homes that were there for a long period that have been passed down from generation to generation. And I just hope that those people are able to keep their places and that they get the support to rebuild. So yeah, your heart goes out to them. God bless them. And hopefully they can bounce back in the island. And Hawaii does a good job of this. It's got a sense of brotherhood spirit in there that they can rally and work together. You have to when you're on an island like that. And when it's such a small area like that, you got to work together in these kind of moments. And so I think it will. But boy, it's brutal. And the numbers have gone up. The toll has gone up quite considerably over the time. And I think it's only going to raise. They're still not getting to all the houses and stuff that have collapsed and the people inside. And I know somebody through indirectly that passed in there. It was tough. It was tough. A lot of older population out there that can't just get out on the street and go sprint for the ocean, swan dive in and, stay beneath the waves as the fire licks over the top. It's like they were just kind of, tough, man. And I've been thinking about them too, David. It's brutal. As I was saying too on the last show, I was in Hawaii last year not last year, 2 years ago. And I was looking to move an apartment that was right there I would have been right in the grounds. We might have been doing a live stream and just, that part kind of is chilling to me, as I would have been one of the folks. I've been one of the folks with both my cats under each arm running for the ocean. Yeah. Would have been like that, kitty. Thank you though, David. And God bless all those folks. Hopefully they can get those fires stopped and get rebuilt fast. I think they will get the full Hawaiian family love on that, as far as no one's going to want to let that city remain in the place it is right now. But appreciate you, David. Very kind of you. Roflo, thank you for subscribing to the channel. Roflo, welcome aboard. Appreciate you too. David, another $20 donation. Thank you for the double $20 donation, David. Says, when you help someone, you help everyone, because in theory, that person goes on to inspire and help others because of you. Love you guys. Be safe. Look out for each other. Respect each other. Oh, yeah. And go Hawks. Get Bobo on the field, baby. Hey, let's get him on the field. And it's well said, man. Yeah, this is a thing where these are people that certainly are not, these people in line are not the rich people out there. These are not it's land that's worth a lot, but it's locals. It's many locals that have held on to that land through the years, as much as it may be worth, who that's their lineage. That's their family history. You know, these aren't people that are being helped out that are just having great affluent lives here. You know, that is not the case down there, you know, for a lot of those sections that burned up. So well said, David. Very well said. Love you too, man. Nothing but love out to you, and go Hawks, man. Go Hawks. Appreciate you. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $20 donation. Says, Bobo really ran a 4.9 at the combine, not the combine. I think he had an injury or just doesn't test well. Can he overcome that? And if so, how does he carve out a pro career? Does upper end route running cover him? Doc, of tight end conversion realistic? I would not believe that tight end would be a place that you would look to move him to at this place. I think the 4.9 was not run at the combine. So Jake Bobo, I do not believe was invited. Let me double check this. But I do not believe that Bobo was at the combine. Maybe he wasn't. I'm just messing this up. Maybe I'm thinking so he wasn't at the combine. I can confirm that, Randall. So this is an important part because he's not at the combine. At UCLA in California this year during the spring, they had the wettest spring that they had in like 3 decades there. It like refilled up meat or some stuff. And he was out there trying to run on the pro day on this wet surface and just couldn't, I don't think, go as fast. Does that mean that he would have been 4.4, but he ran a 4.9 because it was wet outside? No. But it doesn't mean it would have ran maybe more of a 4.7. Yeah. And I've heard it mentioned online from someone else. I think it was Steve Smith actually brought it up. It's kind of fun that Steve Smith raised this, that he thought Bobo was reminding him. And he was saying he went out to camp and saw Bobo, and that this was as much something that formulated in his mind when he went out to Seahawks camp and watched them practice. And that's that he said Bobo reminded him of Joe Jurvicious. And we were doing a stream recently, Randall, where people were kind of bristling a little bit at that comparison. But Joe Jurvicious ran like a 4.65 40. So the size, the height, the speed numbers, all that stuff does kind of match up. The way the guys win, their catch radius, their ability to high point balls, their really, really strong, sticky hands. All those things are very, very similar. So my belief is, Randall, if you would have taken Bobo and ran him at the combine, he would have ran like a 4.7. And that his 10-yard split would have been respectable. And then if you got a guy at 4.7 at his size, you can work around that. If he's got great releases like I showed on the cut up, or if he's a really good route runner, if he understands how to use his big size, which is something Bobo does a really great job of. He didn't be put in an opportunity to have to do it because he first hits with the crosser, then he hits with the route that was more about the release. But he's also got a lot of catch radius size to him where it's just hard for a corner to get through him to the ball at times. And a quarterback who's smart can just throw it right on him. And there's not a lot the cornerback can do other than basically commit PI to try to get to the ball, which they're not usually going to do. They're just going to, slow play and then just tackle them as soon as they catch it. So I look at it and I go, there's a Joe Jurvicious potential here with this guy. I do not believe Joe Jurvicious was as well a very highly drafted guy. And he's a guy that's held in high esteem in Seahawks land. It might be looked at as that's too big to look at, but go back and look at what Bobo did in his college production. This isn't some raw kid with his skill set coming out that didn't do a lot of college and like he just came on late. He's played a lot of football. He's played outside. He's played inside. He knows how to run routes. He's got the good hands. I think there is some relative upside to him as a receiver. I'm not thinking it's anything that's going to push to be. Could he become a Joe Jurvicious? I don't see why not. And Joe Jurvicious had a good career, didn't have a great career, a solid career. He probably ended up with like 4,000, 5,000 yards. But he had the 1 or 2 years where he really stood out. A couple years where he's just okay and solid. I see an upside of that, Randall, in his potential there. But I don't think tight end conversion at this point would be realistic for him because you could potentially do it, but I don't think he didn't do any of that in college. And it's kind of late in the game to be trying to make that kind of transition, in my opinion. And I think he can overcome being fast. If he can show off the releases like he showed off on that touchdown catch, if he can be good not good, but if he can be as great as he was at the stem of the route at UCLA, where his greatest skill coming out at UCLA, and one of the things that really had me liking him coming out was no matter how fast he's getting up the field, no matter how quick he is off the line of scrimmage with his release, when he gets to what they call the stem of the route, and that's that top of the route where if it's an out-breaking route, you're going to out-break. If it's an in-breaking route, you're going to in-break. If it's a post route, you're going to run into a post, right? If it's a comeback curl route, now you're going to stop and come back on the curl. That's the point where you're going to make your next movement off of just getting straight up the field and getting depth on your route. When he hits the stem point of the route on UCLA's tape, over and over again, he created his separation because he caught defenders off guard with how quick he could be coming out of that route at that stem. It's sort of like they're thinking, this slow guy, I'm going to be on this all day. And no. He just turned on a dime there for that size. He shouldn't be able to do that. That's what he will be able to do. And I think you're going to see more of that in the preseason here at some point too, Randall. I do. Thank you though, man, for the $20 donation. I do really appreciate it, brother. I hope you're having a great night. Leo Guacuba. Sorry, Leo, I probably mispronounced your last name, but that doesn't mean I don't appreciate you subscribing to the channel. So welcome aboard, my man. Thank you so much for subbing on up, and I hope you're having a great night. And Randall, David Pugh, thank you for those donations. And again, heart goes out there to Maui if you guys do see a chance to help them out on a donation standpoint. Please do. I know that they do need a lot of help down there for what they are dealing with. Just brutal, that fire. Joe, man, how you doing, man? It's good to see you in the house. 360 Inspiration, what's your opinion on Devin Bush's play? If he plays great, that can make our defense top level. I would love to see him replace Brooks. Who most impressed you in the game? I think our defense will be better than expected. Draymond will have a similar year to what Nwosu did last year, outdoing expectations. Well, some great thoughts right off the rip there, 360 Inspiration. So, of course, I'm sure you heard in my opening soliloquy and then with some of the cut-ups that I showed of Devin Bush, you're right to be excited about him. And I think you're right to bring up him a little bit more because I don't think he's been talked enough about for the performance he had coming out of this recent training camp or this recent preseason game. So he probably was the most impressive defender to me of any of the other guys that we saw. Boye Mafe and Jarek Reed would be maybe honorable mention within that, I guess. Those would be my three guys I would kind of gravitate to. And then on the offensive side of the ball, Bobo is the guy that I think, probably is the most impressive to me. Oluwatimi was good. That'd be an honorable mention probably for me would be Oluwatimi. And Kobach, but Kobach's going to be a practice squad guy, so I'm sort of looking at him through a sort of what I'd say realistic light. Chad Hart, how you doing? Free Truth says, how you doing, Free Truth? He says, I read something today about some Dallas defensive tackles we maybe could trade for. Thoughts? I think it's Hankins is the guy that we would be looking at maybe potentially being able to make a move for. And I'd be okay with that. The Cowboys have built their defensive line up really strongly, and Mosby Smith comes in now as a high pick, and that's going to push a guy down the depth chart who might have played pretty well for you last year and who maybe just a rotational run-stuffing kind of guy. And, that's just the type of situation you would want freed up. Let me look at here. Haskins, PFF. Who is? Trying to think of his name. I'm spacing on his name. Somebody will get it in the chat, I'm sure, and then I'll look it up. But I'd be on board with it. Free Truth. Fly blind. How about my Arizona Razorback Matt Landers catching the 30-yard bomb? It's a great play by Matt Landers. Flying blind. He made an awesome adjustment on it to hit the brakes. And when so many receivers would just keep going up the field there and not pay attention to the ball and pick it up, he picked the ball coming up off the hand of Allers so fast that he was able to kind of come to that stop like he was, and then broke a tackle after the catch down the goal line to finish it up. It was mighty impressive. It was kind of the only play he really jumped out on. He had two other targets, and he wasn't able to do much else beyond that. But in Bobo's and Landers, we have two guys that are the guys, other than the other receivers they got looked at here. I mean, I'm more excited about those guys potentially, even more than a Cade Johnson, even more than a Cody Thompson. These are the two guys to me that I would like to see where their upside could go. I know Landers has had a little bit of folks who have said at camp he looks a little bit rough. He looks like a guy who's just fast at times, but maybe a guy that could be a developmental guy for you down there on the practice squad. Dominic Cobb says San Francisco smells like poop and they lost today. So there's that. You ain't wrong, Dwayne. You tell no lies. I'll say that. You tell no lies. Herbicide says, I still say we got to work on our tackling. How come no one wraps up anymore? My opinion on it, Herbicide, is just you don't work on tackling enough. And you don't work on tackling enough because the player's CBA doesn't let you work on tackling enough. So then it becomes more of an individual player responsibility thing. And then that's about them getting it done rather than a coach getting them to get it done. And I don't know how the fix can go with that because in my opinion, Herbicide, the only thing that fixes tackling is to work on tackling. But if the rules restrict you from working on tackling, do we put them in VR helmets and, have them like, you know what I mean? It's like, maybe that will be the next thing. The coaching staff or organization that finds a way to get around this particular issue, to creating a good tackling team, to a great tackling team, is a team, they'll take their team up to another level immediately, regardless of the talent they have in that team, if they can find a way to bring back some of the old tackling technique of the old that was there with, mainly because the guys worked on it so much. But of course the players would tell you, yeah, but then by working on it so much, broke their bodies down that much more, got that much more CTE. And so I don't know how you do it if you can't practice it. Duran says, can Bush disengage from blockers though? That's going to be a remain to be seen part. I didn't get any views of him doing it in this game very often with it, but that'll be a part to kind of continue to monitor and track with him for sure. Herbicide says, speaking of inside linebackers, both those dudes coming out of Clemson, Trotter and Carter, both are small. Both small. I think Herbicide, a little bit of this, though, is that this is where the position is going. And this is my opinion. This is just a trend watch. And I think of the trend watch that I see right now in the NFL, and especially with linebackers coming out recently, is we don't got guys 235, 240. You got guys at 225, 220, really lighter inside linebackers, and some of them missing a little bit of that size. Our own Jordan Brooks, I think, is probably really about 5'11". They list him at 6 foot tall, but he doesn't really look 6 foot tall to me. So it is an issue. It'll be interesting to see just how small Trotter really is, Herbicide. Does he measure out at like 5'8.5" or something at the combine? But on tape, they both look like first rounders to me. I'll say that. Yeah, Duran, I'd say 235, like Herbicide says. That's probably Bush's weight. The Real Cheese says, I know it's preseason, but it's nice to see the pressure on the quarterback. They actually touched him. Pressure was good in this game and all up and down through. And some people were wondering a little bit, like you might be wondering, is this a little bit of a representation of BT Jordan's impact on this team? Because if you do bring in a pass rush guru and he comes in, he starts trading your guys up over an offseason, and then you arrive at preseason games, you would hope to see some of those immediate results then from his work throughout the whole offseason, and not just from your stars, not just from your young players developing, but through the guys all the way littered throughout the depth chart. And that's just what we saw in this past game. Happy Lamb says, hello, Brandon. Good evening. Congrats for the job. Great expectations on Boye Mafe. I've got some big-time expectations. And thank you, man. Appreciate it, Happy Lamb. And thanks for checking out the channel. And a good evening to you too, sir. But yeah, Maffe's expectations are as large as ever, and he's getting some pub now, which is nice to see. The most improved talk, of course, has come through down the line from Carroll in regards to him of those guys from last year. I think he showed you in this game. He's ready to take another firm step forward. And I don't think that this firm step forward is his final form, but I think it's a step forward into getting him to where he's going to eventually land as a player. And the kid, every single season in Minnesota, got better. He's going to keep getting better here. He seems like he's got all the work ethic, every bit of the work ethic you'd look for in these kind of guys. And boy, I'm so stoked about what we've got coming off the edge after having so many years where we had nothing coming off the edge, where our red letter signings were Boye Mafe and Bruce Irvin at the end of his career. Our red letter signings were Ziggy Ansah, who came to the Seahawks with 4 forks sticking out of his back. Not 1 fork indicating he was done, 4 forks sticking out of his back when he arrived in Seattle. And now you're getting to be in a place where you're operating from a point of strength, from a point of depth, from a point of development. You're not clinging on to guys at the end of their career, hoping to squeeze one last season of productivity out of their bodies, their broken old bodies. Don't have to do that here. We got the young, fresh legs. So I'm hyped for Boye as much as anybody on this team. I think he does take that step forward. David, I didn't see the dude from NC. Pukanuka. David, I didn't see his cut-ups from the game, but I'm not surprised. He's a fun receiver to watch on tape. And I think he just might find himself into that depth chart, especially because the guys that they're going to start to lean towards going into the season a little bit that they've been kind of baking on, hoping we're going to get better and better, Van Jefferson and, Poo-Poo Atwell. There's certainly an opening there to overtake either of those two guys with what they've done. Puka's fun, though. David says, how is Bobo going to be our tight end? Or am I stupid? I don't think he'll be a tight end. He's got the size from a height standpoint, but I just don't think they're going to try to transition him to that now at this point. If he's running 4.9, whatever, 4.47 right now, it is, he's going to run 4.48 or whatever, Herbert says D-Hop ran 4.6, so did Cup. It's true. Sometimes about that quickness as much, it does got to be a part, the burst apart. Duran Ever says Bobo will be wide receiver 4 IMO. I love it. Bold take, Duran. I can see it, though. And I think it's probably Eskridge is out the first 6 games. Drake Young's out the first probably 6 games. Yeah. Oops, sorry. That might have been loud. That's probably pretty accurate on that. Free truth, we had a wideout for a tight end once. His name was Jimmy Graham or something. That's true. But we never played him at wideout. David Pugh says, wait, are we actually high on Bobo? I mean, I like him and all, but is he actually seen as a contributor this year? Derek or Landers will be wide receiver 5. I'm not saying I know where he's at for sure off of one game, David, but I do think that with the training camp he's put together, leading the team in catches this scrimmage game, playing outstanding in this first preseason game, what if he goes out and he plays equally well over the next 2 games? Or nearly as equally well? And we have 2 major injuries, David, here where we have 6 weeks to wait on Eskridge and we have 6 weeks to wait probably. We'll see how it goes. Maybe Derek Young can bounce back and not have to require the hernia surgery to get this done. Maybe he just toughens it out through the whole season. Like, I'll do it after the year. But if that's the case, then you're down 2. So you've got DK, Tyler, JSN. So now who's your 4 then? Who's your 4 then at that point? Kay Johnson's not separated himself at point this through training camp here. Cody Thompson's looking, but he wasn't even in the game. I don't know if he's even healthy or where he's at. So to me, go through that first 6 games, as Duran Ever spoke about, I mean, there's a really good chance just at least through that first 6 games, he comes in as a contributor. He's your first guy off the bench. At that point, if you go into a regular season game right now with where it stands, he probably is the first guy off the bench. I do think, though, Derek and potentially Eskridge down the road end up getting back to the roster, and we'll see what happens when that goes down. But, I'm thinking he's going to be on it. In space, I like Bobo's game too, man. 4 more, says 2 Panther fans here. Thank you for jumping on in, Panther fans. We'll be seeing you this year. You got yourself an underrated, low, as the kids would say, low-key strong team. You really do. And I like how you're built. I like the fact that you've gotten the offensive line in place before you got the quarterback in place, which is a mistake so many organizations tend to make with the young, quarterbacks they bring. Go take a look at C.J. Stroud as the Texans appeared after the first preseason game like they're about to do David Carr 2.0 with CJ, as they have worked hard to get him in there. But and then they got Tunsil. They got some guys that weren't playing in that game, so that line will look better. But I hope to God they don't get that kid killed through the early part of his career with it. But like your Panthers team, and thanks for jumping in. We always love to see fans from other fan bases come on in and chop it up a little bit. Mr. Dog says his son's name's Bobo. How about Boba Fett Bobo? He looks bigger than 205 to me, Alan. He looks 215-ish. He's kind of big. Herbicide, is Eskridge and Brooks starting the year on the pup, so they won't count for the final 53, right? Eskridge won't, for sure, Herbicide, because of the suspension. Brooks, they feel like he is really close. And our girl Kelly on the scene there at training camp sent me some videos. And Brooks is going full steam in practice on the sideline. He's not just doing the slight jog or the weird, lateral step thing where you're like, are you even working out there? Like, why even? It looks half effort sometimes, when the players are over there working out. But he was going hard. He was cutting, dipping, diving, all that stuff. So he was looking pretty close. But is it potentially a way they go with it to start the year out with Brooks just to the 53? Because it's going to come right down the line, considering Herbicide, he had the injury at the end of the season. It wasn't like it happened halfway into the year or early on in the year. And that can be even hard to get back that quick if it occurs like that. Megan says, I like Bobo. I like Bobo way more than I thought I would. He grows on you, Megan. He does. Addicted Hawk says, when he makes a good play, it's mango smoothie with extra Bobo. Here come the Bobo jokes. Oh, Lord. Bobo Gaddafi. All of these are winners. Duran says, I definitely want Mafe to get more snaps than Darrell Taylor. Taylor offers okay pass rush and basically no run D. Yeah. And the team, looking at the snap counts last year between Mafe and Taylor and how they ran their snap counts out, that's how they saw it as well, Duran. There's a distinct difference between the amount of run snaps Darrell's getting versus pass rush snaps. And Darrell, to his credit on this, Duran, he was our most, according to PFF, efficient. Not necessarily the most effective or overall most productive, but just the most efficient pass rusher on the team last year. And that's of some value. But he should be nowhere near the stadium on early rundowns. That man cannot play the run for his life. There's a variety of reasons he can't. Doesn't mean he's not a player that can't offer something. And if occasionally you might see him flash in the run game where he tricks you a little bit. But he ain't that. And you really want to if you've got the choice between Darrell Taylor or a guy who can be a plus run defender, you're, as a coach, should be running to the run plus defender every single time when that question poses itself. Mr. Dog says, this is the year of the Bobo. Every mention will include some kind of Bobo pun. Reacher says they need to put Glassridge in the trade with Jamal for a defensive tackle. Well, maybe that's the answer. Big Doc says, I'm not convicting Eskridge yet, but not a big fan of guys charged with domestic issues. I'm not either. I do like to lean to let the law play out before we make our final determinations. But it's not a good look on the surface of it, that's for sure. Byron D says Dallas game should be a good test, even if Dallas isn't playing their vets. Yeah, I think it should be too. And I think we're probably not going to play a lot of our guys. If anybody starter-wise plays, it'll be for a very short period of time. So it's not like we're going to run a lot out there either on the other end. But there'll be still some things to take away from it and look at, I think. Herbicide, are we playing our vets for Dallas? I don't think we've heard from Carroll yet, his plan. I don't know if they'll show their hand with that. They'll tell us a little bit. He'll tell us in his press conference this week. Space says our receiving core is lethal. Lethal. You get one drop on your skin and you're done. One drop. In powder form, it's even worse. But they're a bad bunch. That one almost grabbed by JSN where he just about reached back in that game. Somebody in my comment section was like, that was nowhere near close to a catch. Like, I was always taught as a receiver, you get your hands on it, you can potentially make the catch. And he got a hand on it. He almost did it to me. Would have been one hell of it. It would have broke the internet probably. I dig the Hawks. Any news if Lockett was in practice? No news on if he was out there doing anything. I will say I forgot to mention Kenneth Walker was back out of practice, and he was running strong and hard. Didn't look like he was being held back at all. So it looks like he's starting to enter back into the fold, which is good. HB, Julian Love will make us forget Jamal is even on the roster. He's a stud. Boy, is he ever. That was a hell of a find for the Hawks and a great value signing. Very akin in the secondary to what you did with Uchenna Nwosu last year for the value you got on that kid. JSQW says, made it big time, I see. Well, you know, we do it. One does what one can. One tries. We're rolling well, man. That's for sure. Gal G was seeing the very same thing I was seeing. He says the team was fast and hitting. I haven't seen that in forever. So I'm glad I wasn't the only one because it stood out to me and it was just all across the board. It was when guys were catching the ball, the defense was coming up with violent intentions. And sometimes in recent years, you've had guys coming up with patty cake intentions, with business decision intentions. Enough of that. I don't want no more of that. I want the guys running up there looking to take somebody's head off. In a very clean, not going to get you injected kind of fashion. Byron P says, Bobo actually reminds me of Luke Wilson, just more elusive. And they're probably pretty close to the same size. Space says, Niners in panic mode. I love it. They're already, that's already a touchy fan base. I know they are. They're already, the quarterback discussion this offseason has turned into what's a try? If you got a Civil Wars 2, what do you get when you get the interior fighting between three camps? Is that a tri-war? Is that what we call that one? A civil tri? A civil tri-war? I don't know what it is. But they don't look like a well-honed group together right now as it stands as far as that fan base or their outlook on the team in the season or what the team should be doing or what. It's pretty strange for a team that is a Super Bowl contender to have so much kind of question and uncertainty and wringing of hands in the fan base. But like you, Space, I'm just sitting back sipping my tea or my coffee and enjoying it and hoping it will last throughout the whole entire season. Brian Meyer says, go back. His practice squad material at best. I agree. I don't know if I might have missed. Go back. He was looking great, Space. I do think he really was impressive, but he isn't the guy that's going to make your roster. He's just going to probably slide on the practice squad. But I will say this too. We've got the four men deep at the running back position, but the one question that does stand there, and it's of course maybe a bit bigger question than we would like to have it being asked, which is who is the fifth guy? And we're probably going to, at some point or another, need to go and lean on that fifth guy during the course of the season at some point. And if Kobach can establish himself as a legitimate guy to call upon, if you got to bring him out like that, rather than having to go out there and sign some guy off the street, that'd be kind of nice. So it is good development that he has done what he's done. But yeah, you're right, Brian. I don't see him necessarily making this roster. There's just no pathway unless there's an injury going down, which could be the case if Kenny McIntosh can't get back by game one. David Pugh says the Niners have built themselves to be a bit of a glass cannon. With enough injuries, the glass will shatter. Well said. You guys are posting some great comments today as you ever do on this type of stuff where I can't add a lot. I agree it the same way. Top heavy glass cannon, however you want to mention it. You don't have the depth there now, which this is what happens 5 to 6 years in. It's not that the Niners have been so stupid or silly in their decision making from a roster building standpoint. It is that they have run into what Mr. Smith called in the Matrix, inevitability. And that's what this is. It's inevitability. It happens to any roster that's gone through the 5 to 6 year process is you just get leaner and lighter and leaner and lighter. We started out in 2012 cutting guys like Antoine Winfield Jr. because our secondary was just so deep. We had all of our guys at the end that were cut. So many of those guys made active rosters in the NFL. You fast forward to 2016, 2017, 2018, that is no longer the case. That is no longer happening because you've gotten to the end of the runs and now you got to rebuild everything back up again. You got to restock back up the cellars And unfortunately, I think the Niners are kind of reaching that point. And it's not as easy to see, I think, for some who love the Niners as much as they do, because they are still so top heavy. Trent Williams, George Kittle, Nick Bosa, Fred Warner, Dre Greenlaw, Christian McCaffrey, Deebo Samuel. I mean, that's a who's who of guys on that team. But Bosa, by the way, still has not signed his deal, I believe. He still is holding out. We're now well into camp. And I'm hearing numbers like 33, 34, $35 million a year. Part of the reason why maybe that deal's not getting done. I'd be nervous too if I was a Niner fan right now with things they're at. Stewart says Niners have maybe 2 years left on the Super Bowl window. If their quarterback situation skittles it, well, oh well. I love it. Let's go, Stewart. I'm with it, and I agree. I don't see more than 2 years as well. Sajin 11-6 season, if not more. I love it, Sajin. I see 12. I see 12, and my cat sees 12 too, and that's what matters more. She's got to be right on this one. Brian says Purdy will be the starter for San Francisco, barring setback from injury. He's kind of the lead dog right now. I think if Darnold continues to look like he kind of looked, he might be able to push him, because according to the reports that I'm reading, Brian, Purdy's not necessarily looking all that great in practice. Because I think in the inter-squad game against the Raiders 3 or 4 days ago, I think he had 3 interceptions in that game. Retru says, I feel a 12-5 season is attainable. It just feels right to me. 12-5 just feels right. It feels true, and it feels right. David says, then having Bobby out there will propel the run D just by himself. And if Adams and Brooks can stay healthy, for sure. You got to figure it's going to help from what it was last year if those 3 guys are out there on that basis alone. Certainly Bobby will. Adams a little bit more. Brooks a little bit more. I think it will. The sum total of the parts will help the run game more than maybe finding the impact guys as we were thinking they were going to need to do on that defensive line. We'll see. Mega says the fires in Hawaii remind me of how close fires got to my town a couple of years ago. Could see the smoke for miles. We've all kind of, I think, in our own places in the country have had to deal with it, Megan, and because it's countries in the world, you know. I mean, we've had it out here. It's a yearly event out here in the Pacific Northwest to some degree, in the east side, and they've had to deal with fires on the west side, and this thing out there in Maui, it's a continual problem. I mean, when this one fire was raging, I think they had 2 other spots in the island that also had fires ongoing at that point. And there's a couple of different reasons for why it's happening. It's not just one thing. It isn't just, well, it's this. There's a few things going on that's causing it to occur. But it's tough. It's sad, and it's scary. Because when the wind can take it, man, it can take a fire, and it can cover a lot of ground really quickly. And you don't have a whole hell of a lot of time to react. Besides, the Hawaii stuff is messed up. They were jumping into the ocean to get away from the fire. Yeah, you're quickly cut off there. It's this own little like chunk of the island that's kind of off. It's still part of the whole island, but there's no way to get anywhere other than you would be scrambling for the ocean very quickly to where you couldn't get away from it out this way or that way unless you're sprinting at Olympic level speed. It doesn't shock me. People just said, F it, I'll just hit the ocean and try to make it over there. Especially as how bad the fire was. Holy hell. That was just insanity. Sanity. And luckily my mom lives from that place she was probably making, 6 miles, 7 miles from this. Those were I was like, oof. Brian says, Brandon, my heart is with you, the family and all of Maui. Thank you, man. Thank you. And luckily, family seems to be pretty clear of having to deal with what they're dealing with down there, but definitely appreciate it, man. And my feel for those folks down there, I really do. It's brutal what they're going to have to go through here to kind of rebuild and get that thing back up. I mean, there's housing short there. There's so many crazy intercomplexity problems there to try to work that out. Spaces, my friend said they had 85-mile-an-hour winds. Yeah, they had the hurricane force winds. Then you got the super dry conditions, and then you got the heavy prevalence of fires breaking out. And then you've got that section. So you have this section of town where it's just a bunch of these old buildings, these little squatty buildings all over the place that have been there for, years and years and years. So, just dried out in the sun. The whole place was kind of a tinderbox down there in where it was built and how tightly everything was packed together. So if you had a fire, it was going to catch the fire to the next place. So it's just a lot of those conditions kind of working together to make it happen. And Brian, been there numerous times yourself. It's an area that just makes you feel as much if you're in Hawaii as any other place in the island, I think. When you're walking past the banyan tree and all of these little shops, and you can just picture how this road must have looked in 1890, the same kind of way, and how they had it set up. And it just has a feeling, a spirit of history to it as well. Very rough, very rough. Fat Daddy Stacks in the house. How you doing, brother? Thank you for the $5 donation. He says, I don't know exactly why, but Bobo gave me a Mark Bavaro vibe. I think it's his size and catching style. Bavaro, my favorite tight end of all time. Well, Fat Daddy, thank you for the $5 donation. I'll tell you what, there's an echo of Giants fans out there across the nation hearing that and saying, yes, you're right. He is the best tight end of all time. And underrated career in Bavaro. He was kind of like a Gronk whose body, whereas Gronk's body held together for him to have a very long career, Bavaro was kind of similar to Gronk, but that his body just didn't hold up for the whole, for his whole career. He paid the price for his real physical style of play. And that was tough. But Bavaro, like Gronk, was that complete tight end. Run block like a monster, catch like a monster, run routes like a monster. Just a good all-around great tight end. Just didn't have that super long career. But yeah, I guess I could see maybe a little bit of that. That's hard for me, Fat Daddy, because I picture Bavaro being of that 80s typical tight end body style of guy that was your 6'4", 6'5", 265. He'd have to have 40, 50 pounds on Bobo. Bobo's a big, thick receiver, but Bavaro was a pretty big boy too at the tight end position. He wasn't a small guy there by any measure, But they both win the same way in the way they catch. Bavaro didn't necessarily create a lot of separation in his routes, but he was a great contested catcher and a smart route runner and heady in what he did. And, if he got his hands on it, he was going to catch the football. And Bobo and him definitely have that in common. There's some of that comparison there to be had for sure. Bavaro was a monster, man. I loved watching him come up. I mean, he went on and helped that team go out there and win a Super Bowl. Was he on both of them? I know he was on the one with the Sims team that won, but I don't know if he was still there a couple years later, Fat Daddy, for the Bills one. You'll probably tell me down in the chat. Can't remember if he was or not. He might have been a multiple title winner in that respect. Appreciate you, though. Thank you for the $5 donation, man. Mark Bavaro, there's a great old name I hadn't heard mentioned in quite a long time. Sam Fisher, thank you for the $10 donation, Sam. Says, as an out-of-town Seattle Seahawks fan who lives out of state, New York State, would you advise me to pay $299 per year for the YouTube TV NFL package or to keep using those streams? You know which ones. I do know which ones. And I'm not going to give you as good a clear an answer on this as you might like. People have had issues live streaming games through the YouTube app and other places in other ways where the app will freeze up. It's a little like we were watching the preseason game the other night, and King 5 kept just, for whatever reason, having hiccups where the game kept breaking out of the telecast over and over again for some reason. And they couldn't seem to get a control on it. And it was weird. And it's like that a little bit. So there's two worries I have with it. As I stand right now, Sam, I want to just say, go get the YouTube package. And eventually I do say, yes, go get it. I do think that they're trying to work out some of the kinks still with it. And I would be monitoring, Sam, to see if, as we get closer to the season and people use this stuff and even preseason, how stable has it been for people? Have they been able to really keep it to where it's really running, or are they running into where it keeps freezing, it keeps tripping out, boxing up, getting all pixelated? So I would want to see about that part a little bit, Sam, because I don't like the thought of buying it. But I will say that you don't have a lot of other options. So it may be smart just to do it from that standpoint, because there really isn't, like you say, the other thing is you go and you get the others, you have to go use the other streams, which is hard because then I know with my brother trying to do that stuff's not fun to do either. You just, nobody wants to hunt and peck and have one thing go for a while and then die out, and then go another one. That one goes for a while and dies out. So I do think it's going to be eventually worth it, Sam. I do, and I hope it's going to work day one. But that part of the process, the stability, and then the fact that it's going to have like a 45-second delay sucks. That's, to me, that'd be more of a bigger problem for me if I was streaming, I think, than it is for somebody watching. Because if you're 45 seconds back, it's like, okay, who cares? But I do want it to be stable, and it needs to be working. And I don't want to tell you to buy something like that, and you buy it, and then you come to play it game one. And, I guess the good news, you can always go back to the backup streams if you do that at that point. But, I'd only do it right now if you had ability to be like, no, and then cut it off if they're hampered and if they're not smooth and if they're not stable. I'd try it out, but I'd want to see that. And I'd be buying it if I was Sam, if I wasn't in Washington. That would be the app that I would be getting. I don't like doing the illegal stream stuff. I can't go down that route with it, but hopefully they get it right. I've loved the fact YouTube was doing this, Sam, because more DirecTV and having to buy a satellite dish and all that stupid stuff, but just make it work. Make it work. So I guess I'm landing at a yes, Sam. It took me a long time to get around on that one. I'm going to go yes, but I don't feel good about it. I don't feel as solid as I'd like to feel about it. Alan, thank you for the $5 donation. I do appreciate you on that one, Alan. He says, thoughts on Benji Franklin, Jordan Ferguson, and Levi Bell. Levi Bell was the guy that I was probably most concentrating on from the standpoint of this game throughout. And I thought that, he was the most impressive, more in his pass rush than his run stuffing ability in this game. But he was really, really good in his pass rush. Sutherland, strong safety, didn't do a whole lot for me. I didn't see him flash a ton. His grade was just kind of, I guess, okay. Ferguson played 18 snaps and nothing of notable with either of those two guys. I just don't think that there was anything notable that they did to even make me feel like, well, those guys cemented themselves as potential practice squad guys. They just kind of went out there and they were kind of forgotten men, and they were just kind of didn't do a lot out there. Levi Bell popped. Levi Bell was pushing pockets, showed off some good pass rush moves, showed off a lot of high effort and some good power to his game, at least as a pass rusher. So again, stopping the run was a little bit of a different story with him, but he's the only guy of those three that I think really has truly a chance to make the practice squad. And if he plays like he did again, continuing forward, he's going to get a lot of run, Allen. All three of those guys I think will as we go through these next two games. He's going to get ample opportunity to go make the practice squad. I look at the team and you go, okay, who else is the end he's got to deal with there on the practice squad? Who else, especially with now Alton Robinson off? I think there's a little bit more of an opening for Levi to get on that practice squad at that point than there would have been otherwise. But he was impressive. He was impressive. What did he post? He was, I think, our third highest pass rusher in the game. He posted an 81.9 grade on 21 pass rush reps. So Levi was good, man, Alan. I liked what I saw out of him. I don't know if he'll ever give you much in the run game, but that's part of why we still need these extra two games to kind of make final determinations on where these guys are going. Thank you, though. Appreciate you, man, on that don't know. Alan also says the Seahawks are taking the NFC West this season. Let's do it. Why not? Let's just go ahead and do it. David says there's a lot of stuff being discovered about where and how the fire was lit that looks strategic, but nevertheless, God bless. There's definitely a lot of kerfuffle out there being talked about a couple of variety of things, that definitely are being brought up about some of the strange oddness of the way the fires look in certain spots. For instance, the streets not being at all burned, they look clear, but then just the properties are being hit. And it's hard with this too, because there's other complicators. There's fires being created by people out there that are, not always of homed. And, they get in these sections and then fires start from them doing stuff because it's not, in controlled conditions, and people might be a little bit out of their mind in certain spots. And then you have dueling camps of homelessness. It's complicated. So, but there also could be that. The thing I wonder with it, David, is there's like a new law that was put into place in Hawaii in the recent years that if a person has to be rezoned, if their home has to be rezoned, like torn down and re-put back up, if they can't do it in a certain amount of time, that the state can come in and kind of just, force them to sell or whatever. And hopefully that doesn't come about from these people, but I think it probably will, unfortunately. Amazing, the fires came up to my best friend's back fence and then turned around and didn't touch her house, but destroyed the neighbors. Brutal. And Mr. Dog, yeah, I'm out in Spokane. I'm from Seattle originally, but I live out in Spokane right now. HB, watching your whole hometown burn to the ground would be super traumatic. Oh boy, would it ever. Especially because there's these places are where people have lived for multiple generations. These are places that, passed down. They're in some of the most prime area to be at on the island, but it doesn't mean necessarily these are prime homes or these are rich people living there. Nas says, hey, B, the first pass JSN got was an underneath quick motion route designed to quickly get him the ball. Why don't we ever do anything like that with DK? DK attracts a lot of attention, and what you're hoping to have happen on that route when you run it post snap, it's running basically post snap motion to the flat, is that you want to be able to have it to where you've cleared out guys. So oftentimes you're going to use DK because he attracts so much attention, you're going to have him be the clear out guy to run everybody off so that underneath route is then wide open. And so part of this is just, I think, a little bit of the fact DK attracts the kind of attention like he does. As well as it's kind of a quickness route deal more than it's a fast route. So you're coming across and then your job's in 6 or 7, within like 2 steps to get up to full speed, get the ball and then be turning a different direction up the field. DK changing direction and doing that type of stuff. It's not exactly into his strengths for what he does, and it is into JSN strengths. It is a little bit, I think, more into probably Tyler's strengths at times when they have him run that route too. But they'll run it with a tight end as well. It's just a way to get in. To me, it's an easy way to get the ball in a guy's hands. It's not often really going to get you a lot of yards. It gets a quarterback into a rhythm, but you got to have that first receiver who can clear those guys out. And DK is always going to attract that attention of 1 or 2 guys. And if he does that naturally on the play, the guys aren't going to really get run out as much. Yeah, I'm in Spokane. My family lives out in Maui, and they live just up north of this Lahaina location by 5 miles or so. So way too close for comfort. Way too close. We just had the biggest fire in the last 100 years in this country as far as the death toll, and he's 5 miles away from. That's too close for this son. I'm already like, all right, Mom, time to move. Time to come back mainland. Preacher says, like a tornado, the worst weather ever. A hurricane, generally where it's going. A tornado can just disappear and drop on a house, destroy it, and leave the neighbors alone. Yeah, it's true. It's very unpredictable. HB says, with how much we've scouted UCLA, I can't help but think DTR was definitely on our big board. I'm sure he was too, HB. And he was a good player. I think he would have stood out to a couple of different organizations to value him, especially because he was in that place of the draft where he's beyond the second, kind of the third round area. Where did they get him at? Let me see something. I want to see where they had to draft him. I was trying to remember that. So they got him in the 5th round. I think Seattle probably just didn't trust maybe with the size stuff, but I think he's going to be a guy that the Browns are going to be very happy with, especially if Deshaun Watson goes down or Watson can't recapture what he was as a Texan, and that they're stuck in that contract and they need a young guy to, he could be eventually the guy that emerges in that. And I thought he was very impressive in that preseason game he played, and back-to-back preseason games he's looked pretty good. But he was in his, I thought he was in a cut of above anybody else in that basically second, third tierish, the Jay Caners and the Clayton Tunes and the Stenson Bennett's. I thought he was the best of that bunch by quite a big range. New Black says 40 is so overrated for wide receiver. Route running and ability to separate is way more important. Well put, New Blacks. I can't add more than that, and I agree with you 100%. I think 40 becomes an end-all, be-all for some and how they view a receiver's upside for the position, and that should never really be the case. It should be in consideration, but it's a consideration along with a lot of other things that factor into what makes a great receiver. Fantastic. Stewart says, Joe Jervishmit. It is. Stewart says, man, my autocorrect is killing me. It always does that to me too, man. Brian Myers says, Bobo is Jervicious for sure. That's it to me. He looks so very similar in what he brings to the table. Size, how they win, I think their speeds would be very close at the end of the day when we factor in that wet track at UCLA. Megan says, but Bobo wasn't at the combine. What did the scouts and JS look at to scout him at the Hawks Nest? So there's a combine and then there's pro days, Megan. And so the pro day is when, you only have a certain amount of guys throughout the country that are invited to the combine, and they have a set limit. And so those guys, that means you still have guys that are draftable players or near draftable players that you have organizations are going to still go track and monitor. So they would go to the pro day of UCLA. But what I'm mentioning about that pro day is it's not like the combine where it's inside under controlled conditions in a dome. You're outdoors at UCLA and they're having the wettest California weather they've had in spring in 50 years, I think. And so just couldn't, I think, run as fast as he could on that track, but you can't move the pro day just because it's wet. If you go out there and it's like, well, it's a wet day out here, I guess we'll do it tomorrow. No, all the scouts have come into town. It's got to go down that day. And you don't have the combine numbers to lean back on if you're Bobo at that point. So you just got to be a good soldier about it and just go out there and run the drills and hope people are going to lean back enough on the tape. Stony Baker MD says, didn't Howard Twilley have a 4.940? I don't know. I don't recognize Twilley, the name Twilley. Sorry. HP says, Bobo's a David Moore at best. Derek Young is him. I still like me some Derek Young. I like them both. I'll take your word for it on Howard Twilley. I think Docs, is Parkinson going to be the only tight end suiting up for the next game? Of the three, yeah, you're not going to have Fant or Disley go. But you'll have obviously Mabry, and I think we've got one more, Gindorf. Gindorf's kind of disappointing. I thought he'd be better as a blocker than he showed out to be in this game. Stoney says he's probably a tough named Bobo like a boy named Sue. And that's probably true, man. Got a lot of extra fights because of it. Keldon says you have them Niners. What's up, Keldon? William, how you doing, man? Jace? What's up, Jace? Good to see you in the house. Seahawks boom shot Waka. He looks solid. He did indeed. Looked very, very, very solid to me. Tony Borges Silva, I wouldn't put my money down on Jamal Adams starting day one. My opinion is probably we're going to have to wait probably a couple games at this point. He's still not on the practice field, and I'm not hearing anything imminent with him coming. And we're starting to kind of wind down here now. We're inside a month to the first game and not yet on the field. Whitey says, rewatching the game, two guys that stood out were Tyreek Smith and Bobo. Bobo being able to get separation, run a 4.99, great route running. Smith did not get the stats, but he was beating his man consistently. I agree. Tyreek Smith is probably the one grade out of this PFF system what we pulled out of where they had him really low on their potential grading system, but I thought that he actually looked pretty solid throughout this game. So I don't have anything to add. I think that those are two good guys to point out that did play well. Brian says, unless some miracle appears and we pull in Chris Jones, I don't see any defensive line trades coming. Wait for cuts. Agreed. Yeah, agreed. We're going to have to probably do that. Or, Brian, to me, even beyond that, it's probably trade deadline deal if we're looking for the next point. Byron D says, VR helmets to practice working on tackling is a great idea. That's what you do. Is you just have it set up to where he's seeing on his screen everything of a guy a linebacker trying to get in to find a running back in the deal. And then as soon as the running back appears, he just practices attacking. Like the hawk tackling technique is you attack near leg. You attack the near leg, you grab it, and then you roll. That's the hawk tackling technique. So you roll, but then what they're tackling is a stuffed dummy or whatever, right? They can even have it maybe mechanized a little bit. Like the stuffed dummy kind of moves within tandem of what he's seeing on his VR. It's probably a little too advanced for them. But then down the road, somebody's going to figure that out. And whoever it is, it sounds like hyperbole, but whatever organization can figure out the way to teach these guys how to tackle without being able to do the old style of teachings will be a team to be able to go out there and kind of dominate the competition a little bit, because they're going to have one hell of a leg up. Because the tackling issue, though it is an issue here with the Seahawks, I would offer it's probably an issue that you see really throughout the NFL in this modern age because of the CBA negotiations to take out practice time, to remove the time they can work on it. And I just come back to, if you can't work on it, if you can't really work on it truly, if you're just going through the motions, and I've seen some of these teams trying to go through the motions and working on it, and it just doesn't work. Like I've watched the Seahawks trying to teach the near tackling thing, and they do this like half speed thing, and the guy comes up and grabs the leg, and then they just come to a stop. And it just doesn't look like that's not going to fit, Mr. Dog, Hawks Nest, do you watch college football? I do watch college football. I do tend to, watch the games once they're been kind of condensed down a little bit, where I can get a whole game done in an hour for the name of efficiency. But I'm going to be watching every year I do this. I watch more and more games than I did the prior year. And this year, as much as ever, I want to do it because I do want to continue to expand the scouting realm of this, and get that really rolling this year. So yes, I do watch. I'll be watching this year for sure. I mean, we have to for this season, for instance, just to be keeping an eye on these quarterbacks. Megan says, B, got a possible solution for the tackling issues. Come down here and play the All Blacks in full contact rugby. Well, that's the thing, though, Megan, is the point is that you got to find a way to teach the tackling without actually having without having guys being in peril, in danger of being injured. How do you do that? I don't know. I don't know if there is a way. See, Pimpin 100 says, we need speed at linebacker at all times. Agreed, Pimpin? Agreed? I think with Bobby out there, you're not going to necessarily have that as much, but he kind of makes up for the lack of speed with the instincts a bit. But Bush and Brooks, the one thing they have minimum and what they bring to the table is pure, raw, unadulterated speed for the position. Jason says, as someone who's played football and rugby, they're very different ways to tackle. That makes sense. Sure, the pads come into effect a little bit differently with it. I think actually like Bush inside linebacker, but would be cool if BBK made it to the starting lineup. 2022 and 2023 comeback players of the year, maybe. Maybe? That'd be tough for him. That'd be tough for him to pull it off, but I guess it's possible. George says, I wonder if Levi Bell could be transitioned inside linebacker. Good gracious, he looked good. Boy, did he ever. Very impressive kid out there. Space, do you think Sean Payton will make any difference in Denver? I think he will make a difference in Denver, and that he's certainly a far better coach than Hackett was. And I think in the long term, Sean Payton has a really good chance to take that Denver franchise and get it back to a place of prominence. I do think it's going to take Sean Payton a little bit of time to make this happen. I think Sean Payton knows this. And unfortunately, I don't think that this is going to occur with Russell Wilson allowing it to happen. And it's not to shade Wilson. I just don't think he's been operating with quarterbacks for years that, working on time and breeze with the, everything crisp and, German-like efficiency from his offense at times. And you have a guy in Russ that's just not as much. That's the opposite of his game. It doesn't, in a lot of ways, work together well. And Payton will do his best, and he'll make a good go at it. And there's even a chance he's because he's such a good coach, he'll find a way to make it work. He's taken other quarterbacks and at least make it work by getting wins and losses outside of it being that Russ suddenly takes off. But I don't know if Russ long term I don't know if he's long for the NFL world as it stands right now. I'm not shading him. I hope he comes back this year and blisters things. That'd be great. But it was a mixed bag there opening night, and I don't know. I just don't know. What's up, D-boy? Jay says, I started playing football this season, going into my senior year for fun, playing defensive end, 6'2", 210. Been dominating at practice, and now my coach is talking about all leagues and working to get a scholarship. Let's go, Jace. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. I like it. You're going to win the leverage war on that outside all the time. That's good. You just got to watch Uchenna. You got the same dimensions there of Uchenna. 6'2". You just got to work off his game, man. Tony says, can you see them having a wide receiver 4 rotation between Eskridge, Bobo, and Young? Probably one more guy, a guy ends up solidifying himself as the first guy off the bench more than another. Those guys could all end up seeing some snaps at given points throughout the season, but I think one guy steps forward as kind of the guy there, Tony, above another. Taker610, thank you for the $5 donation. I do appreciate it, Taker610. I want to thank everybody, too, for all your donations tonight. Very, very, very appreciated. Taker says, caught up with a cousin the other day who is a Browns fan. Turns out we play the Browns this year, October 29th. Perfect get-together game. Well, not only that, Taker, let me add a little bit of a cherry on top for you, because this is also going to be the throwback game. Hawks are going to wear their throwback jerseys in that game. So all the better, all the funner, watch on that one, man. And it's going to be a good game. The Browns are kind of being, I think, a little bit slept on because Watson did play as bad as he did last year. But I do believe that they are going to be a team that's going to be difficult to deal with. They're no easy walk, and that whether they're winning 10 or 11 games or just 7 or 8, that they'll be probably a tough matchup by the way that they're put together. They've got a hell of an offensive line. They can run the ball. Watson's there now. If he can step back into his form from what he was with the Texans, and looking at the wide receiver core that they have kind of now rebuilt a little bit better over the last couple of years, it's going to be a tough game. That's going to be a tough game for us. So hopefully we can pull it off. It'll be fun to see him in the throwbacks on that one. But Taker, it's nice, man. Nice little bit of we don't have a lot of rivalry with the Browns fans, playing once every 3 years or whatever. So it's good to get that back up and going here a little bit. Thank you though, man, for the $5 donation. Tony Borges Silva, thank you for the $5 donation as well. Says, can you see there being a rotation at wide receiver 4 between Eskridge, Young, and Bobo? And so, yeah, just let me expand a little bit on that answer I just gave a second ago to you on that one too. Eskridge is a guy that's going to be a slot only guy. I think in Bobo and Drake Young, I'm getting a little bit more confidence that Bobo can do a little bit more stuff on the outside, but I think that Drake Young is probably the best of the bunch on what he does on the outside. Bobo is probably more often than not going to be slotted to the slot. And so this is where this gets a little bit tough to kind of pull this apart between what is what and where is where. Why, Tony? Because, what if you have Eskridge in a role of being the gadget guy? And so when he comes back after week 6, when you come back, you're like, we're going to give him some fly sweeps. We're going to give him some bubble screens. Well, is he technically in the rotation at that point, or is he just package based? And when he comes on the field, well, it's more package based. You could still then be having Bobo technically getting more snaps at that point, but they're not really in I guess they're kind of in a rotation with that, like you're talking about. So that would be technically sort of the rotation. But that's the only way I would see a rotation work in that manner. I think what would likely happen with how it would really settle is outside of Eskridge getting those occasional touches, one of these guys rises to the top over the other, and the team then just favors that guy as to be the first guy to come off the bench. Because all 3 of those guys can play in the slot. I don't know if Eskridge can play on the outside. I think that, though, I know Young can, and I think Bobo can. So that doesn't then limit them in that. But it's a little bit of a tough question to answer because of Eskridge's uniqueness and what the team would look to do with Eskridge. And we're going to try to manufacture some stuff for this guy. Now, is he in the rotation at that point? No. He's being put in there to try to get some use out of this, what do you want to call it, a weapon or something, for lack of a better word. So kind of is the answer, Tony. Kind of. But with more of an overriding factor of it being just one guy that sort of separates himself and becomes the dude. Thank you, though, man, for that donation. Appreciate you. Do, folks, if you can, please hit that like button if you could. It does help out this channel considerably. Helps me grow and all that good stuff. Show up on the algorithm, all that good stuff. I do appreciate it. The Snail says Aesop will make the team over Landers based on special teams. Could be. You do wonder if Landers is going to be able to do the special teams aspect of things. So it's possible. The back end wide receiver on the roster is often the guy that what his basis is in special teams and what he can do as a special teamer will derive his value to whether he makes the roster or not. It's a good point. Landers definitely has a lot more of the natural juice, speed, and all that natural ability. Why do I say Seattle has many multi-passion O-linemen? To me, this means 6 wide receiver. There will be such a battle for the last spots. Let them fight. Darwinism in effect. Could be. It could be. I think that they're usually at 9 or 10 offensive linemen, and you know that they're going to keep Olawatimi and Stone Forsythe and Jake Curhan. So that puts you, to me, at the roster of a minimum of 7. And that's without having one backup guard. I would think that they would want to have 2 backup guards out there, which is going to mean that you're probably going Phil Haynes, Damian Lewis, Bradford, and then that's really the key, I guess, in the last one is, do you just want to rock with Bradford at that point, or do you hold the one extra guard there? Or do you say, we've got Evan Brown, we'll just slide him into guard if we need him at that point? And they might on that. But it takes guts at that point to do it that way, because your line can get, think about this, you can get a couple of injuries in a game now suddenly, and you don't have enough linemen. And I have seen that happen to teams that try to go too light with their numbers game on the line come game day. Jason, my tackling is crazy. I've been flying around the field, tacks on the opposite side of the field from where I'm lined up, and grinding all summer. Got the season. That's the way to do it, man. So excited. Also tossed around a 300-pound offensive tackle. Let's go, Chase. There you go, man. Well, work hard. Stay on it and get that grind going, man. You did the right part by working hard in the offseason, not just waiting till the regular year to get it going and turn it up. See, Pimp, and I don't think Jamal Adams is necessarily super close. There's a relative close structure to this, see, Pimpin', but I mean, how close? He's practicing. He's supposedly practicing. He's not practicing, but he's working out. They're working him out pretty hard, but he's not yet to a point of practicing. I do a timeline on that in my mind. I see he's probably missing the first 2 to 3 weeks in order to give him an extra month, in order to remove a little bit of probably the wear and tear of him on that versus making him run out there for a 17-game season. But we are getting late in training camp here, and I think that does push a little bit of the outlook on Adams to being a bit further into the year before he actually gets on the field. Kevin Sober versus Bobo Brazil. Tony says Bobby mentoring Bush is going to help him out a lot. I would think so. Can't hurt, right? Having a guy like Bobby and his knowledge and understanding of the sport can't hurt. By the way, I still have some concerns about inside offensive line and inside linebacker, but what we saw against the Vikes gives me some hope. In closed middle inside linebacker coverage, Bush looked better as the game went on, and we still have Bobby. Good, well said, man. Yeah, I feel the same way. Tony, Bradford did indeed look very raw. He had a struggle out there, and the PFF numbers back up some of that rawness. And this is what we knew. I pointed to it in my tape and my breakdown of the evaluation of him, coming out. And I like Bradford from the athletic profile standpoint, but he was going to have a ways to go. And a lot of people were pushing on draft day for that guy to be ready day one to push Phil Haynes and start over Haynes. And I think that he did show this past week. This is going to be probably more of a guy sits on the bench as a backup, and they just try to kind of develop those very elaborate physical gifts he has. Length, size, power, the movement abilities. I think he's a 95 percentile plus athlete out there for the position. So there's a lot to work with, but unfortunately it is still in a very raw clay form. Justin Cooper says San Francisco will be in rebuild mode after the 2023 season. Bet. I like it, Justin. I feel they're close, man. They're very close to reaching that stage of things. Byron P, if they lose Bosa, they'll probably shatter. Yeah, I think Bosa definitely makes that. He's the straw that stirs that drink, and that's your defensive player of the year. I mean, I don't think it's any coincidence that guy arrives on the scene. They go from being the worst team in the NFL to making the Super Bowl the next year. A big part of that is Bosa's presence in there. And I think that they're in a conundrum right now because they're sitting there going, we really want to pay you 30, and Bosa is coming at it saying, I want 35. And the Niners are then looking at their cap and they're going, okay, we got $35 million a year going to Bosa. We got $25 million a year going to Deebo Samuel. We got $11 million a year going to Christian McCaffrey. We're spending $10 million right now on Trey Lance. We've got Warner making $17, $18 million a year. We got George Kittle making $16, $17 million a year. The cap starts to get eaten up pretty quickly. And you're like, we got to get 55 guys on this roster. I need 16 practice squad players, And this is where we come back to that depth issue. How do you arrive at depth issues as a team like the Niners? How do you arrive into the situation where the depth ends up costing you? It's not the star players that end up costing you, but the depth that ends up costing you, like this, where you have to put the money on the board. You have to spend on the guys. They've earned the contracts. Debo balled out. Got to give him his money. Bosa just had a defensive player of the year. Got to give him his money. Kittle's been one of the better tight ends in the league. Got to give him his money. But then you ended that state where they're at right now. And I didn't even bring up Trent Williams at, what is he at? $25 million a year. Throw that one on top of the pile. Starts to make it tough for a general manager. We saw John Schneider having to kind of get through those acrobatics. And it is not easy. And there's not just a fast, simple answer in order to offset the problems of having to pay that many players that much money. It's a good problem to have in certain respects to be that good. But it does challenge you. It does challenge you. I think they end up paying him, though. They're not going to lose Bosa. They'll buy her, but I do think it's going to end up costing him closer to 35 than it's going to end up costing him closer to 30. And I don't think that they're going to be happy by that. Alan says Brock Purdy equals SpaghettiOs. Noodle arm Purdy. Megan says the fires near my town were started by lightning strike or on dry timber bee. Okay. They get a little bit more in Maui started by some of the recent fires have been more started by some of the homeless encampments out there that have been going down. I know this one's supposed to be a wire that went crazy from the hurricane thing, but like a wire came down off the telephone pole or whatever, but a lot of them have been started in that way out there. I mean, when I was flying in there a month ago, we were literally just avoided getting cut off the highway of a fire that had come through. Steve Empin says the defense will be allowed to play free once the trust kicks in. You hold the front, we hold the rear, probably after a bye game. We do tend to know, too, with Seahawks defenses, Carroll defenses, Pimpin, that it does tend to take a little bit of time for things to come together. It doesn't tend to start out at its strongest foot to begin with. So we've got to kind of prepare ourselves for that. But it could come together in that way, Pimpin. They've got the talent. They've got the ability. It just needs to cohesively come together in a manner that, you see it all play out. The health holds up. The utilizing the personnel in the right way shows itself, and they can become that. Stephen Coleman says, hey, Brandon, so what do you think about us? I thought we started sloppy, but came back in the second half. I'm overall really feeling pretty good about where they were. I think they ran a very vanilla style, especially defensive calling. They didn't do a lot defensive calling outside of running some stunts up front. Everything on the back end coverage-wise was pretty much just sitting in soft coverages. And so some of that got attacked a little bit early on. But overall, the defense was solid. I thought that the running, them in their ability to stop the run was strong throughout the game, which is probably a point of emphasis, I would imagine, for Clint Hurt and what he was wanting to see from that front, and they showed that. I think it was a good team victory, Stephen. I mean, this is a bit of a, you don't take a lot from preseason games, but this is the blueprint for how Seattle Seahawks want to win football games. Be balanced offensively. Get your explosive plays in when the moment presents itself. Defensively, run fast and free. Be able to supply pressure with the front four, drop into your coverages on the back end, squeeze those zones on up, and then play great special teams on top of it. There's more to it than this, of course, but I think this is where some of this kind of begins from and how they want to win games. And that's how you'll tend to see them winning games throughout this year if they are going to win, is that it all comes together to help itself. And every, especially with the special teams gets forgotten about at times and some of that. But I think it all does work together in itself to present itself, showing you how you win football games. So that part, as much as anything I loved about it, Stephen, is that they're fit into their form a bit. But they were also solid, I thought, from the first through the first string through the third string, which I think speaks to their depth. And that being improved this year over it's been in recent seasons, which is encouraging to see. But good. Overall, good, Stephen. A good opening step, a good opening look. We need to not look any further than our division rivals for how an opening game in the preseason can get the fan base freaking the F out and a little bit unnerved. So you don't want to be in that place. You want to be in this place right here where you're feeling good. You like what you're seeing. And this is all beyond, Stephen, to me, the win and the loss, the 24-13. Winning the game's great, but the manner by which you got the win, what brought that win together and to happen, is the part that I find, more impressive from this game. Addicted to Hawks says, Brandon, see any news on how John Michael Schmitz or the two other Big Ten centers did week 1? Well, let's go take a look. Let's go take a look. Schmitz. Who was he picked by? The Giants. Okay. Let me see. Let's take a click here. You have to remind me on the other guy from it was Wisconsin, I think. Right? So you'll have to remind me on that one. But let's take a look at the Giants. Maybe the Giants haven't played. Let me see. Oh, this is riveting. I know it's riveting live stream here. I'm trying to find the Giants game. I want to see how John Michael Schmitz did in his opening one. There we go. Yeah, it's not coming up. It's being stupid. I'll have to look it up. It's another point. It's not coming up for me here right now. So I'm not too sure on that Addicted Hawks. I didn't see any news on those guys on their opening week as of yet. But I'll try to check it out for Wednesday's show. I'll let you know and look into it a little bit, see where he is in the, Tipman from Wisconsin. We'll see how he did as well. So I'll get you an update at that point. I was trying to look it up there, but it wasn't coming up for me quick and easy. They kind of bury it for the preseason stats on PFF. Addicted Hawks says, Stu Voigt, the Minnesota Vikings, is the greatest tight end ever. I'll take your word for it. Joking. Why do I say on the bright side, the ocean currents are slowing down and life on the planet is dying? Other than that, it's all great. Breeze, C-Fam, Brandon, stopping by, showing the channel love. Everyone, this one of the best channels. Let's go Seahawks. How about that dub? Definitely a breath of fresh air. Let's beat the Cowgirls. Yeah, let's go after the Cowgirls. I think it's time we go after the Cowgirls. You know, let's take Jerry down a notch. Let's go get him Seahawks there now, like we did last year. Take him down like they did in there. Just going to do it again now. How about that? How about them Cowboys? Not this week, Jerry. Not this week. You're going to have to take it. You're going to have to take it right in the gut. But thank you, Breeze. Appreciate you, man. And thanks for jumping in, showing some love in the chat. Fat Daddy says, yeah, he had another Super Bowl with Hostetler. Okay, so he was a 2-time winner then. He was a 2-time winner. Yeah, Bavaro underrated. Jeff Fornall, can't they use some kind of tackling dummy? I mean, they do this thing where they've got the thing on motion that they can move around and they go and they grab it and they tackle it, but I don't know if it's really anywhere close to the equating to live tackling sessions. It seems to be more of a, this is as close as we can kind of get, but it's still a mile away. Sam the Great thinks Bobo is going to make the roster. I think he does too. I think having the suspension and then the hernia on top of it almost kind of really just about, I don't want to say guarantees it, but I mean, he's leading at the poll. Addicted Hawks says NFL Plus is way cheaper than YouTube. NFL Plus, you can wait until Sunday night and watch a condensed game in only 30 minutes. There is that, but if you're wanting to watch it live, that's the brutal part about it, that Addicted to Hawks. You know, it is really cool and it is way cheaper. Let me expand a little bit. It's got a little more expensive this year, but they've also added in Red Zone, which is cool. But if you're wanting to watch it live, it's hard sometimes to wait that long into the day to check it out. Seahawks, why do the Cardinals always change their uniforms? The team's so bad. The team is bad, and I don't like the new uniforms. I don't know. It's a tough color scheme to make it work anyway, but it's like, eh. Jojo says, I stream games for my friend in Discord while I watch the games on Fubo TV. Oh, there we go. There we go. That's nice of you, Jojo. And I do the Fubo thing on my end as well. Only the Fubo is that costs you like $90 a month, so it's certainly way more significant than the YouTube deal at $300 for a full season of football at least. And I would do that over the Fubo, but I don't know. I just don't trust I'll do the Fubo first because it's more stable. Garrett DeGrand. I'm fine with watching like the old days, CBS and Fox during the day, NBC Sunday night, then ESPN, or back in the day, ABC for Monday Night Football. Those were good old days, man. Yeah, I agree. I've kind of been digging up on the red zone, being able to watch that early on in the day as you're getting hyped up for the game. I mean, that just keeps you juiced. But, I mean, I like that old day of having the game set up as they used to, too. I certainly prefer that, too, over the Thursday night games where it's more of a full slate on those games. Greg Kemp says, Brandon, I'm surprised you didn't make the Brian Finneran comp for from the Michael Vick Falcons for Jake Bobo. And while they both aren't amazing athletes, they both just get the job done with routes and reliability. Finneran had a good little bit of chemistry there with Michael Vick back in the day, and he'd be a good comp to make with it. I like the Jervicius one because we've had that guy here before, and that one just feels a little more right for me. But I would take the Finneran comp too, and if he could become Finneran, I'd be happy with that. Seahawks says, have you guys seen the Bryce Young game? Panthers have a long way to go with Young. I watched a little bit of it. I noticed on the first snap, he just got clobber knocked. And I was just sitting there going, man, this is what I'm talking about with this kid. He just got completely blindsided, and it looked like he just got car crashed on the very first, you're going, oh, my goodness. Size matters. But I'll check it. I'm trying to go through a little more of some of these other preseason games and see what's what. Kind of slowly getting through them. Brian says AZ is going to be better than the Rams once they bench Kyler and start Tune. They just say F it. Like, let's throw Tune out. Who cares if it goes wrong? Let's try it out. Mickelcam. If Kobe Bryant ends up killing it as a safety, would you then consider Adams and Diggs as cap casualties? Since we've also got Reed waiting for a chance to play as well. What's your opinion on this? Mickelcam, you just converted Quandre Diggs' base to bonus. And so you not only have removed the possibility of him being cut this year, but you've removed the possibility of him really being even probably cut next year. Technically, you can do it, but I don't think it's likely to happen with them moving the money around like they have in that deal. So Quandre's off the table. In regards to Jamal Adams, no, I don't think at this point Jamal Adams being cut is something that's going to happen. I think that if the team was really in contention for wanting to cut Jamal Adams or have that in their mind of being a potentiality, they would have crossed that bridge already further back in this offseason so that they could then use the funds to better build this team going into training camp. I don't think that they're going to reactionary-wise now look at it and go, well, he's taking a little bit too long to come back on this injury. Like, let's cut now. I don't think they're going to do that. So Adams remains here. Kobe Bryant had some flashy moments in the game. PFF, it's worth noting, didn't exactly love his game overall and what he did. So let's look at the defensive game. Mickelcam, looking at the defensive scores coming out of this game, Kobe Bryant was your 23rd rated defender. 23rd rated defender. 49 defensive overall grade. He was good in the run defense. He was good as a tackler, which is surprising, of course, at the corner there. But the coverage scores at 45. Maybe a bit of a fish out of water out there at the safety position in coverage. Maybe. And so I don't think he's going to, what my point on that is I don't think he's going to do enough here in preseason to make you feel good enough, even if you were going to cut the guys, to cut him anyway, because he's probably not quite there on that. Alan says that, Brandon, much respect, fellow 12. Thank you, man. Much respect to you, and thank you for all your donations, brother. Appreciate you. Appreciate all your support. Stuart S. says, wow, Brandon, I thought Ferguson shined. I kept wondering who number 42 was because of his play and was surprised it was some guy named Ferguson. Agree on Bell. He looks legit. Yeah, and these could be just tough grades that they're putting on them. I got to be honest with you. It's because, as you can see, let me show you here too with this. You can notice with this, when we go down to Ferguson was your 26th rated player on this, just below Robert Cooper. I got to be honest, when watching the All-22, I didn't lock in on Ferguson, so I can't give an opinion. And he did only have, you see that 18 number here, that's the snap count for him. So he did only have the 18 snaps over the course of the whole game. And that rating is kind of at a small sample size pointed out from that. A couple bad graded plays can lower the whole boom down, and they can work in the reverse way too on the sample size data of like PFF. It makes it hard if you only got the 18 snaps. You like to have at least 40, 50 snaps to kind of work off of with a guy. But I didn't necessarily lock in as hard on Ferguson, I guess. But yeah, Bell definitely was legit. And yeah, Seahawks, I don't think Kyler Murray's coming back anytime soon either. Tired Canadian, is there any way we can blame the fires on Russian hackers? They hacked the infrastructure of Hawaiian and inserted an incendiary device on one of the poles and hit it. Brian says, really doubt Ferguson and especially Bell show enough to make the 53 practice squad maybe. Yeah, that's kind of their upside for the team where it stands. Dick Docs, Brandon DK attracts a lot of attention at weddings too. Tuxedo shorts, laughing out loud. Strong choice on his part for the tuxedo shorts. Hard to make that work. I think I could make tuxedo shorts work. But that's DK, man. Seahawks says, bro, I watched Sean Payton post-game video, bro. Was so heated over preseason game. Sean's intense. Sean's he's the old school variety of coach. You know, he's going to spit fire. He's going to chew glass. He's going to be a hard ass at times. Like, that's Peyton. And I like it about him. I think part of what makes him a good coach. I think it's part of why I have a little bit of confidence he will get that organization eventually the right place of things because of that intensity and how much he does care. But it can be prickly too, dealing with that type of guy. What the smell says, Brando, I'm from the dry shitty, aka Tri-Cities, East West Washington. Stand up. Let's go. East Washington. Where you at? Where you at? Walla Walla. Walla Walla what? Baldwin Lake. Baldwin Lake, where you at? Cheney, I can't hear you. Cheney, I can't hear you. Snell, Malik Cunningham looked good. He looked good as far as, you know, you want the guy as quarterback to run around. He could do like some Jalen Hurtsy things without the 9 route throws, you know, like just as long as you just have him running around a whole bunch and doing a lot of tiny little dink and dunks. He could be all right. Megan says, the Hawks Nest, where are the PFF grades taken from? I don't put as much stock into them as some, rather pay attention to what I see and hear. Where do they come from? Taken from? They're come from PFF enlists oftentimes more, as I understand it, the former pros and people who individually grade the players. So what they're doing, Megan, is you have a player and a guy, and he's going to be watching an individual player throughout the course of the game. And so you might give him 5 players he's got to watch in a game to grade, but he's going to be watching every single snap of that player, what that player did, and making an evaluation, snap in and snap out on the grading system from there. I've often said, Megan, I do believe it's imperfect. I do not believe that it should be a tool that's necessarily, utilized as the end all be all in order to evaluate a player. It shouldn't be. But here's the other thing with it too, Megan, is that I also feel like I also really bristle and I don't quite understand the folks who say that they don't put any stock into any of it. I really don't get that. And I know that's not necessarily what you're saying with it. And I look, the eye test at the end of the day is the most important thing. But I also believe this, Megan, I don't think you or I or anybody other Seahawks fan individually is individually looking at every player, every play of every game and evaluating every play and locking onto that player of every position. None of us are putting our eyes on it in that kind of fashion. And so, the eye test is important and you want to lean onto it as much as you can. But I also think throwing out the PFF data to just think, well, I just don't trust it. And a lot of times people's reasons for trusting it is kind of arbitrary and based on just sort of their intuition that they just don't want to trust it. And that's really, to me, kind of a too simplistic outlook and view on PFF and what it does and what it supplies. And it all seems to come out of people thinking that the people on the other side of it and how they view the analytic structure is to lean on it wholly. It's like there's this straw man argument that is sort of created from the people that are anti-PFF, where they treat the people that look at PFF like they're looking at the PFF data as a Bible. It's not a Bible. It's supplemental data. It goes in addition to other base statistical data you look at. It goes in addition to your eye test. It goes in addition to scouting. You put it all together, but you don't just take one thing, one point of data and say, I'll rely on this one point of data. You try to build up all the data as you can to kind of make your ultimate, I think, determination about players, teams, play on the field and whatnot. So That's just my outlook on it. I will lean on it as a tool, but it's not an end-all be-all tool. And sometimes I'll lean on it as a tool, make it if I haven't seen the tape, I'll lean on and say, well, here's where the guy's grade is, and that gives us a basic understanding of where he stands. But obviously, at the end of the day, the tape is what's going to tell the full tale on the guy, and you want to lean onto that as much as you can. But the PFF's of value too, I think. Chuck Seeger, tell me more about the Ivy League guy. I'm not sure about which guy's the Ivy League guy. I'm sorry. Justin, I feel like if Jamal gets injured again, we all know, including him, that he'll be done. So I can see how Pete is cool with giving his recovery as much rest as possible. Agreed, Justin. I don't think there's going to be a rush here. I'm okay with their taking. I would have been in the favor of saying, okay, if you're gonna possibly make your choice to cut bait with Jamal, you do it where you could have made it as a post June 1st designation. You could have cut up the dead money cap between 2 seasons, and you would have had to eat that money, but you would have spread the dead money over 2 years to make it more economical for you to sustain it. The team just chose not to do that. And if you did that, then you got to kind of pivot then to, he's here this year. We've got to just take our time with him. We've got to let him come back at the pace that's going to work and make sense for us. And then some of it, I think, too, is Justin on this of what if we kept him out the first couple of games, give him the extra rest, but then there's the less of the wear and tear. He plays 14 games this season rather than us trying to push him out there for 17. And then maybe we've got him by the end of the year still. Maybe he hasn't been broken down by that point. I do agree with you, though. I think Pete is kind of slow playing this a little bit and just trying to judge where it's all going to kind of go. Why do I still read in every comment with 200 to 400 viewers? This is why the OGs are loyal like gangsters to our man. Thank you. Why do I? I'm always going to read the chat, man. I love talking to my chat. I love it. And people may be wondering coming here, the new folks, as to what I'm doing, why I'm not on the chat right when you're speaking as it's live. This is the way I run my chat. I've done this for 4 years. I'm not going to stop doing it. This is just how I do what I do, which is that, you've come in here and you've watched my channel. You've taken the time to comment on my channel. Hopefully hit the like button. I'm just going to anticipate you're doing that. And if you're going to do that for me, I'm going to try to do for you is be respectful enough to respond to your comments and questions, as many as I can kind of get to and catch, and try not to miss anybody if there's something there worth saying. And it's just, and also because I like where you guys come from. I hope people can realize when they, hear me read my chat and, what is going on in the mind of the people that are in this community, in this base, is that everyone's using their thinking cap. Everyone's thinking intelligently for the most part. And people are raising concerns or raising, things that are good or bad or the indifferent or other that are going to make you think more often than not here on this channel. And just all the more reason to be respectful enough of it to, try to get to all those questions on it, man. I love it though. I love it. Tired Canadian, best 3 after DK, Lockett and JSN. Landers, Bobo in the lawn chair, laughing out loud. Well, I definitely would go probably Derek Young, Bobo. I mean, I guess Eskridge if you have to, but then if we want to remove the Eskridge quotient, probably Landers. Cody Thompson's probably the guy who didn't play the first preseason game, who's probably one who's still in the discussion here. I think Cade Johnson's definitely has got a hard uphill road. Stewart says, thing about Bobo, despite poor testing, he excelled at Duke, then excelled at UCLA, then excelled in practice, then excelled in the mock game, then excelled in the preseason game. Might be something to it. It's a great point, Stewart. That's what I always try to say as well, is that the guys that go out and they pop in a preseason game, when you go that there's a little bit more noteworthy here than just it's a single preseason game this guy's going off in or doing really well in. If you start backtracking it and pulling on that thread to where you go through and at every point that this guy's career in college and then after here through mini camps and then in that scrimmage game, like you say, he has been excelling, he has been producing. That probably tells you there's a little bit more something to this guy than just him being just a fringe guy he's got like long odds to even get to the practice squad. As maybe many had thought when they were looking at Bobo as we were approaching training camp that would be his outlook. And I think that has definitely changed. He has done well everywhere. He did great at Duke. He played a little more on the outside at Duke, so he's got some of that in the bag. He wasn't always just a slot guy. That was really mainly just the way UCLA decided to use him last year. But he was great in both places. Pandalorian, would you say Bobo has more value from the perspective of special teams as well? He certainly made a hell of a special teams play down there, didn't he, when he got down on one of Michael Dixon's punts, which speaks to his ability maybe as a gunner to get up the football field. And you'd have to feel like when he gets times as a gunner to go up against a cornerback who's going to try to stay in front of him and keep him blocked at his size, he's going to have the advantage there over that guy. A lot of times you do tend to like to have gunners that are going to have the speed. And that's the part where, maybe he's going to have to do this and be effective gunner in a kind of an unusual way. So that's the place where he's missing that a bit. You want usually the guys that are getting up that field fast down there. But he did a good job with recognition. And, the guy that came, he pitched the ball back out off the bounce. And the guy that was coming up there and to down it at the one just allowed their foot to drag a little too far into the end zone there, or they would have had to down it at the one because of Bobo's actions on that play. So he looked at least good there, I would say. But the speed thing's the part I'd worry about with that Pandalorian, is that the outside gunners tend to be guys that you want to be 4-4 type guys. And that's the part where maybe he's, with his strength and brutishness that he can provide out there on that edge, maybe he can get around it with that, where he just sort of just slings the guy aside and gets right up the field. We'll see. Justin Cooper says, at this point, cutting Jamal is beginning to make sense. Yeah, I just think they had to cross this bridge in the offseason, Justin. You do it now, I don't think you can spread the dead cap money across like they could have if they made him a post June 1st designation. And there's just not enough money to save. And I think that this team, when making this decision and knowing that there was a risk at play as far as Jamal and when he would come back and when he would be ready to go, I think the team already kind of they had to make a tough decision on this one. Yeah, we can save the money, but it's not a lot of money. And there's 2 years of dead money cap that we have to sustain, including maybe next year when we're really trying to go for it and we're still eating dead money off of Jamal, and a lot of it to be sure. Next year, we save way more money by cutting him at that point. That pushes you into a direction, doesn't it? And then you go, okay, well, if we're stuck for him for another year, then we just got to ride this out for what's right and appropriate for him. Not, we've got to get the most value out of him in every 17th game and all that, and he's got to be out there for every game this year. Like, well, we got to get what we can get from him this year. And kind of ride it out and see what sort of happens, I think. I feel like that's their standpoint on things. King Bomber says they carried 9 offensive linemen last year. I think they'll do the same. So yeah, I think they would do the same then as well. 9 for sure. And 5 receivers. That feels right too. Yeah, you're going to go 5 receivers, 9 linemen. You got your 3 tight ends locked because you're not going to 2 tight ends. So you're to 3 tight ends, which is kind of like some teams only carry 2. So your 3 tight ends, your 4 running backs deep. It's going to be hard to keep the extra player to an extra position by the way the numbers games round out as it stands. Delicate, can we right guard off of waivers for better depth? Can we get a right guard off waivers? Maybe around the cut deadline that happens. There's going to be about 1,400 players on a single day that are going to hit the open market when the final cut down day hits. So there is any number of positions that might be available, any number of type of players at any number of different places in their careers available at that point, different costs. I think there'll be guys available around that time period to potentially get better at that position if they want to. I don't know if they'd look to attack that. They might feel better about the offensive line than some of us do, and it may be more about the defensive line at that time. I think that's where they're more leaning. Nitro, where do you see the offensive line finishing this season? I think they're probably a top. They're probably a top. I think they're going to be a top 10 pass protecting unit, if not even maybe potentially a top 5 pass protecting unit. I think they'll be probably a top 15 run blocking unit. So a little bit less in the run blocking, a little bit better as pass protectors. I think Abraham Lucas and Cross will step forward. Last year, they were both around the mid-60s as far as their PFF grades. If you want to use that as a basic barometer, I think this year you'll see their PFF grades probably around like 72, 73 each. A little bit more improved, a little bit better. And then next year, probably even a little bit more improved. A little bit better even beyond that. Lewis will be solid in the contract year. He'll be around that 70 mark like he was last year as well. I'm not sure about what we're getting out of the center and right guard position as it stands. And that's what gives me just a little bit of hesitancy of not putting them higher in either point, because that does remain the question mark. Yeah, I don't think Cade Johnson makes the roster either. King Bomber. I think he's going to have a hard time on the practice squad at this point, I think. Chuck Seeger says Kobe Bryant was looking real physical. Yeah, he certainly has the physicality to slide into the safety spot. That's not a question there. You know, I guess the worry with him is going to be just his instincts and feel for the position, being so new to it, and it's also being the third position change that he's done in 3 years. That's what's going to make that just a bit tough. But coaching staff seems to feel pretty good about him there, and he looked good overall. Why do I says one thing about Aesop, he was not creating much separation. If all he can do is catch tight window passes, we might have a Case and Williams type situation. It's true. I'm not as big on Aesop too. I'm just kind of another guy I think just kind of fringe guy on this team. Justin Cooper says Bobo is also a famous clown. He is a famous clown. It's true. Yeah, King Bomber, I think if I was making a guess on this, I think it's Bobo Landers as your 4 or 5 receivers on the roster until we get to week 6. Or until we get to the point of Derek Young and Eskridge coming back. And if not Landers, I think it's Thompson. I know he didn't play this past week, but King Bomber, and I guess they would have to make a decision on who to release for Eskridge if they still want him around. Yeah, you probably see Landers then go back to the practice squad, or Thompson go back to the practice squad at that point. Justin says if all the dudes on defense smack like Kobe Bryant did, that dude will do great. Agreed, Justin. I think the defense was, man. There's a couple of really good hard hits in this game, more than just a few, where guys were laying some wood out there, and it was good to see. It was a breath of fresh air from what we've seen in recent history with this defense. We'll see if it continues to carry through. It's one game, but as an initial opening step, it was nice. Stewart says if this defense is going to surprise the league, if they improve the run defense and our offense rolls up points, they'll have to throw at our stacked defensive backs with our fast pass rush. Could be something. Could be, Stewart. And there have been teams in recent years that have been good defenses that were bad at stopping the run, but didn't have to worry about that because their offense, as you say, was so explosive on the other side of the ball that overcame their run deficiencies. The case in point of this being last year, the poster child for this last year, being the Philadelphia Eagles. Alan says, how about John Radigan getting 9 tackles before the half was over? That was impressive, man. That was pretty impressive. He had a bit of an up and down day, and he definitely struggled in coverage, Alan. He had some pretty tough reps in coverage. HP says Purdy was looking a bit sus in their joint practices. He was. I had 3 interceptions on one day in particular, and I follow a couple of those content creators out there in Niner land, and they have not been. It's there. You can just feel the nervousness. It's even beyond their words. It's the way that what they post, how they post. It's the difference of opinions you see across the board online from Niner fans in regard to the quarterback position. Everyone is damn nervous right now about that quarterback situation there. Nobody feels good about it, and we are deep into camp here. There is no, well, the guy's emerged. He's obviously this guy. He's that dude. He's going to be this, blah, 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 blah. That has not occurred. It's still a lot of question marks out there. Snail says, I'm going to call up Bosa and tell him he's worth $40 million and should definitely hold out. Does anybody have his number? He's already got his brother telling him that. It's like, I signed for 27.5 3 years ago. Come on, bro. Inflation, bro. Come on, bro. Inflation, bro. King Bomber's all the way down to a conditional 7th. Not even a 7th for Eskridge, huh? King Bomber's it's a conditional 7th. He's out. I get it. I get it. Those that are out on Eskridge, I understand. And I'm sure the team's probably playing with the notion of it as well. Why do I can see the O-line as 9 like some years before? Yeah, I could see it too. You've got between Lewis and Haynes, you got 2 guys that can play each guard position. Evan Brown can play each guard position. You even got a guy in Jay Curhan who's played some guard. Hell, even Stone Forsythe has. And yeah, Stuart Eskridge has talent, man. Just the patience is running thin, like you say. King Bombers, that 49er preseason game, though, got my confidence up. Herbicide says, how did Tariq Smith do for preseason? Haven't had a chance to look at the tape. Like me, there's been a couple people that were actually pretty impressive by him. He looked kind of twitchy. He was using his hands really well and throwing kind of linemen off him and to create kind of some separation off him to get the blocks off. He didn't seem to have a lot of productivity tackle numbers. Didn't seem to have a lot of productivity as far as from PFF standpoint and their outlook on him. But I was impressed with my first view of him on tape. He looks the part. He moves really well for his size. I think he's a guy to continue to monitor here, but there wasn't any real big flash play. Just he would kind of jump out to me off that line. My eyes were going there. And Justin Cooper, Deuce Vaughn looking pretty good for the Niners. I hope he plays next week. He's such a fun player, and my Darren Sproles comps are looking real good with that kid. Why do I say, is this a great season to be a Hawks fan or what? We all about to have a hell of a time. So pumped. Oh, it's going to be a good year, man. It's going to be a good year. King Bomber says, I think Taylor's the fourth guy in the room right now. That's my daily hot take. Ooh, bold, man. You think Hall's got him, huh? Maybe. Certainly as a run defender, he's going in before Taylor on that. I'll say that. You got Hall as the koala. Glenn Jerome says Jalen should have been the fifth pick. Yeah, maybe. We'll have to just track it, Glenn, and see where it all goes with that one, See how it all kind of shakes out on that one. And I know Jalen Carter had the really flashy early play in that Philadelphia's game where the first snap he's back there and he's generating pressure, but you do go back and look at the stat column for the Eagles game there, and Jalen Carter didn't register a tackle. Jalen Carter didn't register a quarterback hit. Jalen Carter didn't register a single stat statistically against the Eagles. And so while that one play is a flashy, fun play to watch from Carter, it's also not necessarily indicative that, well, that's for sure now with the training camp he's had, he's going to be awesome. We'll see. We'll see with him. And I loved Carter Jerome. I did. I'm a big backer on him. But I think it's too early to make any kind of final determinations on that one quite yet. Roger the Shrubbers, is Young the Texan quarterback? No, he's the Panther quarterback. CJ Stroud's the Texan quarterback. Herbicide says AR for the Colts ain't looking good either. And no shocker there. She really shouldn't be starting this year for them. They should be sitting him on the bench and giving him a year to learn. There's definitely a bit of a let's rush this thing out with him and see if we can capture lightning in a bottle like Lamar with the Ravens. And I don't know if that's necessarily the smartest process to get the best out of Anthony Richardson long term. Yeah, AR was gonna need time. Jason says, are we running out of wide receivers to compare Bobo to? Sigh. I suppose so, man. I suppose so. We still got who's another one? Oh, there's still a few more in there we got. The kid we took out of Georgia, like the third or fourth round a few years ago. Herbicide says Carter was looking great. How does Will Anderson look? He looked pretty good. He created a little pressure where he caused the guy to step up in the pocket. I don't think he got a lot of snaps, though. Herbert says the Lions rookie inside linebacker was looking good. Not surprised there, man. That kid's was pro ready. The Iowa kid. Delicate says, I think the home jersey would have been better with the huge Arizona on the chest and kept the ST stripes like the other jerseys and white pants like the other first round quarterback picked for 30-34. Yeah, I'd go with that, Dell, over what they did, which is the red on white, pure red on white, which just looks kind of weird. Glenn, I like Colby at safety too, man. Good to see that the physicality, you worry about the corner going to safety, is physicality, hitting, tackling. That stuff held up with him, though. So that was encouraging to see. Justin says, I like how JSN describes himself experiencing the game slowing down again. He took time off last year, so we can't forget that. He did the perfect amount of reps. Yeah, I like what I saw at him too, man. He looks like he's going to be able to hit the ground running, which just helps this team out that much more for this upcoming season. Cork says, blaming the fires on Russian hackers is any less ridiculous than finding a way to blame it on Ukraine. Delegate says, I hope PFF gets paid. That sounds like a lot of work. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they charge for subscriptions, so you'd hope they'd be paying their guys to some degree at least. I would imagine. I would think. Megan Stock says, I never said I didn't. I wasn't saying don't put any stock, Megan. Just that in rare, that's something I will hear at times. I said they're not the only things I look for when scouting. That's fair enough. I wasn't trying to position towards you. As much as it's just something I see in the chat at times. Wants as much data as I can get. That's good to hear. 360 inspiration, things you're most excited for on this team this year. Second year guys jumping forward. Always, the coaches will tell you this, that players make their biggest jump professionally from their first to their second seasons. And you had a lot of guys in their first seasons who played really well, who if they take that big, remarkable jump in their second season, you're going to have one hell of a team this upcoming year. The offense has me absolutely elated for the possibilities of what they might bring to bear. They had 5,800 total yards of offense last year, and through about the last third of the season, they kind of had some of the wheels fall off. What if they can remain strong all the way through this upcoming year? What if they can keep that consistency at play all the way through? Can they become a top 5 offense? Can they become a top 3 offense? It has me extremely, extremely excited about the potential explosion, because a great offense can help a defense in this modern NFL, especially if it's a defense that has some little holes maybe here and there that you have to cover up a little bit. I like the potential of us seeing a defense continue to evolve into the modern era, sliding away from those other old cover 3 principles that were stagnant and unchanging for over a decade. And now you have started to change it. Now you have started to find a way to do different things and to run more varied coverages and potentially, dare I hope, dare I pray that the team shows more of a willingness to take advantage when it comes to generating pressure and making offenses uncomfortable with more complexity. And the door is just ever slowly last few years cracked open for that potentiality to happen by bringing in a Jamal Adams, seeing Bobby Wagner last year in this very same defense being used as more of an attacking ploy, more than your typical just middle linebacker, traditional sitting in his spot kind of play, getting him up around the line of scrimmage, letting him attack. And if the team starts to do a little bit more of that, I think that that's going to help this defense this season, right now, immediately. And those are the main parts that stand out to me that I'm going to be really, really keyed in on. But and then, of course, other than that, just the part to watch Geno continue to shut up the haters and the people that don't want to give him any credit for what he did last year. And that's not our local fan base as much as that's what you see from some people nationally, with the still who remain in that camp of Geno's Geno. He is what he is. He is that guy that he was, who left the Jets after 2 years and not finding success. That's who he is. Well, I'm going to enjoy watching Geno continue to go out and rip through this league. I'm going to enjoy watching Geno continue to go out and throw some of the ballsiest throws you see in this league. Not playing fair, not playing scared, not playing fearful, but letting it all hang out. A guy who's realized here he's gotten his rare second opportunity at a quarterback life, and he had to wait 10 years to get it. And that man, and his hunger and his want and his will, has churned that out into an off season where he has worked, it seems, as hard as any guy could possibly work to hold on to that second and last opportunity, to recognize how not desperate it is, but how valuable it is, how it's so fleeting, how this is your last one chance. What are you going to do with it? We all have those parts in our life we like to think about when we look back on things and like, oh, I'm in this opportunity. If I can just work hard and knuckle down and I can just bust out and I can just put everything into this one thing, I can be great in my field, or I can be successful in this. But a lot of times when we're young and we have that happen, what do, right? We don't have the understanding of the moment. We sort of get lost in the, in this, I'll get to it next. I can get to it later on. There's always more time. I always got a chance down the road to go and take that seriously and really take that head on. And what you have in Geno is a guy who's not with that view. I got 10 years in this league. I got 7 years left in this. I don't know if I got one more year left in this league. I better do everything in my power because of how hard it was for me to get this second opportunity, but how valuable it is to get this second opportunity. How few quarterbacks in this league get that second opportunity. And you have a man who's realized that, and he's shown you that in every press conference he's given, and every soundbite you've heard from him, and every way that you've heard the players talk about that guy coming into this season. Every one of them has been so succinct in saying that this guy is on it, from coach to player. And it's wonderful to see, and it gets me so excited about Geno Smith because when he then does have that success, when he goes out there and matches that year that he had last year, you root for that guy because he did everything in his power to capture that. We look at these football players and we revere them, but we also want them to respect the privilege they have of being able to play that game because there are so many of us that love this game, that would have played this game professionally if we had the smidgen of talent and ability to get in there and do it. And you want those guys to have that. And so many times we see those players that are great and have the natural talent and they don't get it. They overlook the fact that they're playing professionally, that they're just getting by on their natural gifts a little bit. And that's not what you're getting from Geno Smith. And so that at the head of anything has got me so stoked for this guy going forward who's done it right, who's done it in the great way, that as we leave this diva age of quarterbacks and maybe move back into the quarterbacks being more in the mold of what they used to be, which is they're always the most valuable player on the team, sure. They're always going to make the most money on the team, sure. But there's not this, they float on high in a cloud above everybody else. They are part of the team. They are part of one member of this team at the end of the day. And I feel that way about Geno when I see him going about his business. TJ Yeti says PFF also says Seahawks have 30th ranked offensive line. Definitely disagree with that. Well, this is where we get to where we want to lean into on PFF. PFF is an outlet that wants to create other outlets within itself. And what I mean by that is that you're only going to get so far as a PFF grading system by here's the grades. That's what they are. Let's write an article based upon this grade and just presenting the grades for what they are. That's the value to it. When you start getting PFF into a place of projecting out based on the data, that's them then interpreting the data. And now we get into a place of subjectiveness. We leave the place of looking at the film and tape, and now we start to look into how do you analyze that data on a grander scale? How do you analyze that data on a projection basis? That's where I don't put as much into the stock of PFF when they want to start using it in that method. That to me is about more content creation stuff they're trying to do there than it is really, housed in just the hard and fast numbers that we can go off of. So I would not be utilizing PFF as a projection tool. I would use it as a judgment tool for a given game played or for a given game of a collection of season of games played and the cumulative data of that for a player or for a team, but not to be used in a projection way. I'm with you on that, TJ Yeti. I don't like him for that. That's more of a human, this is what I feel thing more than this is just what the numbers are. Yeah. Glenn Jerome says our best pick was JSN. He might be, man. With the kind of, he's had Glenn Jerome the best camp that I've heard of any rookie, I think, in just about my lifetime of watching rookies come through camp. I've never heard about as much hype as this kid's gotten. It's been pretty incredible. Justin says somebody called Geno another Ryan Tannehill, but we forget about Steve Young. We do forget about Steve Young. Forget about Steve Young. There's guys like Brett Favre that didn't take in their first place. I think Steve's probably the better comp because he had to wait that longer period of time. But yeah, Ryan Tannehill's not anywhere near the same, I think, to me, as far as Geno goes. I think Ryan's maybe a little bit better of a scrambler, but Geno's a way more natural thrower of the football. Ryan Tannehill looks like a guy that's a receiver who transitioned to being a quarterback. Remember they had him playing, I think, receiver his first year or two there in college. And that's how he looked. He's not he's got the Lamar Jackson, technically the ball comes out and it can come out in a spiral, but it doesn't quite look free and easy coming out of their hand. When Geno throws, it's free and easy. It's a smooth, fast delivery. There's nothing wonky to it. But there is that with Tannehill when I watch him. It's just like with Lamar, where it's like, I technically can't say that you guys got like a huge windup, but just something about your motion doesn't look just quite right. Delicate says, how close are the PFF grades to Pete and John's grades? I'm not sure. Relatively close. I will say, I mean, PFF is, I believe, utilized by every NFL organization. How much how much stock they put into it and how much they weight it into their evaluation. That part I don't know. Riverside says, why didn't Cameron Young play? Is he hurt or something? I hadn't heard of him being hurt, but you're right. He indeed did not play. Roger says, how hot is it on your side of the state beat? We're heading up to 100. It's not been too bad of a summer, though, for us here. Like, the fires haven't been the worst. And we've had moments where it's gotten hot, but then it'll dip down for a little bit. We'll get a day or two of some rain. And it's starting to build back up now, but that's what you'd expect as you get into mid-August, that it would start to get like kind of hot like this. So it's going to get to 100, but it's not the humid heat you get out on the East Coast. It's a dry heat out here. Very dry. Island Johnny, will Olu start this year? Is there a battle, or is Evan Brown cemented as our center right now? There is a battle, Island Johnny. And if you look at the offensive line stats, which I will present right here in front of me here, as you can see, Oluwatimi was your second-rated offensive lineman as far as, at least in pass blocking rating goes. Now, he was pretty good across the board at 61.9. If you put him up against some of the other guys on that line. Evan Brown wasn't bad as well, though. Evan was step for step. So you can see Evan Brown was your fifth-rated offensive lineman in this game, in pass protection at least, and he came in a little bit better as a run blocker. So Evan Brown's got the lead on him right now. Can Oluwatimi make up the space, Island Johnny? Yeah, he can make up some of that ground, and he's looked pretty good. He's had some days where he's been fitted out there with the starters. But it is probably going to be a fight that comes down to the end of camp. And I think if it's even Steven 50-50, Coach Carroll is going to probably err on the side of the vet over the rookie at that point, because that's the way that he's leaned in the past, just naturally. D-Boy says, hey, chat, my brother was shot last night, so if everybody sends some good energy or prayers for him, thank you. D-Boy, man, I'm so sorry, brother. Man, that is horrible. I hope he is okay. I definitely will send some prayers out your brother's way tonight, and man, that is tough, man. Hang in there. Oh, my goodness. I hope he's okay. Seahawks, Geno is the best thrower in the NFC and has the deepest ball. Geno Smith is better than Hurts, bro. I'm with that. You can sign me up for that fight. I'll fight that fight with you. Seahawks Blue and Green says Witherspoon has a hamstring injury. That will take long, but hopefully not the whole year. He is dealing with something, yeah. And hamstring injuries are tough. Tough to gauge and can sometimes take a good amount of time to get over. Yeah. Sportsman, that's one sleepy kitty. Yeah, she likes to come up, and she's usually a little more active, but she's tired tonight. She's had a long day of napping. Chicken God says, nice evaluation of PFF. It's a nice addition to the overall picture, but at the end of the day, it's just an extrinsic values, and then you have to apply the intrinsic evaluation. Exactly, Chicken God. One's got to go with the other. It's like a handshake. But we just want to use all of the data we have. I mean, next generation stats, which is in PFF. I think that's something to utilize as well as an analytic tool. And these are ever-evolving analytic tools that will get better in the foreseeable future. They're still with some, not without their rough edges now, but they will continue to get better and better and better. And TJ Yeti, it sounds like Evan Brown's probably going to be starting, but nothing solidified. Still somewhat open, but he's got the lead there a little bit. Kevin Sorbo says, so are we winning the next 2 Super Bowls or 3? I want to be greedy and say 3, Kevin, but it's just going to be 2 that we're going to have to satiate ourselves with. Yeah. We're going to have to just be satisfied with just that. But they are back-to-back, so. And Geno did indeed have the best statistical deep ball in the NFL last year, according to the advanced stats. Delicate, does Aesop Winston make the practice squad? Only if he can probably nudge out Cade Johnson. It helps him out that you've got 2 of your receivers that are probably active roster guys that'll be unavailable to start the season and so won't count against the roster, being Derek Young and Eskridge. That opens that up for not only Bobo and Landers to make the active roster, but then for a guy like Aesop Winston to make the practice squad initially. Does he last there then throughout the year? Once you get to week 7 and those guys come back, Probably not at that point. D-Boy says brother was at a downtown at a concert and someone started shooting and he got hit one time with two other people. So please send good energy, please. I will definitely send that energy out, D-Boy. That's tough, man. At a concert, just enjoying yourself, and so he starts shooting. Ew. Brutal. Delikey says, isn't Jake Bobo the son of Georgia Bulldogs offensive coordinator Mike Bobo? I don't know. Is that the case? Not sure on that. Chicken God says Bobo can be a great rest on target as well, and his personality is the type of glue that brings people together in the locker room. Pete Carroll loves that type of player. For sure. For sure. And Bobo's definitely a fan favorite at this point, as he should be. He balled out, like Justin Cooper says. He balled out in that preseason game. ZZ's got 11-6. I like it. I'm with Herbicide on the 12-5. I'm firmly in that camp this season. My record prediction. Justin says, I don't hate him. I just feel like we're in the stages of considering cutting him loose. Before he got injured last year, it was out of the question. Laughing out loud. It could be Justin. It'll be interesting to see how this plays out with the Jamal situation, especially if he cannot get back onto the field in practice. So it's worth monitoring, and I don't have a firm opinion about how this one will play out because they've not really shown their hand much. I just would have thought the offseason there was this one spot you had to make that choice where you could have created some cap space. You could have just moved on. You could have just called it a day. You could have prepped your roster to facilitate bringing on, you could have kept Ryan Neal at that point, for instance, you could have cut Jamal and said, okay, we got Ryan Neal, Julian Love, and let's roll, So that's why I'm a little hesitant to get on board with thinking that it's on the table right now, just because you missed that little bit of that, but it doesn't mean it's not possible. It certainly is. And he's not on the field yet. Don Power Ranger, Hawks Nest. Hello, Brandon and all. Hope everyone is amazing after our Seahawks first victory of the preseason. We are doing pretty good, man. And good to see you in here, Don. And everyone's feeling pretty good about themselves right now, I think. Alan, thank you for the $5 donation. Sorry, a little late on acknowledging, but appreciate the donation nonetheless. It says the Niners quarterback room is sus. Their fans just don't want to admit it. You couldn't get them to openly admit it, but you can sense it in the arguments that break out over the smallest of little items. I mean, you'll get a practice squad throw that will cause the deepest divisions in a Twitter thread between Niner fans on just one throw, and they start going at it. That's where you see it. The tension is so ratcheted up there. And the reason it is because they know they've got a team that is Super Bowl contending worthy. They know they have a team that's fallen short of getting and taking a Super Bowl through a time where it probably should have won a Super Bowl, but it's been held back by getting to that Super Bowl because of the fact that it's the quarterback position time and time again. You get that PTSD thing. I mean, this happens with the Mariners deal. You get to a thing where over 2 decades, you keep losing games where you're pitching great and you're fielding great, but you just can't hit. You just can't hit at all. And it's the same with the Niners where you're through that for a few years. It starts to set in where you just start getting a little touchy about it. And they are very, very touchy about it. And I can't blame them for it. They're right to be worried about it. It's sus, like you say. It's sus. I can't remember a lot of Super Bowl contenders I can remember coming into a season that didn't know who their starting quarterback was going to be. I cannot, in my recent memory, think of that. I just can't. I don't remember when it's gone down like that. Much less you've got 3 guys who all have some kind of somewhat of a claim to maybe being the guy who should be given that job. And I always go back to the Bill Parcells quote. It's one of my favorite ones to put on this because it's so true, I think. And him saying, if you got 2 quarterbacks, you got no quarterbacks. Well, if you got 3 quarterbacks, how many do you have? If you have 2, it's even worse. You're like a negative integer at that point with your quarterback depth chart. So we'll see how it plays out, Alan. But it's definitely not, I think, ideal in the way that they have that set up from their standpoint. And they would admit that, I think, behind closed doors under a lie detector test, they would say the same, both front office and coaching staff alike, in regards to where that quarterback situation's at. They're going to have to find a way through it, man. They're going to have to find a way through it. I just don't want to admit it. I like it. Thank you, though, Alan. Appreciate all the donos tonight. Fat Daddy, thank you for the double donation. Appreciate you, brother. Says, hey, brother, thanks for the awesome stream while I work to finish the kitchen remodel, but it's shower and movie time. Go Hawks. That sounds good, man. Movie time's always fun. So it's a good time. And I do a little movie action. Good job on the kitchen remodel. There we go, brother. There we go. Glad to help you get through on the remodel, though. Hopefully you got some nice outfittings going there, and it's all working out good, and it's going perfectly as you planned it. If you're doing it yourself, that's the part you only worry about with it. But congrats on that, man. Hopefully it's a good movie you're going to check out. Thank you for the donation. Hope you're having a good night, man. I'll catch you on the flip side. TJ says Trey Lance looked like booty. Yep. And Purdy was meh. Yep. Yep and yep. Ain't that the truth? Why do I says I think this outstanding coaching staff showed some of its wares that game. Dudes look so much sharper as a group from game one than camps before. It's been a while. Everything looked good. It did. I'd agree with that. A little more tighter. Alan says Brandon agreed on the offensive line. Sounds about right. Yeah, it feels about right with those guys being the 9 that we've got that we roll with. And that's how I see on the performance side too. They'll be good. They'll be solid. In a couple of years, they'll be a monster. Maybe even 1 year from now. And yep, Space Olu's been solid throughout camp. Glenn Jerome, Hawks are going to pass on Carter. Regret passing on Carter. It's possible. It's definitely possible. I think we got to give it the time with it though, Glenn. I think we got to fight a little bit of the instinct here. And I was seeing this jump out of the one play that he flashed in the Eagles game in the preseason. And it got everybody going in that realm of, well, we missed on him. And I think what we've got to do with this one is give it a little bit of time. Carter might go out there and light up in the first couple of games. But if he's in week 9 and he has some off the field incident, you could be going through the first 8 weeks going, see, Hawks were idiots. Hawks were dumb. And then week 9, it's like, well, they were ultimately then smart though, weren't they? Because this ended up playing out like they thought it was going to play out. So I think we got to give this time to see what history will tell as the tale. And we could come to find out, Glenn, when it comes to this situation, that both Carter and Witherspoon end up balling out. I mean, what if both of those two are two of the better players that come out of this draft, period, where both picks were good, And I will say with this, Glenn, Roseman was in a different position than Schneider to be able to go make this selection, to have the stones to make the pick, to have the goodwill built up to be able to make this pick if it goes wrong, to having the Georgia players that were going to surround Carter when he went there, the familiarity that was going to surround Carter, to be able to give him an environment to toe the line and to stay on point. I think that does all kind of factor into this a little bit too. Spaces, Carter's going to kill us. Maybe. Like Seahawks Blue and Green says, Carter might do something stupid and get suspended. Well, we'll see with him. We shall see. Drunk, the only games I see the Seahawks losing are the Eagles, Bengals, 1 game to the Niners, and 2 teams like last year we should have beat. 12-5, baby. 12-5. Sounds good to me, Drunk. I'll take it. King Bomber also chances that Bo Melton comes back. I don't see it happening. I think they like their receiving room where it's at right now. And he wasn't altogether very good in preseason last year, Bomber. Remember, he had quite a few drops. And Delakey Bobo does run faster than his tested time. Remember the thing in the tested time of that Delakey is that he was running on a UCLA track that was pouring down rain. So it was not in a situation where he could necessarily get the footing to be as fast as I think he would have been like if he was at the combine running indoors on the track. Wicked Garden says, okay, I'm here. We can start now. Duran J says, I didn't care for Radigan or whatever his name is, Radatini. I wasn't big on Radigan's game either, Duran. I didn't especially like what I saw from him in coverage, but he had up a lot of tackle numbers, but he didn't do really a whole lot out there, in my opinion either. Ethan, I would think Kobe at safety will allow him to focus even more on forcing fumbles, which he's already fabulous at. It could. It very well could. And yeah, he's good at it. Drunk Jordan Love looks decent. He did look pretty good. He looked all right. I think the Packers could be a team a little bit. They're like in that mode of like a Saints team, or in that where nobody's really counting on these teams to make much noise, but could suddenly, and we come to find out that they're one of the more solid teams in the NFC. You got to remember that Green Bay defense is still pretty legitimate. The young receivers could be coming and taking a step forward. They drafted 2 tight ends. And that kid that I was really hesitant on, the Luke Musgrave kid that was super uber talented, he's supposedly been kind of tearing it up out there at camp. So maybe they find their way this year. Chicken God says Brock Purdy threw 5 or 6 really sketchy passes that were almost intercepted the last few weeks of the season. He's still got a lot to prove. He does to me too. And I think that at the end of the day, you as a quarterback, if you're limited by your arm, there's only so long you're going to be able to make it work in the NFL. And you can be brilliant and smart and mobile and throw with anticipation like nobody else. But when you're missing arm strength to the degree that Brock is, I am highly skeptical of that guy long-term being successful in this league, because that's just such an impediment to him. And that was before he had the surgery. I don't think the arm's going to get stronger post-surgery. Wicked Garden says Niners look bad. They don't look good. Delicate Eskridge is 30 years old. He was an older prospect. That's true. Justin says Niners are patching a 4-year Super Bowl team. Their latest patches have been bumpy as F. Great way of putting it, and that's true. You know, you start patching up once you get 4-year, 5 into a run. It becomes patching, and you lose your depth, and you get guys getting plucked every single year. This guy plucked, and that guy plucked, and this guy taken, and that guy taken. You're a good team, so people value your players and want to then bring your players to their team. Herbicide says, I see us losing to the Lions, Cards, Niners. You see us losing to the Cardinals? You guys losing to the Cardinals, Herbicide? And then he's got the Niners, Commanders, Steelers, 12-5. As long as we end up at 12-5, I don't care how we get there. That's fine. That's fine with me. I don't know about us losing to the Cardinals, though. Why do I says I make an unequivocal argument that the main reason Seattle went 6-3 to 3-5 the last half was not the drop in run D quality, but drop back passing using EPA. I will leave it in the comments after. Yeah, it hurt. Definitely hurt. I think your pass protection was a big thing that rolled off, and your ability to create holes in the run blocking game fell off, which made you have to throw more. And there was a lot of interrelated problems there that went beyond just the run D, I think. Wicked Garden, we are really going to roll with Jaron Reed at nose tackle. And I think he's going to take to it very well, actually. Justin says deuces on the Cowgirls, but that guy's a badass little dude. He is. He made some plays out there. I think we're getting our renewed Darren Sproles, our 5'5" little toddler out there making people miss and look silly. Chad Hart says, I bought 2 of the throwback jerseys yesterday from my favorite Seahawks of all time, Cortez Kennedy and Geno Smith. Hey, let's go. Let's go. 2J Yeti, Eskridge got hurt again. Reports said told he got out of bed and broke both ankles. Spinal. It was spinal. Out for this season. I had a back injury. It was spinal. And we'll see Wicked Garden if Carter's the monster or not, defensive tackle. He's looked good, but again, the one flash of the play, it's so tough on this. We get the confirmation bias. Like he has a good camp, and he has the one flash playing that Eagles game where he has a pressure, but that was it for him in that game. There was no tackles, there was no TFLs, there was no sacks, there was no pass defense. I don't know how much of a run he got in that game, but we'll see where he ends up. I think he's going to be guys still, I stand by my evaluation of him, and I like him, but I think we gotta wait to let this play out on that one. Let's see where it's at through the season. Let's see where it all kind of settles out, so we don't make any kind of premature determinations. King Bomber says also, who are your guys to make the roster at outside linebacker? The names that you mentioned: Nwosu, Mafe, Hall, Taylor, and Smith. That's it right there, King Bomber. Those are your 5, and they all make the roster. And then Smith probably is inactive on game days, but all 5 of those are my pretty much sure they're going to be your 5. Mafe, Hall, Nwosu, Taylor, and Smith. Nicky the Hawks, Brandon, who will be starting rotating at nose tackle against Cowboys? And don't tease me about Maze. Rotating a nose tackle against starting rotating. So you mean for us? I got to figure we're going to get a little bit of Cameron Young love out there. They're not going to put Jaron Reed out there in this game. But I would say you'd probably get a little bit of a healthy dose, I would think, of Cameron Young. I'm not sure, though. Ask me later on in the week, and I'll have a better answer. Orbisette says McCoy has dominated the Hawks since he played for the Giants. That's a fair reason. He's definitely cut us up, and you're gonna play him at least once this year. It's true. Alan A says Cardinals should trade Kyler Murray for a couple of first-round picks and start the rebuild. I don't think, Alan, that I don't think with what he's getting paid right now and coming off an injury, they're getting a whole lot of nothing for him if they move him. I think his value is pretty low throughout the league right now. I mean, maybe you'd get a second, third-round pick, maybe a single one, but you ain't getting anything close to a first for him. It'd be a little bit. It's just his value. His stock is at its lowest point it's probably ever been in his career. Agent says, I thought I saw a putty cat stretch and do a about a face. Was she stretching? Good girl. How you doing? Yeah? Yeah, you sleeping? She's sleepy. Roger the Shrubber, did anyone see the baseball stat dude get fired for putting up the team stats? Yeah, they suspended him. But they got a lot of blowback for that. I think they're going to probably try to wipe their hands of that one pretty quickly, realizing that was not the right move on their part. Strange one, too, because the Orioles are having a good year, and it's just he's doing what you're supposed to do as an analyst, which is point out information. But people don't like things that aren't positive, I guess. It was weird. That whole thing I've never heard of that happening before like that. Justin says, remember when winning in the postseason came with being paid? Now going above 500 seals the deal. It does. Yeah. That's part of where I think the trend of the quarterback's value is gone, though, where you see this ever point of the quarterback's value is always high. If we're doing like a stock chart, and here's the stock going up higher and higher, right? And it's just always through the years kept going higher and higher. And I think we got into the early teens here in the 2000s where it had been at its highest ever, and then it continued to go up above that point. And it just a rising tide lifts all boats, and boats that were even at the low end of the tide were still getting paid because everybody was determining that this is what you had to do. And everybody, like lemmings in football, just went along with it. No matter how many of these teams kind of got into some bad contracts with players when they tried to pay them too early, who hadn't really earned those contracts. The Jared Goff deals and the Carson Wentz deals, where the people would come back and go, well, we shouldn't have really done that. That wasn't, we got a little jumpy there on that one. But I think there's going to be a course correction on this as well. And that things will slide back in a manner, and guys like Geno Smith will come along and find these whole points in the deal where, look, I can still get paid, but I don't need to drag the whole team down from a cap standpoint as well at the same time, as so many, I think, quarterbacks have decided to do. I think Doc says accepting the 2023 Great Stretch Award is Pumpkin. She's a great stretcher. Her stretch game is second to none. Wicked Garden, are Tariq and Spoon playing this next game? No and no. I would put a 0% chance on Spoon, and I would put a 1% chance on Tariq. And Justin, I agree with you, man. Kyler should never have been paid. And the team knew that they shouldn't have paid Kyler. That contractual obligation for him to study 4 hours a week that was put into that contract, and then to release that information out, because that's the other thing too, is that was leaked out, I think, as much as anything from the team. Shows you that the team had hesitancy there. Showed you the team was not always fully on board with the Kyler experience. And yet they still did. Why? As I say, these teams pay these quarterbacks for really, two reasons. I always had a second reason. But the first one's desperation. Desperation, and I think this is just where the market is. And that stupid reasons to ever make any decision from a football standpoint is because of desperation or fear. That was the other thing. It was fear-based, Well, if we lose out in Kyler, if he goes somewhere else and then he lights it up and we were the team that didn't get him done right because we didn't set up an offensive line at first and go down all that line with it, right? And that fear, then, well, we got to hold on to him, make sure that we got the stuff in the right conditions here. And if we give him the right conditions, maybe then he'll be good. If we give him the right coach now, well, maybe then he'll be good, rather than just making the right determination, which is that this isn't the guy. This isn't the one who's going to make this happen for us. But fear and desperation, well, where are we going to get our next one? If we don't just stay with Kyler, where's our next one going to come from? Well, we're going to have to be bad for a season to go get our next one. And then there may not even be a next one available for us. Fear and desperation drive a lot of the quarterback market for teams. And it ends up with teams in a lot of bad situations as far as their quarterback contracts are concerned, and not feeling good about their situation on top of it, not feeling good about the money that they're paying out to that QB. And Dick Ox, I agree. Just let Spoon rest at this point. Let the hammy rest. Let it get right. Let it get 100% right. Chris Jr. 401 says, hope Spoon is a lockdown and not a bust. Me too, Chris. And I don't think he will be a bust. I think he'll be a good player for us. Big boy Jess, what happened to Cameron Young? I guess they just held him out. I wasn't aware of him dealing with any kind of injury, big boy. So I don't know why they didn't try to get him in for a few snaps here. I guess maybe he's dealing with something slight, but I have not seen him mentioned as on the injury reports as there being some major thing with him that he's trying to deal with or work through. So I probably would expect him to be out there this upcoming week. JL says, I'm most excited to see how Geno plays this year and how our run game will be on both sides of the ball. Also, our defensive backs, linebackers, offensive line, and special teams. Oh, those are very noteworthy and worth watching for, yeah. And why do I agree? Yeah, Spoon was a lockdown in college, and he can certainly get back there at the NFL level too. LNA? Oh, Fat Daddy. I'm sorry, you were going to Fat Daddy on that? Megan says, the Hawks Nest may not be around much this week as my dad would have been 78 on Friday, so I'll be taking some time off to deal with it. No worries, Megan. I'll be doing my stuff here normally as I do, but if you're in or out, I appreciate you whenever you can watch and be in here, but if not, I understand. It's all good. I think we're going to have an uptick in our mods in here as we get into the season too, with people returning back into football a bit more. Wicked says, I admit to being down when drafted JSN, but admittedly wrote him off due to his prior injury. I'm thankful he appears to be the real deal. Big things coming. I wasn't over the moon on him either. I liked him. I was okay with the pick. I gave the Hawks in the moment the thumbs up for the pick and understanding the value of it. I did not think he was going to make this kind of impact walking in onto the scene like this and doing what he's done through training camp and minicamp and looking as good as he is. It's every other day there's some highlight coming out of camp of him taking the top off the defense or making some great catch. It's like every day. And I tried to try to put this into perspective for a lot of my younger audience here a couple weeks ago on this Wicked Garden. And that I've been following the Seahawks here for going nearly to a point of almost 4 decades. 4 decades of following this team as a fan. And I cannot remember in my time a rookie on either side of the ball causing this much hype, causing this much conversation about what they're doing and how they're doing and what they're going to be and how good they're going to be and all of that. I mean, he has been head and shoulders above anyone else. And I think it's noteworthy, Wicked Garden. And I think it also tells you that this guy's going to come in and have an impact as long as he can stay healthy from day one. Appreciate you, Sam Fisher, man. And I do think Brian, whether he can become a shutdown corner or not, I think if there's a thing we can do logically with this and Spoon being moved to the slot where he could eventually be a shutdown guy on the outside, but they just don't feel like in his rookie year, he's going to be as good as he's going to be in year 2 and year 3. And really the rub for me on this comes down to Brian too. Understanding the move to slot could be some of getting your best corners out on the field, the 3 best corners on the field at the same time, number 1, right? Number 2, You get a guy in Witherspoon who's a guy in the slot that's going to be able to operate a little now closer to the line of scrimmage to come down and help make plays out in the running game, which he does very, very well. But then number 3, Brian, there's the aspect of the zone versus the man nature here. Your outside corner in the Seahawks defense is more often than not, whether you're running quarters, quarter, half, or cover 3, that corner on the outside is going to more often than not be dropping back with depth into zone. And that's the part of Witherspoon's game that he had to work on coming out of college. He played more man-based concepts going out there at Illinois. So then when you move him from the outside to slot, you're moving him in there now to give him an opportunity to be able to take advantage of that man-based nature. Because if you run cover 3 on the outside, safety in your outside corners, you're probably more often than not going to see the slot running more man. He's just there to stay close to the slot guy and be sticky. So I think it's a little bit more of just getting the best guys out there, taking advantage of what he does good right now, but long-term, he could eventually develop into being that kind of guy. I think when you take a guy in the top 5 of an NFL draft, Brian, you're taking the guy, especially as far as a cornerback goes, I think you're taking a guy with the outlook of this is a guy that can become a lockdown corner, a shutdown corner. Or one could argue at that point, Brian, why are you picking that guy that high if you don't have that outlook of him as a team, Jim Everett the Great says 49ers are cooked with no quarterback. I agree. It's awful hard to win a Super Bowl, and they've shown you this with the great teams they put together over the last few teams that have fallen just short. You need the QB. You need the whole great team, but you also need the QB to come with it. And if you are missing that, you don't have enough. Riverside, did Penny play for the Eagles? He did. Didn't look like he had a lot of holes to run through on the little bit of cuts that I saw from his game. Tony Wright, good evening, Brandon. Good evening, Tony. How you doing, man? Says, well, with week 1 of preseason in the books, the major talk of mainstream media will be that Trey Lance looked horrible and Sam Darnold looked better, and Colin Cowherd will be chirping. He will be, but remember, Trey Lance dated his daughter, and so, he's probably sitting there just like, look what you did to my daughter. I will never like you again. So yeah, and that Colin's got a chubby for Darnold. He's had that thing for like 4 years, man. That thing must be blue balling it at this point. He's been so hot to trot on that guy. So how you're right. That will go in the books, and a lot of conclusions drawn by Colin, certain conclusions off one preseason game. Yeah. Brian says, yeah, I really got to find an Eagles replay so I can see Rashad. I got to check it out a little bit more too. I was watching the game to try to look for Carter, but I just didn't see much of Carter past that play do a whole lot. He's only in for a handful of snaps, it looked like. Why do I say the best JSN could be, not saying he will, is AB, the best slot ever to play. I know it sounds like homer talk, but I'm on record as being his stand before the draft. Kid has special ball skills. He does indeed, man. And you are on record, man. You are on record on that. And maybe being proven to be very, very right with it. Wicked Garden says it's rare for Pete to start rooks at cornerback. Extremely, extremely rare. The fact that they are actively trying to find a spot on the field for Spoon bodes well. Well said, man. Most well. Meg says, okay, 12's in the Hawks Nest, dipping out to go and pick up Ollie from school. Take care and may talk soon, depending on my headspace. Sounds good, Megan. You have yourself a great night. Tell Ollie I said, what's up? Joe says, if Pete thinks Jackson is just as good as Spoon on the outside, but not as good as the Spoon at the slot, then what Pete's doing makes sense. I agree with you. I've tried to relate this a little bit to a Manning of a Madden grade. And, you can move Madden guys around in certain spots. So, picture that your Madden grade for this is Mike Jackson ascending a little bit, improving a little bit, being at his best version of a player that he's been in his entire time here with Seattle. And he did not have a bad year last year. He had about a league average year at the cornerback position. He also plays zone coverage really well. If that guy's an 85 in Madden, and you know that you're going to take Witherspoon out there, and this year, if you played him on the outside all year, he's probably going to give you about an 84 Madden grade as far as overall, right? But if you move him into the inside, he can give you an 86 and 87 grade. He can give you more impact on the slot this given year than he would have given you on the outside, and you have a player on the outside who's also better than him in that respect. These things all go together a little bit. But does that not mean maybe down the road he can develop into being that 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92 guy on the outside? Maybe he could be. Maybe he could be, especially with the last consideration here in the most important part of the puzzle being you play zone on the outside. You don't tend to play man-based concepts on the outside. He said himself that the thing he needs to work on is his zone coverage. The development he needs within his game is the zone coverage, not the tackling, not the man coverage, not the ball skills. I got to get better in zone. So while he's working on that, thing, that hole, not a hole in his game, but that detriment in his game that he needs to round out, let's take advantage of the strengths he has. Let's take advantage of the things that he does do well. And I think the team's smart for doing this. I think it's the proper way to go this upcoming year. It doesn't mean long-term that he doesn't have still a lot of upside. DVN says, I mean, we never got rid of Rashad because he was bad. It's just he can't stay healthy. Correct. I even think DVN, that according to Rashad, they tried to offer him basically the same kind of equivalent contract that the Eagles were offering, and he just wanted to kind of get a new scene, fresh space, get a refresh kind of going, Chad Hart says Geno had so many options to play elsewhere. There's not too many guys in today's modern day football that would rather play football for the team who gave him another chance. Geno is awesome. Well said, Chad, and I agree with you 100%. He took a team-friendly deal here. The most team-friendly deal I think you could have asked for him, given his situation and, like you say, potentially the options he had in other places. And then he's been absolutely the leader that you need this offseason, and he's giving you the work ethic you would love to see from your quarterbacks all offseason. I can't ask more from Geno. Can't be more impressed by Geno than I've been in what I've seen from him this last year. It's just great to see. BZ says, I watched 49ers post-game chat. Lots of nervous laughing, sweaty brows, and stiff upper lips. It's fine. No, it's fine. It's like, do you guys ever see the Key and Peele episode where it's a funny little bit that they do where the guy's girl opens up her computer and she's like, babe? And he's like, yeah. It's like, why is my browser history always clear whenever I leave and come back home? And he's like, I don't know. Maybe just maybe it automatically updated. And she's like, no, I turned off my automatic updates. It doesn't do that, but it's always clear. And he's like, babe. He's like, huh? Are you watching Orn? And he starts dripping down, and like as the bit keeps going, the more sweat comes more profusely down his face as he's trying to avoid telling her the truth. That's how I see the Niners in their post game. That's the way you describe that, BZ. That's what I'm seeing in my head. Sajid says, not concerned with Woolen. We have depth now. Depth was always my concern. We have a lot of depth now. That's absolutely right. WGC, how about getting DJ Reader from the Bengals next year? I think that would certainly be a target of our Seahawks if we get into next year's free agent period, and they would certainly try to make a run at him. And I think the Bengals, with having the Burrow contract coming up, saying nothing of maybe trying to get the T. Higgins deal done, they're probably going to have to spend their money in other places. I know they've paid a couple of their linebackers already too, in addition to that. So that's probably indicative of that they're making their kind of peace of the fact that that's not the long-term answer there for them. I'd make a run at DJ Reader. I would. I think he's a top 10 defensive tackle in this sport. And he's not on the place where I don't think Quinnen Williams is at, or the LaRon Payne types, right? The guy out there at the Giants. But he's still very, very good, maybe just a titch below them. And very young still. Why do I says, Brandon, who do you predict as Pro Bowlers at this early stage? Geno, DK, K9, Woolen seem like no-brainers to start. Yeah, I would say certainly those guys. I think Bobby Wagner is going to be a Pro Bowler again. I mean, let's face it with that. Why do I? I mean, he's almost in as he almost gets legacied in as just an all-pro, say nothing a Pro Bowler. So Bobby gets in there too. I think Uchenna Nwosu has a Pro Bowl level season this year. It might be hard because there are so many good edges in the NFC. So, that may be the one thing more than his performance. That becomes the thing that holds him up. I'd also add Quandre Diggs to that. I think Quandre Diggs is going to have his best year as a Seattle Seahawk this season. My bold prediction for Quandre this year. He's never had this much of a stack of defensive talent to work with around this defense. And he's never had the opportunity, because of the varied style of coverages that they're going to call this season, to go out and be able to make plays on the ball and jump routes like he did last year in that Raiders game that I featured, that one play that he did where he's jumping that route. And that's because you're playing quarter, half. That's not because you're not playing cover 3, where he's got to be the center fielder who always has to stay in center field. But those would be my guys. I think that would be my Pro Bowlers. There's a part of me that's drawn to want to say Lucas, but I just don't think he quite gets there this year. I think that would be about it, though. Herbicide, you have yourself a great night, man. Hope you have a good one. Niners going through some things right now. Niners fans are going through some things. Why do I? When can we get leads like the San Francisco and Philadelphia? Then our our pass rush can pin their ears back and fire away too. Big difference in defensive. Modern NFL, best D is a high scoring offense. Definitely helps. Why do I? And it puts pressure on offenses to have to perform, and especially then it gives you room for errors of defense, right? You can blitz a little bit more. You can jump things a little bit more because you know that if you do take a risk and you do jump something and you do give up a big play and it does cause a score, you do have your offense on the other side that can pick back up that slack if that happens. And it let your defense play looser and free, and defenses are at their best when they're playing loose and free, not fear-based, not worried about the big play all the time, you know. Nick Knox says, Brandon, isn't the phrase a healthy dose of Cameron Young an oxymoron? Just teasing. I agree. Want to see him get mucho reps. Yeah, I need to see what he's going to do there. And so, trot him out there, just have him play the whole game, for God's sake. But yes, it is kind of an oxymoron at this point. Looking for the switch, do I think BBK will make the team? I think he's got a bit of an uphill battle. Flick of the switch, if you want to take a look here at these overall defensive grades from the game. I think the thing that you'll notice here with BBK is these 21st out of 27 defenders in this particular football game. He was solid as a run defender and in tackling. So BBK is right here along 21 there. Struggled a bit in coverage. Didn't give you anything to probably a pass rusher. So middle linebacker is the opening on this team. Flick of the switch. This is the spot where you have a roster in various places where it's stacked and you got no chance to make the roster. Very hard to make the practice squad. Corner, edge, right? Tackle, right? There's a lot of these positions on this team. Middle linebacker is the one that's wide open, and there's no certain person that's filling those holes. You have Wagner, Brooks coming back, Bush. Everything else behind that is open. And as Radigan showed with his level of play, even though he collected the 9 sacks, he didn't light the world on fire. He didn't exactly set the stage to be the fourth guy in that rotation. So I think they're all battling out. I don't think that there's a guy that's clear as to who's the one that's going to win it out there, flick of the switch. They're all in kind of the same place from a talent standpoint. I don't know if any of them's got a lot of upside to them on these back-end guys. But he's in the battle, he's in the fight, and there's an open path to him getting there because of how thin the depth is there. Morgan Barclay, doesn't Cameron Young have a calf strain? That might be right, Morgan. I hadn't seen anything posted on his injury situation, and I did just check before I went live to see who was wearing what was what. So I certainly think if he was healthy, they would have been playing him this last week. So it does speak to there being something that he's probably dealing with. That makes sense. Thank you for the update. Why do ICE's high school quarterback camps, new scheme and rules have made for a much larger quality quarterback pool and more ability to have quarterbacks to fit the roster instead of build around a quarterback or bust? Agreed. Yeah, the level of talent that's coming in, the amount of talented players that are coming in, right? It's a little bit of what you see from the running back position, where I think that's where we see the quarterback position grow to as well. Where the running back position, a big part of why it's devalued is there's so many good running backs. Why should I pay you? I can go get this guy somewhere else who's just right along the same lines as you. I think the quarterback position is going to work into the same way because there is going to be, like you say, more guys better prepared to come to the NFL and be functional, be proficient, fit within the confines of a given offense. Not maybe the star of the day, not maybe the Superman cape flowing off their back, but that being enough that you can find success as a team, that we get back to a being team-driven sport and not a quarterback-driven sport. Quarterback's the most important position. I'm not trying to undersell that, but it is also not the only thing. What's up, Kelly? What, the smell? No one's going to vote for a special teams player to win comeback player of the year. Yeah, probably not. Jocular Jellyfish, is the hate on Witherspoon at all warranted? I don't think so. I don't think it is either, Jocular. And this is a little bit of where I'm going to have to try to, edge people back a little bit or walk people back a little bit from the standpoint, because a lot of this is just the touchiness with the Jalen Carter situation. And there were so many people that were so married to Carter being the guy and that being the right selection. And look, I didn't do a lot to dissuade this from people. I was sitting on the front of the Jalen Carter Seahawk Carnival, and I was blowing whistles and throwing batons in the air and shooting out shirt cannons into the audience and doing freaking Jello shots with people that were throwing Jello shots at me. I was all aboard Jalen Carter, so I pushed this stuff as much as anybody. But I think that's driving a little bit of this jocular, and that it has people a bit touchy with Witherspoon, where if he's falling short and then you have Carter on the other side flashing, it's getting people a little bit in a mood with it. But it's been there for a while. I've seen it as a part of things. We'll see how this plays out. It's part of why I say to you, let's not come to there's no reason to come to quick conclusions when it comes to Witherspoon or Carter. Let's see how it plays out. And if it plays out to whether Witherspoon's garbage and he's a boss and he's horrible and Carter's lighting it up, there's not going to be any bigger person out there than me going, what were you guys doing? What was the thought process here? I'll be calling them to the mats, but I just don't think we can call them to the mats this early on when we don't know. And we'll just have to see how it goes. But I think that's really what is it, jocular. If there was not a Jalen Carter in this world, I don't think there would be as much of Witherspoon under this kind of early microscope of judgment. What the smell, did you catch Pete's response to why they want Drew Lock to play so much preseason? Because we want him to start games and win us championships. That's interesting. That was rad. That is pretty rad. Didn't expect it. I don't know what to make of it necessarily because you got Geno here on a long-term deal. But hey, why do I say wait till people see the second coming of Winfield and Spoon blowing up plays behind the line of scrimmage? People need to go watch his tape. He is the real deal. He is real for real. That's right, he is. Scott Casalucci, how you doing? Vikings indeed lost to us 24-13. Hawks, Brandon, if Spoon plays nickel and Jackson plays cornerback, do the Hawks need to extend Jackson for 24-25? No, because I think that you're developing Spoon, and eventually he's going to be a guy that will develop into being your outside corner. That's where he eventually lands. It's just that you're doing this at this point for right now. You're just doing this right now to get the best personnel on the football field, taking advantage of Michael Jackson's ascent, taking advantage of him going into a contract year, playing his best professional football. So no, I would not go that route with it. I think Spoon's your long-term guy there, and he'll eventually expand on his zone coverage skills and better that stuff. And then once he does, he'll be ready to slide into that outside realm. Or maybe they go to more man-based principles. That's another thing they could eventually do with putting Spoon on the outside if they want to go that route too. But no, I think they let Jackson walk. And Kelly, yeah, Devin's fast. He's a 4.42 guy. I think he could have even ran faster. I think he was dealing a little bit of the leg injury, the hamstring thing at that time. So it's like he put a 4.42 with the hammy a little dodgy. I think he's more of probably a 4.35 guy, 4.37 guy, football speed wise. He's football fast too. Flick of the Switch says, only problem with Witherspoon playing up close to the line is his size. He's a hard hitter for sure, but pro boys are a bit bigger. I'm afraid he's going to get beat up and hurt before the year is out. I think that this is indeed a valid worry to have with a guy of that size who plays with his kind of physicality, Flick of the Switch. And that is a thing that we're going to have to monitor through. I would say that this is a little bit of the piece that you have to make with that risk when you take Witherspoon. That a guy that plays like that he plays like that. And you're really not going to be able to coach it out of him, and you wouldn't want to coach it out of him because that's part of what makes him so good. And so there's going to be him throwing his body around, and he'll either be able to hold up in that fashion or not. It's going to be hard for him because he's a little bit slighter to do that type of stuff. But, my comp on this has always been Flick of the Switch as well. Is, as somebody said above you up there, why do I said, this has been my comp for a while with this of Antoine Winfield Jr., and a guy that was of similar size, a guy that was actually much smaller than Witherspoon, 5'8", but a guy that I believe to be the best tackling cornerback in NFL history, and a guy that would put his head in there, and he had proper tackling form, proper tackling technique. It's part of what made him so good. So, there are guys also on the other end of this that can hold up on that end of it. But I don't think that you can play fear-based with Witherspoon and say, well, we've got to protect him from injury because of his size, so that's why we can't put him here in the slot. I think you got to that's a part of his game that he brings. That's why you drafted him. And if he does get hurt, he's going to get hurt, and if you have those worries about a guy at that size getting hurt because he plays that way, then you got to say, we don't pick him. We don't trust that that's going to hold up. We don't want to roll that particular set of dice. Joju, Flick of the switch is auto browser clear. New Google feature, laughing out loud. It made it such a cool bit, too, because that bit you could do just a service. But he's like, well, maybe it's the automatic updates. And she's like, no, I turned those off. And they got the thing by, it's like it starts out where he's got a little bit of sweat coming down. And then by the end, they're literally having it spits a little bit, where it's like misting off of his head that he's sweating so much. I think Knox says, Brandon, did you catch the Steve Smith podcast about the Seahawks? Pretty interesting. And didn't seem like he was doing a clickbait type of show. No, I think he was, what jumped out to me that was interesting at TikTok is we're mentioning Jojo Vicious as a comp to Jake Bobo. And that's exactly the comp that Steve Smith made. And I was like, whoa, Steve's seen it as well. And as anybody that follows, and this as well, Steve's a guy that I do value his opinion and his outlook of players, especially when it comes to receivers and him looking at receivers and what he sees and what he doesn't see in guys. But it was very interesting to hear his outlook on Bobo. He did a video where he went to Seahawks camp and just kind of some of his takeaways. But Bobo was a little bit at the forefront of that to him and how he looked. He liked what he saw from the kid. So yeah, it didn't seem clickbaity to me either. And, he went there and you got to give him credit. He went there in person. He's not talking about what he's seeing online and video. Like he went in person and saw this. But it was also pretty funny. He was talking about how Bobo looked like, the guy come off the bus. It looked kind of like the old guy that's all stiff and, can't move. And then he gets on the field and he's balling, It was a good podcast. Daniel Bailey says the biggest win in Geno's contract is keeping him from the Niners, in my opinion. I think he would have been their missing piece. They will leave this window without lifting the Lombardi. Go Hawks. I like it. I hope so. I hope you're right, Daniel. And yeah, that would have been scary if Geno would have gone to the Niners. That would have been legit scary. The Hawks, anyone here if the Niners actually signed Bosa? I think I heard something about a huge contract, but not sure if it was a done deal. You did hear about the contract numbers being talked about. We're hearing about maybe being up around $35 million per season, but there is, as of yet, no deal that has been done. And probably because the numbers are going that high. And when they go that high, it's probably a lot more hard to get the finer tuned details done on a contract like that. I think they eventually will come to common ground on this one, but it is going to cost the Niners a hefty bit of change. They're going to set the market rate for edges on this contract after already setting the market rate for middle linebackers and left tackles. What the smell? You have a good night, man. Thank you for watching. Appreciate you. Why my favorite clip this camp is DK blowing by MJ on a sluggo. They should be on a 20. They should be the 20, and DK caught almost 5 yards ahead, and he caught the over-the-shoulder touchdown pass. MJ runs a 4.45. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, DK's had a silently good, solid, quiet, but a really good, solid camp. And it's been good to hear, but it's been nothing but good returns still from DK. He seems to be as solid as ever and just ready to roll this year. Tyler Raymond, any word on Jamal Adams and his outlook this season? There is no updated word at this point, Tyler. I think if I'm going to make a little bit of a guess, an educated guess at this point in camp, it's that being that it's so late now that he's gotten on to actually practice, hard for me to see him, for instance, getting back to practice next week on Monday and Seahawks feeling like, okay, he's going to be ready by game one at that point. I think there's more likely than not the given outlook here that he's probably going to need probably 3-4 weeks of the opening season before he's going to be back to being ready to potentially get on the field. That's a guess, though, Tyler. I don't have anything that I'm necessarily wholly basing that on. Lyre, Avilia. Dang. What's up, Lyre? Does that mean... I had you here. Lyra says, I mean, y'all still have Marshawn Lynch. So that's good. Drew Lock didn't do too bad. He didn't do too bad. We don't have him. Do we have Marshawn still? DVN, he just feels good about Drew Lock not doing too bad. That's why he's yelling. Oh. And JL, yeah, Spoon is pretty yoked. He's a well-built 190. I mean, it's all kind of just twitchy muscle. Why do I say Spoon can be a top-level cornerback and still have more of an impact sliding into nickel this year? His quickness, film study, and physical run support are elite. Troy Polamalu comp from Pete is not hype. It's not hype. and certainly selected higher than Palomalo was in his given draft. So, let's keep that in mind too at the forefront of it. And yeah, it's just getting the best out of him in this rookie year. No rookie, I think the people that are even most hesitant of Witherspoon is kind of like, why do I want to just try to take him down a line of logic conclusions, right? Where you start to a place of we can agree, right? Where I get a rookie cornerback, whether I pick him in the 5th overall selection in the first round or I take him in the 5th round, more often than not, at a 99% level, right? We can all agree wherever we fit on Witherspoon that I'm not getting that guy's best level of play in his rookie season. Chances are, right? He's going to be an improved player 2-3 years down the line from what he will be in the rookie year, no matter whether he's drafted, no matter how much hype is behind that guy or how much of the expectation level is built up because he's picked so high in the draft as he is. That's all well and good to have that. So I think we all come to that common understanding of that that is the truth. That you may still be down on Witherspoon still despite that, but yeah, that's probably true. Okay, now the question comes in, is there a bit of an onus here to try to get the most out of that guy then in his rookie year? Isn't there from a coaching standpoint what you'd want to do with that kind of player, knowing that you're a couple years out from him being at his best? How do I get the best out of him this given year? When I had Kobe Bryant last year and I had a stacked outside corner look of things, right? Where Mike Jackson's embedded out there, Kobe Bryant in his rookie year was not going to be as good as Mike Jackson in his 3rd year as a pro. Meanwhile, you had a hole over there at slot because Justin Coleman was a shell of his former self over there. So you said, well, let's get the best personnel in the field. Let's utilize this player in Kobe Bryant who brings something to the table his rookie year. Is he a perfect player right now? No. Is he an outstanding player right now? No. Is he an impactful player right now? No. But is he better than Coleman? And can he provide us something from this position this year? Can he provide us some value in this position this year? And that's what they did, the coaching staff. This is what, to me, smart coaching staffs should do. It's not about allotting or slotting or aligning or this guy's got to be forced to here because that's where we draft him to be. Get the best players out on the football field at any one given time. Put the players in a position to be successful. That is what you want your coaches to do. And that's what the Seahawks coaching staff is doing with Witherspoon this first given year. And it's going to, like it did, I think, with Kobe Bryant last year, bring this team better success on the defensive side of the ball. Addicted Hawk says, Brandon, thanks for confirming the Bosa deal. Not done yet. Agreed, they will sign him. They have to. Will be interesting to see the final dollar amount. I'm going to be paying very close attention to that too, Addicted Hawks, especially for how they have to break that deal down and kind of parse it out. But they're going to be getting into quarterback money for Bosa on this deal. And I'm sure the first 2 years, they'll be able to lower down the hit, but the costs are going to be the costs on this one. That's significant money to be burying. And you're right. It's going to have to do it. They don't have a matter of a choice on this one. They can't go move Bosa for a quarterback at this point and try to explain that to the fans. That ain't going to happen. So you sign him, you bite down hard on it, you sign, you hope the ACL doesn't tear again, but that's a lot of money to sign to an edge. Not that he isn't worth it, but that's a heavy, heavy price to have to pay. And the Niners just get further and more top heavy. Why do I read his jack? Dude looks like a shredded Greek statue. Yeah, he's another guy just like Witherspoon, just all muscle. You don't have to wonder with these young guys whether they put the work in the weight room. They're definitely out there grinding. They're racking and plating. Why do I says, thanks for putting up with my high typing. Oh yeah, no worries, man. I can read acronyms and all that stuff at this point. I've gotten good over the years of doing that, where I can pick up exactly what somebody's asking on. You could pretty much almost leave out the vowels in a statement. I probably figure it out. Wilbur Knight, salute to you too, man. Appreciate you. Mr. Dog, I wonder if those retired vets are of any help for the younger players at practice like Sherm, etc. Oh, Mr. Dog, I think it's invaluable. I mean, there's I call it tricks of the trade. And you have a vet in a room who's got some certain tricks he's learned and he tries to pass it down to the young guys. But what happens when one vet who might have some tricks he can train, he leaves the building and he's gone, and guys that are out there, and Sherman and Averill and Bennett, these are guys that had a lot of tricks and bags to their game. These weren't guys that, they're going out there and it's like, well, you were freakishly dominant. What are you going to go teach this guy? Go be freakishly dominant? No, you had guys out there that had to do what they did with their brain, especially in the case of Sherman and Bennett. These weren't ultimately hugely physically gifted guys. They were guys that really used their brain, used their head. And that's those kind of guys to me that could then teach other guys who might have a lot of talent, those kind of tools that they had in their bag. And the Bennett one, for instance, to me, I'm eventually going to try to do a video on this, maybe a short video or something on it, Mr. Dog. But the Bennett one where, what he's showing them how to do is How do you attack through a gap and then find yourself to be able to continue your momentum through the gap as you're taking a little bit of the pinball collision between the guard and the center in there? And he's kind of showing him the technique. He's showing him where to put the hands. He's showing him how to kind of displace your hips and force yourself into that lane. And then they can get a hit on you, but they're just knocking into your forward momentum, taking you on a path to the quarterback. And that was something that Bennett was so good at. You know, he could get hammered this way and then hammered back that way. And then he sort of still kept his feet with his balance, and he would still find his way to wrap up a quarterback or a ball carrier because he was able to just, play it so well. So they're going to bring stuff in that element. Mr. Dog, I mean, what about the Sherman with cornerbacks and playing zone in the system with Carroll? How about teaching in the times when you can jump a route, when you can see it and say, okay, you saw this 2x2 here with this split and this guy aligned here. Well, in this situation, you got help on the back end with this, so you can shoot that route if you see the flat defender curl up underneath here, right? Little things like that he not only knows how to do because of his understanding of the position, but he also knows those things that Carroll will allow cornerbacks to do in the small amount of freedoms that you might have in the system playing so heavy zone. So many little intricacies I would feel like within that Mr. Dog that you could utilize to train and teach these kids. And, you got guys in Sherman and Bennett and Averill played 10 years in this league. They know what they're talking about. D Nugget says, Pumpkin the kitty out cold. She's tired. You got anything? Do you have anything to say? Or are you just going to sleep this whole thing? Do you have anything at all? You're just going to be tired the whole time? What? You want to just sleep some more, huh? You can't sleep all night. Please? You got to stay up. You got to be a little bit action-packed. Give them something to see on the video. You're just doing a lot of sleeping right now. It's not working for me. I need you awake. There we go. Oh, there we go. There's a little roar. Here's a little roar. That's what I was looking for. Come on, give us a little juice. Give us a little bit of energy. Give her a little rub down here. A shiatsu massage. There's a shiatsu massage. Benelli says, watching Trey Lance today gives me a lot of hope the Hawks will win the division. Lance looked rough, man. I'm a Lance backer, but the tape don't lie. And it didn't look good. I'll say Shanahan continues to call weird games when it comes to Lance. Everything that I saw was them trying to have Lance push the ball up the football field rather than give him a couple easy completions, right? Let him kind of figure it out, get his feet wet a little bit. And it's like, no, you're going to throw a 15-yard in-cutting dig route. I'm like, okay. Ms. Guru, how you doing, man? It's good to see you. Mr. Dog says some of those vets want to be coaches eventually too. I'd imagine so, Mr. Dog. Imagine so. Mace Guru Brando, what if we get Boza, who gets cut? Like, you'd have to do a lot of cutting if you got Bosa. But no, there's no way you're getting Nick Bosa. The Niners would never trade him within the division if they were going to trade him, and there's no way they're going to trade him. So no chance, no way, no shape, no how. I don't know if we would. I mean, I think we'd find a way to accommodate him. We'd have to change back to a 4-3 defense if we did. But yeah, nah. I wish. Why do I says great stream again? Good night, y'all. Have a good night, man. And yeah, we'll kind of put a button up on this, folks. So go ahead and get the last of the questions in if you could. We'll put kind of a wrap up as we're just about to round up in the 4-hour mark here. I think it's probably a good time to kind of put a button on this sucker. Mike Smith says, with Bennett's help, I think Derek Hall's just going to be a straight savage. Can't hurt to have a older guy like that help this kind of guy. And Hall's got tools that Mike Bennett didn't have. He's got that. These guys all Boye Mafes and Darrell Taylors, and they've got natural ability to them. Even Uchenna Nwosu, who's a former second-round pick. You remember with Mike Bennett, you got a former, I think, undrafted rookie free agent. Sherman, a former fifth-rounder. These guys weren't guys with a great amount of talent, but they've got things they can teach. And Bennett was such a technician for the position, had such an innate understanding of using leverage and using momentum against offensive linemen, going into one direction and reversing back the other way. Just there are little things to me that I think you can teach, because it is so much less about the dominant physical nature and more about being almost like a dance, Mike, right? One step here, hand goes here, back this way, arch your body this way, rep it. It becomes second nature and you build it into your game. And that's the stuff that I think Michael Bennett can bring to the table. Mr. Dog says exactly. I was most curious about the picture of Bennett helping. I'll do a video on it, Mr. Dog, because I've been wanting to talk about it. And I think I'll just do even a quick little short on it, where I'll put myself up in front of the video and I can kind of show you. Because I think if you see that him showing them what they're showing, and as I'm explaining it, I think it's a little more clear what he's doing. Because if you watch it at first, it's like, what is he doing there? But there's a couple of indications there of clear of how he's doing it, especially when you have Mike Morris and the other guy whose name I can never remember on this team that we signed from the Titans. But he's using the Titans player as kind of a center, and he's sort of showing how, you go into the guard first, and then where you place your hands in your attack point on the guard, you're already into the hole, into the gap, into sort of what would be the A gap there. And now what you do is you're sort of positioning yourself almost like a reverse shield block to where you shield block yourself back with the center behind you, so that when you get pushed back by that guard, and instead of him pushing you back out of the hole, right, and him using your forward upfield momentum against you, you're now going to be hit back into the center. And so it's almost like it's almost giving you that cushion to keep your feet and keep you going forward by using the collision of the center. That's how I saw it in the way that he was showing it. Flick of the switch is the only way we get Bosa is if we get rid of Adams, and who's going to take Adams off our hands? We give him to the Patriots. Belichick's desperate. Flick of the switch.
He's a good player. I guess I'll just, if you want me to take him, I'll take him. I'm only going to be a third rounder for him. That's all I'm going to give you. I'm not going to give you more than that.
Okay, Bill. Big Doc says, great show, Brandon. Go Hawks, man. Thank you so much. Danny McCormick, I'm always late, but do you see a trade for a linebacker or defensive tackle at some point? Or maybe a reunion with someone? I don't know if I see a reunion. It certainly isn't out of line to wonder about that, because we've certainly brought back guys many times over for a return, right? Look no further than a guy like Jaron Reed coming back, making his second tour of duty here this offseason. And so you could look to somebody else. I believe that my instinct on this is that you created the Quandre Diggs cap space and you saved a couple million on the Uchenna Nwosu deal, and you made those deals at the heart and the forefront because you looked at the team as being a potential contender that would need another player or two of some impact that you could add down the line. I do think you're right, Danny, to gravitate towards that being a linebacker or a defensive tackle. If you were to get through the first 3 or 4 weeks and maybe there's some major injuries, maybe you would look to a different position if there were some major injuries at a position where you're currently kind of stacked up right now. For instance, wide receiver. Let's say things fit to type, though, and that doesn't become the case. Yeah, I think what the team's looking to do is one of two places on this, Danny, or let's call it one of 3 places. You wait till the end of training camp and you have a team on number 1 that has a player, Hankins, I think is the guy's name at the Cowboys, for instance, right? The Cowboys are really good at defensive tackle, Maze Smith, they got a couple other guys there. So maybe they look at Hankins and they're like, let's flip Hankins for a 5th rounder somewhere. And you go in and you make that trade for a guy like that who can provide value, and they don't want to release Hankins for nothing, but they want to get something, and you can give them a little something, not a lot. That guy helps you out a lot, and you've got the cap space to accommodate that deal. That's the first kind of thing that could happen. The second one is the pure cuts, where the cut down day goes from 90 to 55 all in one day. That's going to be, 1,400 players that are going to be on the open market at one given time. That's a lot of bodies to go out there and pick through to find a guy that would fit for you. And then you've got a little bit of money where other teams wouldn't at that stage to be able to outbid somebody else, where you have a player who's maybe is nearing the end of his career, maybe no longer a starter. Maybe the team cut him because he was a little bit too expensive. Now you can come in and still give him a little bit more than that minimum, but then he can come in and fill that hole. And then the third way is, of course, trade deadline. And that you make a trade deadline deal at that point. Maybe you can go find a guy like, for instance, we talked about linebacker here, Danny. What about a guy like Devin White? Wants a new contract there with Tampa Bay. Maybe he doesn't get it. Maybe Tampa Bay is not very good to start this year off because Baker Mayfield can't make it happen for them. They get around the trade deadline. They're willing to move Devin White for a pick. And then you can go and flip and make that. You can make that trade at that time. So that's another deal that could come up later down the road. I think all of these are the viable scenarios that exist. I can't really give you one I lean to as to happening though, because he kind of has the flexibility to engage this whenever he wants to, and he has the kind of time on his side to Schneider in order that he doesn't feel pressed hereby. He doesn't feel in a desperate state at any one given position here that he has to go make that big swing right now. But either of those three, I think he will engage one of those three. Before this season, before we get to the trade deadline, one of those three items will be engaged. And I'm not just talking about bringing in some also-ran player. I'm talking about bringing in a guy who can have some real strong impact. Not a star level, but some strong impact. You know, it'll be a name that gets people's attention, right? Soup says, damn, this dude's still on. Better. Yeah, man, you know, I got to go late with it. That's just how I do. I don't get the 4 hours minimum. I just don't feel like I've even done a show. D-Nugget, British masseuse, new voice and character. I'm always working on the new ones, man. I've been watching a lot of Peaky Blinders, you know, so Peaky fucking Blinders. I'm speaking it out like this. Seahawks are going to be good. I'm going to be wearing the hat here pretty soon with the razor blades in the top. Danny Clowney. I wouldn't mind bringing back Clowney, Danny. I've only not mentioned him a lot, even though I would love to bring him back to the fold. And it's only for two real reasons, is that I don't know if a team would want to stand up off the edge, or if they'd be trying to move him inside. And if he'd want to do the move to inside in a 3-4, Clowney might want to really be just going to a 4-3 defense more than anything else. But I'd be open to making the move for a Clowney. He's gone to a couple teams and he's just not getting signed, and Seahawks haven't shown any interest in him. So that's been the bit of the weird part with it in trying to make that prediction there. I think they'll probably go a different direction. Maze Guru says, rewatching the Super Bowl win season, I can't help but notice how freaking good Golden Tate was. Golden was a good player. Golden was a good player for us. It took him a little time to round into shape and find himself, but he did find himself. Benelli says, we could use Clowney. He's a great run stopper, exactly what we need. I would sign me up, Benelli. I'm all on board with going with Clowney. So if they went out, they made that move for Clowney, beautiful. Do it. Do it. But, they got to go make that move and, make that happen at this point. So, I don't know. They just haven't, he's gone to a couple teams. He's done a couple of workouts with guys. He went from the Ravens. I think he just recently was with not the Jets. He just went out and checked out with somebody. So, not sure. They don't seem to be too hot to trot on him. Byron D has been celebrating 16 long months as a Hawks Nest Ring of Honor member. Byron, thank you for that long period of time as a Hawks Nest member. You're awesome for that, brother. He says, I think Derek Young and Jake Bobo are our depth receivers. I like Eskridge, but man, he just gets hurt a lot. Yeah, it's not a good look when you're a heavily injury-prone player and then you get injured in the very first game, the very first preseason game of the very first play of the game. It's not a great look when you're already kind of carrying that rep. And I do believe that Eskridge is having his chances growing ever more diminishing as far as having opportunities to come out here and have an impact on this particular team. They seem to be married with one being willing to ride with him throughout this year. Coach Carroll's intimated that he's going to be back on the active roster when he does come back off of the suspension. So they've made their bones with that's where they're going to go with it. But I do agree with you that I believe that Derek Young and Bobo add more value to us than what I get from Eskridge at this point. I don't know what I can get out of this guy. I can't rely on him at all. And if the team got to the point of wanting to cut him at this point and say it's just not working, maybe you go and you be successful somewhere else. But we've given you ample opportunity, and at every single turn you're getting broken. At every single turn. I don't know why they had him on kickoff coverage. It's kind of silly to me too. It's like, why you got this guy on kickoff coverage? Like, you're going to put him on a violent play where he has trouble with violence. Maybe not doing that. Yeah. Jocular Jellyfish says, spot on, laughing at Spot on, isn't it? Raj Joe says Bobo can be a fourth wide receiver or a fourth tight end. There you go. Some people were mentioning maybe tight end. He's never done any of the tight end before, so it'd be a first time if he's getting moved to that. But I like what I see from him. And Mr. Dog, Tate was good at Notre Dame. He was good at Notre Dame. He was just about close to unstoppable at Notre Dame at times. Kelly, I like Aesop. Aesop was solid. I think he's got an uphill battle here, Kelly, to make the roster, but he was solid. He was solid in the game. And that touchdown catch wasn't easy, man. There wasn't a lot of separation, and he's kind of probably having to brace himself thinking he's going to get the kill shot from the center coming down or from the safety coming down. Maze Guru said, save cash till we need to fill an injury position. I'm down with waiting too. I think if you sit and you wait on this one rather than getting jumpy and feel like you got to go make a move right now, I think you'll get a better player down the road rather than feeling like we got to do it now. We got to get it done now. No, we can wait. We can wait. Danny McCormick, no chance on Vita Vea, man. I'd love to see it too with Vita Vea, but he ain't getting moved. They reworked his contract. It's too much dead money for the Buccaneers to sustain by having to move on, unfortunately. Daniel Bailey says Eskridge hype followed by injury and suspension. Seems about right. Yeah, it does. It adds up. It tracks. Austin, Drew Lock looked like a nice backup. He did. I feel pretty good about Drew as our backup right now. I don't know if that guy's ever going to be an answer for being a starter for a team and that I would trust him to run my team full-time through a season. I'm not sure. I might get to that point with him, but it's kind of right now still a bit of a question for me. But as a backup in this league, as one of the more solid backups you'd find in this league, as one of the more talented backups that you would find in this league, he is exactly that. BZ says, hearing Colleen Wolfe, Mike Robb trash Lance in a classy way was hilarious. Oh, I love seeing the Niners in this state. I love seeing them 3 first-round picks for a guy that you can't even get to become your starter. Woo! That deserves a Ric Flair. Woo! Kenny Clark from Green Bay. Not Danny Kenny. They're not going to move. Green Bay's not going to move Kenny Clark. I think the Green Bay thinks they can be competitive. I think that they think they're going to be able to have a chance in that division. Why shouldn't they? It's a pretty open division. I don't think the Bears are going to be ready. Vikings, maybe. They were kind of a paper tiger last year, and we'll see if the Lions can take that step forward this season. Tony Wright, Brandon, other than Trey Lance situation, the Niners have problems with their second and third string offensive line. They better not have any injuries to their starters, and if they do, they are screwed. That's what I was thinking about too with this as well, Tony. We're of like mind on this one where, you have a Niner, and it's understandable. This isn't really... What's the part of this is it's not really a reflection of the Niners doing something poorly or wrong in their team construction. It's more of this is the inevitability of when you are a contender. It's your Falcons, for instance. You got to the end of the run there with Matt Ryan on the contracts of where they were with Julio and where they were with Matt Ryan and trying to bring on Gurley for your, you get to the end of it and now you got to turn it over. Now you're going to have to spend a season or 2 seasons of sort of turning it over. And if you're not doing that and you're still sustaining, you're going to be taking some hits through that time. And they had 25 free agents this offseason, Tony, did the Niners, and they didn't have a lot of cap money to spend. They decided to kind of put the money they did have to spend into the Javon Hargrave basket, and that's where it was kind of going to all go a little bit. And that's going to be hard to sustain when you're into year 5, 6 of this. And that's about the time where you start to feel those losses in free agency and you start to have a hard time rebuilding up back around that. Especially when you look at them this year where they didn't have a first round pick. Their second round pick wasn't until very much late into the second round. They didn't exactly kill this draft with their selections. So there's not necessarily a hole for them to re-inject back the talent in there to supplement what was lost. And this eventually leads to inevitability, which is the team backtracking a little bit, Tony. And I don't know if it's this year that that's going to hit for them, but I do think that they're running perilously close to finally landing at that position. Raj, wonder when Geno will play. I don't think Geno will play much of any preseason. He might get 1 drive in the preseason, but I think that will be probably just about it. Seattle Seahawks, boom shakalaka. Woo! Maze, Brando, what if Drew played 2 to 3 more years behind Geno? Then maybe he'll be ready? Yeah, he might just need a little bit more time to bake in the oven on that. Could be. The talent is there with him, and as we saw with Geno, Geno didn't just come back after 2 years away from the Jets, go back and get his starting role, and now he's rolling, right? He did have to wait that 10-year period. He did have to have a long period of time in his development and in doing what I've called and termed the lonely work in order to get himself better from the neck up in his processing as a quarterback, his command of the line of scrimmage, throwing with anticipation, beating the blitz, adjusting protections, these type of things that are sort of the minutia of the position at times beyond the just beautiful throws you make and throwing with touch and throwing with velocity and being super mobile. But Drew's got all the physical ability in the world. It's just about now getting the mental stuff going on. And that stuff at the forefront of that is really starting to neutralize and downturn the turnover-worthy plays or the bad mistakes that come up and bite him from time to time where he's smart decision, good processing. Oh my God, interception. It's like when it starts to go off the rails for Locke, it goes way off the rails on a given play. Leon Thatch, how do how good do you think this defense can be? Looks like we have playmakers everywhere. I think we have a lot of playmakers. It's got to kind of all come together for me, Leon. I still do look at it as a team that's going to come and take some big steps forward this year defensively, but remember, they're coming back from being one of the worst defenses across the board last year, stopping the run, points allowed, all of that. And so when I say I think they're taking a step forward, I don't see a team getting into the top 10, but I do see it being a team that can be a top 15 defense. And maybe there's some potential. There's certainly some talent potential for them to rise above that, Leon. But I feel like it'd be a pretty big jump to say this goes from being a 28th ranked defense to a 7th ranked defense this year because of where everything's at. It can get there from a potential on paper standpoint, but I wouldn't make that prediction based on where they were last year. I think they'll be more of the middle of the road. Sajin, love the shirt, Brando. Thank you, man. Hawk Nation represent. Represent Hawk Nation. JG says 49ers look terrible tonight. They got hit right in the gonad depth. It sucks when you get hit in the gonad depth, and they got hit with it tonight, and it's going to be something to monitor with this team going in the future. This is a Niner team that through the years, even during this run that they've had in the last 5 years, have had some seasons where they get snake bit by injuries, and if they don't have that depth to call upon, that could be end up being something that does sink them as a team this upcoming season. There's a lot of perilous sand traps that they've got here this upcoming year to the Niners, more so than in recent years. That offensive line and pass protection, depth, the secondary, the quarterback situation. A lot of question marks there that I think you'd like to have for a team that's supposed to be a Super Bowl contender. Isaac Wesley says, yo, B, I'm late, but made it to the chat. Can't wait for Saturday's game. Go Hawks, night 12s. Have a good night, man. Glad you got to the chat on here. Seattle Boom Shakalaka. I still hear a lot of Geno doubt out there in the cyberspace. I don't know, but I'm all in on Geno doing well again. I am as well. I'm with you on that, Boom Shakalaka. I think he's going to do well again, and I do like you hear some of the negativity that's still out there on Geno. And frankly, it's really, at the end of the day, Boom Shakalaka, it's the same negativity that was last season. It's the same tired takes that have no basis. And the way you know it has no basis is what they say is Geno is what he is. That's the tired Geno narrative. Well, he is what he is. Yeah, he did what he did last year, but he is what he is. There's no basis within it. There's no, let me give you my argument, A, B, C, D, E, why this is this way. It's always just kind of comes down to this sort of broad brush stroke of Geno is what he is, intimating that because he sucked at the Jets or wasn't great with the Jets in his first 2 years, he can never be anything in the NFL after that period. And that's what makes it, to me, just, these are paper thin takes, Boom Shakalaka, and there's not a depth to what they're bringing with it. Kurt Bernard says, let Drew cook. Come on now, Hawks Nest. Let's go. Maybe I'm selling low on him. Maybe I'm selling a little low. It could be. Drew Blanick, I know it's just one game, but Boye Mafe and Kobe Bryant look like they're going to be ready this year. I think Drew Blanick, you look at the guys from last year's class that take the big steps forward. I think when Carroll's talking about Boye Mafe being the guy who's taken the biggest step of improvement of any of those guys into his second year, I think he's telling you true. And Boye looks that on the first view of his tape here in this first game and the sample size of the snaps we saw. I am expecting him to come forward. He's a guy that is mightily talented. He's got a lot of skill set that he brings to play that has built very, very good, not just pass rushers, but good overall around edge players in this league in the past. And I think it's going to come together for him. If it comes together fully this year or not, I'm not sure, but he's going to really make it hard to take him off the field for Darrell Taylor on those pass rush reps at times because I think of how effective he is going to be. So I'm expecting him to take a big step forward. I'd love to see Kobe be able to take hold at safety this year, Drew. He's going to have an uphill battle himself here in the respect of this is his third positional change in 3 years. That's hard to do on a young player. And I feel like there's a little bit of that's going to make it hard for him in his development to ascend as quickly as he might have been able to ascend if you just set him to one position from day one and let him learn and let him roll and let him get better. He does now provide us a lot of versatility on this team, which is going to be helpful for the team, more so than maybe for the player's development. But loved how physical he was, loved how good of a tackler he looked from the safety position. Drew, you'd worry about corners going to safety, and the first thing you say is, was he going to be able to tackle? Corners don't always like to tackle. But indeed, he was out there tackling. He was out there hitting. And I think that does encourage you a little bit for his maybe upside there at the safety position if he does get moved to that spot. Maze Guru says, Geno showed he can cook. I admit, I was surprised. He did show it. He did. He did, man. 70% completion percentage, setting multiple Seahawks records. Didn't do that by luck, that's for sure. BTG GTV says, we got West Virginia Gino. He actually has weapons. Not only does he have weapons, I mean, you can make the argument BTG, he's got more weapons than any other quarterback has to work with in the entire National Football League. 4 running backs deep, legitimately. 3 awesome receivers, and then some depth behind them. 3 tight ends that combined for 1,100 yards and 9 touchdowns last year. An offensive line that's going to be as strong as it's been in the past 5 to 6 years. He has a lot to work with. He really does, to your point. And I think that that's only going to allow him to flourish. I think it's only going to allow him to have an even better year this year than he had last year. I think he's going to reset some Seahawks records again this season. I expect 4,600 yards. I expect 33 to 35 touchdowns. I expect him to be around that 70% completion mark. And I don't think I'm looking with starry eyes here or rose-colored glasses. I think I'm seeing it pretty clear for what it's going to be. Maze Guru Mafe should be way better than Darrell Taylor. I can see the upside being better there with him. I think Darrell Taylor certainly has some pass rush ability that you're going to want to try to get on the field as you can. We can't undersell the fact that I'm not big on Taylor. I'm with you, Maze Guru. I'm not. But he was your most efficient pass rusher according to PFF. You know, he got those sacks on a fairly limited number of snaps. If you go and look at the number of snaps the other guys in the NFL got that were around his marker, you know, those guys took way more snaps, way more bites of the apple to get that sack and pressure production. So he does give you a certain skill there with that, but Maffe's coming on strong, and it will be interesting to see how that fight kind of unfurls a little bit there, because it's going to put the coaching staff, I think, in a conundrum where they're like, we really like what Boy has given us, but Taylor does give us that efficiency as a pass rusher too. Amaze Guru Brando, we talk about it often. Can we stop the run this year? That's the remains to be seen part of this defense. That also is part of why I stand on saying that we are probably a top 15 defense rather than being a top 10 potential or top 5 potential defense, is because I think that the run game is going to raise its head at times this year, and you're going to have teams that are built to run the ball well, and you're not able to do a whole lot against them at times. And I think there's going to be certain, not a lot of games, but there'll be certain games where that shows itself. Hard to say on this, Maze Guru. Hard to say on this. You're going to be moving Jaron Reed to the zero tech for the first time in his career. Cameron Robinson's young behind him. Don't know what you're getting from him necessarily. Don't know how is the team going to go to more of those 2-man fronts like they did last year? Is the team going to be showing willingness to play stacked boxes, which could help the run game and which could fit to utilizing Jamal Adams better? I would think they would, but I don't have any certainty that they're going to do that. I'd be guessing to say I think they're going to do that. They've shown signs they might be willing to, but that would be a requirement, I think, to take steps forward in the run game, because they've not taken significant steps as far as making that defensive line so much more well improved from a talent standpoint from where it was last year. And so it will be a bit of a problem. It will be improved. I don't think it's going to dominate. I don't think we're going to shut down rushing attacks, but it will be improved. Improved enough to take this defense from a 28 ranking up to a 15 ranking. And if the offense is as good as I think it will, which is I think it's a top 5 offense and a top 3 special teams unit, then that's a team that formula put together to me can win 12 games in a given season. BTG says, I like Kobe Bryant as a corner over Mike Jackson also. Yeah, I feel like, to your point on that, BT, they were so quick to move him to the slot, and they had to move Kobe Bryant to the slot in order to accommodate the fact that Justin Coleman was done as a player. And so you had really no choice because there was nobody else there to fill in at that point. But I'm still not certain that Kobe couldn't have played on the outside, like you say. He was a back-to-back all ACC cornerback, best cornerback in the nation. While Sauce was playing there at the same time of him. So, I know he struggled a little bit in last preseason, but he certainly didn't get a lot of run out there. And it seems like, rather than them moving him to slot and then moving him to strong safety because that's what's best for Kobe Bryant in his career, it seems like they've more done it because that's what's best for the team and giving the team the depth it wants to have at positions to make sure it's secure. Tyler Raymond says, who leads the team in sacks this year and with how many? I think that Uchenna Nwosu is going to lead the team in sacks this year, Tyler. I think he'll have 12 sacks. I think they'll control his snaps to a degree and trying to make sure that he maximizes his efficiency. But I think that he just had a couple of sacks. If you look at his pressure numbers last year, there was just a couple of moments where just missing getting a couple extra sacks last year that he should have gotten. And I think he picks those up this year. So I'll go with 12 and I'll go with Uchenna Nwosu. Ryan Emmerich, who would you pick to put on the roster, Bobo Landers or keeping both? So that, Ryan, this is a little bit of a two answer question. There is the answer to this question that is the first 6 weeks in the season, and there's the answer to this question that is after the first 6 weeks of the season. Through the first 6 weeks of the season, I think you do have both Bobo and Landers on the active roster because you will have Dwayne Eskridge injured or on the suspension list for 6 weeks, and then you're going to probably have Derek Young, if not down for at least 4 weeks, maybe 6 weeks, especially if he gets the hernia operation. And if that happens, then that's the way that works. After that point, Landers would go to the practice squad if you can keep him there. You'll probably try to keep Bobo on the active roster if he's balling like he's been balling. I mean, he's not going to last on the practice squad if that's the case. So you may be in a point at that point, Ryan, of being forced to try to carry 6 receivers on the active roster once Eskridge and Derek Young both come back. Bobo's looking like a guy that's going to be hard to feel confident and put him on the practice squad because it feels like somebody's going to probably pluck him if you do. Maze Guru says, Brando, what about this? How do you think our defense points allowed will be this year? I have them near the top 10. I think just the top 15 rates the place I have in the all around kind of side of it. Maze Guru, I'm putting them at about a 28 rank last year. If you took their yards allowed, points allowed, time of possession, you just take the basic, all the defensive metrics, and you sort of distill it all down into a kind of a common entity. I think you get to 15. I don't think that they're going to be like a 20th in the league Maze Guru and giving up yards, but they'll be top 10 in points allowed. I don't think they'll be that. I think top 15 points allowed, top 15 yards allowed. I think the numbers will be pretty consistent between the two of those things. You have a defense that is a little bit more bent to be a bleed but don't break defense, so the yards allowed will be a little bit higher than the points allowed, but it's still going to be a defense I think that'll allow its share of points. I can't quite get to the top 10 state of things on this defense on paper and looking at them. There's the potential, the talent is there to do it, but they're still so young, and they still have a couple of holes in certain spots that make me a little bit nervous. Mr. Turtle Hats, where do you think Bobby Wagner will rank all-time among middle linebackers? I actually did a video, Mr. Turtle Hats, too. I would tell you to go check out the live stream show we did about 2 months ago, because I did a specific show around Bobby Wagner and where his rank is at in Seahawks history. So I kind of did a deep dive at that and really looked at as well the guys that he had to compete with, the guys that you're in there talking about, who is he with, where does he stand? From my standpoint right now, I believe Bobby Wagner is at least a top 6 middle linebacker all time. And I think there's a strong argument to be made that he's maybe even the 5th best all-time middle linebacker in the sport, depending on how he fights it out between him and Brian Urlacher, basically. But if he goes out and has another all-pro year this year, puts up another season like he did even last year, I think he's starting to then, with the number of all-pros and Pro Bowls and the tackle numbers and everything he's put together, I think he starts to now have a little bit more of laying a claim to becoming a top 4 type guy in the sport. Ray Lewis, Jack Lambert, Dick Butkus, Junior Seau. I think these are about the only guys I would maybe put above him. In Butkus' case, he might even be below Bobby at this point, especially with how Bobby's got him nipped big time on the longevity aspect of things. Rockman Drums, having Bobby Wagner calling the plays is going to improve the run defense, also just setting the tone on defense like we used to when we were number 1. We have those guys now, so I'm expecting progress. You make up a good point on that, Rockman. That was something that Jordan Brooks struggled with, wearing the green dot, calling the plays. He struggled with that a little bit. They thought that was going to be easy for him to pick up, and it was not. So Bobby, it's more natural for him. He's been doing it for years. It's like second nature at this point. And you got to think that it's definitely going to help things, having a guy a little more comfortable in that role. Maze Guru says, thanks. Thank you, Maze. I'm definitely optimistic for the defense. I'm putting it in certain perspective on it a little bit. Jock Lear Jellyfish, could Bobo be the Seahawks Cooper Kupp? I don't quite think so on that. I don't quite see him in that range of things. I think he can be a pretty solid player, but Cooper Kupp's been one of the best receivers in this sport over the last few years. I think that'd be kind of a high mark to expect Bobo to go get to. Cooper Kupp, for being a guy that didn't necessarily test with high-end numbers and a guy that didn't, go out and light it up as far as those numbers go, especially being then a small school guy, he was still a guy taken in the second round. And Bobo is a guy that's undrafted rookie free agent. There is a bit of a difference there. Jeremy P., is anybody getting tired of D. Eskridge? Guy not giving us anything anymore. It's frustrating, Jeremy. No, you're right. There's a lot of people that have been in my stream today frustrated in the chat with what is going on with him. And it's been one of the more maddening prospects in recent years, watching him going through these injury stuff that like he has. It's just been CJ Procise all over again, basically. And boy, is it frustrating. It is frustrating. And there's a lot of contingent that are ready just to cut bait and call it a day. But it does not sound like the coaching staff is at that point. News and analysis with Arturo. Bobby Wagner is the GOAT of middle linebackers. I don't know, Arturo. Ray Lewis was pretty strong in there. Lambert was pretty good, and Junior Seau had an amazing career. It's hard to knock. Those guys were, I mean, you go back and look at their numbers, you look at their accolades, and you look at what they did, and it's just like, it's tough. Those guys were kind of on another level. Maze Guru, would you rather get into a fight with Bobby Wagner or Dick P? Dick B? Dick B? Who do you mean by Dick B? No, I'm not sure what you mean by Dick. Neither. Prezon says, pretty sad what the Niners are doing to Trey Lance. Yeah, they didn't have a real good plan for that kid. You spend 3 first-round picks, you think the organization would have a sound plan for development and what they're going to try to get done with him, and they've not seemed to show that. It has been more reactionary and knee-jerk reactionary at that from within the organization and their outlook of the kid. And I don't quite get it. Peter Baychamp says, send Eskridge to the Niners. P. Eskridge. Mr. Turtle Hats, how about Walter Jones? Where do you think he ranks all-time among left tackles? I think that he is a top 5 left tackle all-time. I think the left tackle position is one where there has not been one guy who has cemented himself as being the best all-time left tackle. I think that the 3 guys that played during the era of Walter Jones are all 3 probably having a strong argument to be made to be in that top 5. I think he was better than Orlando Pace, but Orlando Pace is at least probably a top 10 all-time left tackle. The guy that was out with the Baltimore Ravens, the big 6'7" guy whose name I'm missing right now, he'd be another guy that you probably would put in the top 5 all-time. Trent Williams at this point's got to be considered a top 5 all-time left tackle in the sport. I think I would put Walter Jones ahead of Joe Thomas. But I'd probably, top 4, probably top 3. Somewhere in that neighborhood of things. Where do Max Strong and Will Tukuafu fit as all-time fullbacks? Tukuafu's nowhere near on the all-time fullbacks list. Max Strong, all-time fullbacks. He's probably, in NFL history, Max Strong's probably a top 15, top 20 all time. I'm not even sure if Arturo Strong's the best fullback in Seahawks history. I think John L. Williams might be having a better claim. Mac had the longer career, but John L. had the flashier jump. Maze Guru, wow, I have Max Strong as the number 1 best Seahawks fullback. See, Mac would be either 1 or 2 for me. I'm with you, Maze Guru, on that. I think it's a good debate between John L. or Mac. You could make a strong argument for both because they both had 2 kind of different careers where John L.'s got the flash and then Mac's got the longevity and solid nature of the length of play and how he did go. Makes it hard to kind of pick one of the other. Ogden, that's right. Jonathan Ogden. So I think Ogden's up in there too with it. I don't know if I can put Walter as a purely number 1 all time. I think he's probably top 5, probably maybe even top 3. But there's probably more of a straightaway number 1 pure. And Arturo says, I'm a huge Mac Strong fan. I went to high school with Tukuafu's cousins. Oh, okay. There we go. That makes sense then. Mac was great, man. Mac was great. BZ, do you think Trey Brown looked good enough on kick returner to you to want to see more of that? And what he can do with punts if he's not going to start a defensive back? I'm certainly looked fine as far as kick return game goes. Yeah. He looked pretty good with that, and I'm okay with running him out there on that. Get the best guy out there to do it. Whoever is the best, have them do it. And it's hard to make that determination a little bit easy because I'm not in training camp to see who the coaches feel best about. But I love him, give him a shot out there, and if he can do the punt return dirties, do it there too. There's nobody at BZ really set up in either of those 2 spots that's cemented there that you feel like this guy's got to be given the job. You just go, well, whoever can go out there and win it. Whoever is the best. And certainly when it comes to the punt return duties, we need somebody that's stable and can just catch the ball as much as anything else. Maze Guru says, shoot, I forgot about John L. Williams. Can't forget about JLW. Mario Holagoon, thoughts on the Mariners? Looking like we could be a dangerous team in the playoffs? I think potentially, Mario. I do think that the team's lack of offense eventually becomes the thing that undoes them, even if they get into the playoffs. If they get hot, I think that they've shown you, like with this current run, that they can be as hot as any team in Major League Baseball. But it is very hard to count on a team being at its hottest when it comes to being into playoff baseball in October and early November. So that's a hard thing to count on for me, Mario. And I feel like the fact that they just can't really manufacture runs at times is a big death knell to them, especially you come into playoff baseball where you've got to sometimes manufacture runs, where you can't just rely upon your home run hitters to club the ball out of the ballpark all the time. And this team is so home run dependent on its ability to drive in and create runs that I just think that ends up biting you. You get into those games in fall and the weather starts getting cold, the ball doesn't carry you further at that point. You start getting balls that might be hit in July and August that go out the ballpark and they die on the vine there on the warning track because the air is just knocking it down. The heavy fall air is knocking it down. So I hope the team can do better. I hope they can make some noise. And it's been great that they've shown the resiliency to come back this season and do what they've done. I've been very impressed by that willingness to not just lay over and die, as they seem to show themselves to be just an average team through almost 60, 70% of the season, it seemed like. So it's good where they're at. I like what I've seen from them, but I think that they're still an off season away. They're still from adding to this lineup to somewhat of a considerable degree from going out there and getting themselves in a position of going out there and really truly contending to make a World Series run. If they get hot, they can do it, but that's the requirement here. If they're just playing average baseball into getting into the playoffs at that point, then that's not going to be enough to get it done at that point. There's too many other really good teams out there in the playoffs that will roll over you on that. Roger says, all right, what happened while I was away? Are we still talking about the Niners? We are still talking about the Niners. Mr. Turtle, so you don't think Munoz is the clearest cut, best left tackle of all time? No. Probably another guy in the top 5. I think all of these guys, when it comes down to Munoz, Thomas, Walter Jones, Ogden, Pace, Trent Williams, I think that you can really, and I know it's a lazy answer here, but when I think of all of them, I feel like I have a hard time really separating any of them from one for the other. I think they were all a cut above. They were all very special. There are a few tackles that come close to them in NFL history, but they all are very close together and all did very similar things in the way that they played the position in their level of dominance. So I just have a hard time cutting between the crack on all of those guys. But Munoz deserves to be mentioned up in those likes, Mr. Turtle Hats. I would say that. So anyway, Brandon, I feel like I can feel the sharks in the water with the Niners as their starting right tackle spot is not stable. They had 2 third-round picks and took Jake Moody and Cameron Latou at pick 101. Yeah, Cameron Latou was one I was like, especially coming on the Moody pick. Woo! That's what you said on that one. When you saw that pick come down, you went, boy, Niners are kind of crapping their pants here in this draft right now. And Latou's shown exactly what you see from him on tape. There's just not a lot there from that guy. Yeah, he's an Alabama tight end. Great. But not the greatest of hands, not very explosive, not a great route runner. A lot of what you had with Bryce Young was playing off script and then hitting Latou off the off script stuff, which isn't the sustainable thing that you want from the position. They essentially took, I think, Latou higher than they took, take him higher than they took even Kittle. And Moody to take a kicker in the 3rd round. Especially when you had those free agents I talked about, Tony, where you lose the 25, not all of the 25, but most of those 25 free agents you lose. And then you're going to have to rely upon the draft to supplement those free agent losses. And then you go for these kitschy positions instead of attacking the positions you could have used better help at, like offensive line or like the secondary. I do like the safety pick they took. I like the kid out of Penn State they grabbed, but he was about the only selection I liked of theirs. And Mario, yep, the Niners played tonight, and it wasn't a great look for them. It was not a solid game for the Niners. And Benelli, Trent Williams is as good as there's ever been in any era. Yeah, I think he's in that group, man, Benelli. And that's why I say I just don't think I can separate him from a Jones or an Ogden or a Pace, but I think they all deserve to kind of be in that same grouping. Tony says, when the Niners could have drafted DeJuan Jones, 6'9", 365, who went in the 4th round at pick 111. San Francisco messed up as kicked Jake Moody missed 2 field goals today from a short distance. That's awesome, Tony. Moody missed 2 kicks. Of course he did. That's always hard. The kickers are tough, man. It's tough to pick a kicker. You can go get a guy in the 3rd round. He might have been the best kicker in college football, and there's no certainty when it comes to kickers. There's too much variance on those guys and their performance. DeJuan would have maybe made sense. I love DeJuan, Tony. I thought he was going to be a good player in this league, and he'll fit really well for the Browns and what they do. The tough part, though, that does come down to this if the Niners had taken DeJuan Jones is that they're so movement-based with their linemen and needing guys that can get out in space and move. And the one thing that the 6'9", 365-pound DeJuan Jones could not do was get out there and move in space. Still, considering where the right tackle position was going to be otherwise, Tony, and the other options you did have available to you, athletic profile fits or not, maybe the better get bet would have been just to take the guy that wasn't the fit profile-wise, but could at least kind of, keep the boat afloat until you could figure things out in a better standpoint at that position. I do remain and say like you do that the line for the Niners remains a huge question mark coming in this year, and especially when it comes to pass protecting. They got the ball out of their hands at like 2.65 seconds last year to the Niner quarterbacks, the fastest in the NFL, which is great, which is awesome, which speaks to Shanahan's ability to, manufacture stuff for his quarterback, make plays easier for his quarterback. But what happens when that's removed? What happens when those guys aren't as free and easy open on those short routes, and now your quarterback has to hold it for a bit longer of a spell? Do you have the line that can hold up? I don't think that they do. News and analysis with Arturo. Did the Niners lose? I think they did, yeah. But it was just a bad game too. Beyond the results, it was just not a good game where they looked solidly at all. They did not look on their A game. And it is preseason. I'm not taking too much from it, but that is what we saw. That is what it was. And it was 2nd and 3rd stringers, like you say, Roger. So they're not playing their starters, and that's why I say it's all a grain of salt, But now Joe Thomas has got to be in that conversation. Yeah, I think it's Joe Thomas, Walter Jones, Jonathan Ogden, Trent Williams, Orlando Pace. Those are the 5 I think that sit. There's a 6th I think I'm forgetting, but I think that those guys all kind of sit firmly grounded right around the same level. And I think it's very hard to find one that you separate from the other and say, this guy's better than the rest of that group. And then if you do say that, it's like, well, what do you base it on? For as good as the PFF numbers are for Trent Williams, we don't have PFF numbers for Walter Jones. We don't have PFF numbers going back for Jonathan Ogden or Orlando Pace. So we'll never be able to make any kind of statistical comp between those guys. And, they were all complete tackles. They could do everything in their game. It does get a little bit tough. Not as easy as other positions, I don't think. Roger says, who was the quarterback in the game? Is Purdy still out? Purdy's in. They had Lance and Darnold in there. Darnold looked a little bit better, Roger. He made a couple of good throws, I saw. And we will go ahead and wrap this up here, guys. We're good 4.5 hours in, so I'm going to put a button on this here and call it here. Keeping it honest with Anthony Parker Alexander. Thank you for subscribing to the channel. I do appreciate you doing that. News analysis are Arturo, Max Strong or Mike Allstott. Who's the better fullback? Mike Allstott. Strong was maybe the better blocker, but Allstott was such a good runner of the rock that you've got to give Allstott the nod there. He was freakish for how well he could move for his size. Completely and utterly freakish. Yeah, we'll just kind of wrap it up here. I do want to give one little just shout out here again to the sponsor of this show today. We're going to be doing Saturday shows here on the Hawks Nest throughout the course of the season with Underdog Fantasy. I'll be using the app and making some plays on there. And we'll be doing Saturday shows kind of based around just fantasy numbers and stuff like that and talking some of the fantasy shop a little bit. So it's not going to be taken away from any of the normal shows, but we'll just be doing these as kind of an alternate shows. But Underdog Fantasy this year is going to be sponsoring the Hawks Nest throughout this whole year. Very kind of them to do so. And if you go to Underdog Fantasy right now, they will match you up to 100% of your first deposit up to $100 if you use my code NEST. That's NEST, N-E-S-T, NEST. And if you go there, you can be matched up to $100. So you go there, you support the channel, you get yourself the freebie of $100 for putting $100 in. Doesn't cost you, it's not bad. Not bad having a bit of $100 in your pocket from the Hawks Nest on me. But you can go over there today and get that match and that deposit and show some support for the channel. Helps me out in that respect of things. As well as we do have right now the store up and running here on the Hawks Nest. So you can see down, and if you go and click in the description section of my video, you can find my Etsy store. We got Hawks Nest swag now going. The store is fully up and running and going strong. So do take a look over there if you get a chance on that as well. If you're looking for some Hawks Nest gear, I'm happy enough on that side of it. Maze Guru, thanks again, Brando. I love always picking your brain. Thank you, man. Appreciate picking your brain too, right back, man. So I love hearing where you guys are coming from and where you're feeling and where you're standing on where this team's at and whatnot. Tony Wright, Roger said, I didn't even know the Niners were playing. Yeah, they got going. Interesting little game from them. I'm going to go back and watch it, I think, here after the stream, actually, and see what they were doing. Tony says, my Falcons waived former 2020 fourth rounder, Fresno State inside middle linebacker Michael Walker today. I did not see this coming as he finally cracked the starting lineup last year in his third season, but I wish him well. Yeah, I think that if you look into the depth of that, because I think he was one of your... He played pretty well last year for you guys too, didn't he? Let me look at him. I was kind of interested to find out on that one. Michael Walker. So, yeah, he wasn't really well rated across the board. Couple interceptions for you, 72 tackles, but I think that as a fourth rounder, you get to that year, and that's kind of where you're producing at. You're willing to move on and go a different direction. And I think they probably, Tony, feel good about where Anderson is at this point in his development. You're probably picking as much Anderson last year to be the guy that's going to take over for Walker, and they feel good about where Anderson is and say, let's roll. Let's go with it. I think Anderson's looked pretty good in camp for you guys, right, Tony? I've seen on a couple cut-ups with Bijan Robinson, and he's fighting neck and neck with him on some one-on-ones. Roger, yeah, Russ had some up and downs in his game with the Broncos. Some good, some bad. It's definitely not looking like it's just he's going to take off like the wind under Sean Payton. This might be a little bit rough. Will Valdez, on a scale of 1 to 10, what's the ceiling on Holton Allers in your opinion? 4. I don't know if he could even be a league backup in this league. I got 4 attempts to go off of though too, Will. So let me say that I reserve the right to make a later a judgment opinion on this one. But I don't know what he's gonna. I mean, he was good. He played well for us, but it's also just hard to make an assessment off just a small amount to kind of see off of him. His college tape was okay, but it didn't give me a lot of feeling for where he's going to land either as a pro. So probably not a good chance, but Tony says, what's the best way to rewatch games? Well, my preference, I've got the NFL app, Tony, because of course I lean onto the All-22 side of that and being able to use that stuff for the channel and whatnot. Not everybody wants to go that deep of it, but if you do the NFL Plus thing, then you get the access to all of the preseason games and you can go watch them all. It's not the worst thing if you want to do it for a month too. It's like $10, $15 for a month if you just do it for 1 month and then, decide not to do it. But I find it's worth the value, good value for me. Are you watching old, Roger? B. Sin Seattle, thank you for the $5 donation. Finishing us off right, man. Appreciate you, BS. He says, my Seahawks ASMR for the night. Go Hawks. Go Hawks, BS. Happy to be your ASMR Seahawks man on the scene here. Happy to be so. So thank you for that, man. Very kind of you drop that donation. And I hope you're having a great night. Thank you for that support. Roger says, you think they're going to play starters final preseason game for a few plays? Maybe like a drive, Roger, opening drive, both sides of the ball, just a little bit. Final preseason game. I could see that, but not a lot of run. Very, very little, limited amount of run on that side. Every now and then they'll air an old game, no pass games. Yeah, every once in a while they'll air the old games, especially the offseason. They'll play some old stuff, which is kind of cool. The NFL Network could kind of do more with that, to be frank. Sort of featuring some of that older content a little bit more better, I think. I would help. It would help. All right. Well, we will go ahead and wrap it up on that. BS Seattle, thank you for that final donation in there on the chat, man. Thank you for helping to finish us off straight, finishing us off right. Another night of some just great supporting on the channel. Even more awesome, just some of the thought process and thinking hats that people are using here in the chat. And I just love where you guys are coming from in your view of this team and how you guys are thinking and your outlook on San Francisco and keeping a side eye to them and trying to think about where this team's going to project at and where they are. And that's what we're doing here, man. We're just kind of sifting and turning it over a little bit to try to figure out what this team can be. They took a fantastic step forward and a great initial step. They say, every journey, the most important step is the first step, And certainly the Seahawks, I think, set the tone with that first step, a defense that was flying around, that was hitting in a way that was unusual to what we've seen in recent years from this defense. An offense that was able to put points up on the board, a team that showed you an improved amount of depth, young players coming back for a second year who look a little bit better, some rookies that were also standing out at the same point in time that we have some high hopes for. You got a little bit of all of it through this game. That's why I say it's such a good opening step forward. It was nice to see it. It was truly a truly team effort, and that's how this team's going to win football games. Offense will definitely carry a lot of the day here, but special teams is going to do its part, and we're going to need the defense to hold up its end of the bargain as well. And so this isn't a team that's driven to be just to one side of the ball. It's going to need everybody to kind of come forward, and they did so in this first game. This is the blueprint for how you want your Seahawks to try to win football games this year, for how they're going to try to win football games this upcoming season. We'll see if it can carry on here this upcoming week on Saturday. Stream schedule will be, of course, we'll be going Tuesday. The B&B show here will be going live with B&B. Wednesday, we will be doing stream here on the channel as well. Thursday is going to be B&B as well as a preview of the Cowboy game on Thursday. I'll be doing a member stream as well on Thursday. And then Saturday, we've got the live stream running for the game itself. So that will be the upcoming week schedule of streams here. We'll be on just about every day except for, I guess, Monday and Friday will be the only days we won't be actually streaming here on the channel. So be on the lookout for those shows. They will be coming up here shortly. Thank you guys for watching. Benelli says, does Bobo make the team, Brando? Bobo makes the team, and I feel very confident he does so, Benelli, but as much because of the situation going on with Eskridge and Derek Young. I'm less certain as to know what's going to go on after week 6 when you potentially have both of those two guys back in the fray. Because chances are you're only going to keep 5 receivers. Lockett, Tyler, JSN, 3. Now you got 2 more spots left. So Derek and Eskridge are technically your 4-5s, but with both those guys out initially, Bobo will make the roster. I'm not sure what they do, though, when you get to week 6 or 7. And some of this might be determined by Benelli. If Bobo's productive for you in those 6 weeks, if Bobo's playing well for you in those 6 weeks, and if that's the case, maybe you stand back and say, we'll roll with him and we'll keep Eskridge inactive or something, But he absolutely will make the roster for sure. News analysis. I'm a huge special teams fan as well, man. It's a big part of the team, and not just because it's a big part of the team, big part of football, but also because it's a thing that Coach Carroll puts a lot of faith and trust into being an important part of the team to help them win football games. You put a 4th-round pick on Michael Dixon, and then you spent money on him on a big contract. You've given Jason Myers one of the biggest kicking contracts there is in the National Football League. You brought back guys like Nick Ballore, who were special teams demons. You want to get a return from that. You want to be dominant in that aspect of the game, and they will be dominant in that aspect of the game. And as they helped you win this past month, that's why I say this was a blueprint win. Your special teams helped you win this game, right? You got a turnover on the punt return unit. You were good all the way around in that. Dixon was kicking punts inside the 20. Myers was making his kicks. That's going to be a strong point of this team that they're going to lean upon, and you should value it, man. I do as well. All right, well, we will finish it up on that note. Thank you so much, you guys, for watching today. Please do, on your way out the door, hit that like button. If you're not subscribed up, please do get subscribed up. Doesn't cost you anything to do so. We're on the road to 15,000 subscribers this year. We're motoring along well, riding right towards that mark strongly, but I wouldn't mind trying to surpass it. So if you're not already, get subbed up here. Won't cost you anything to do so. Hit that like button. Help me get pushed out on those search channel results for other people looking for great Seahawks content. That's what it does when you do hit that like button. It does have an effect. It's not just to make you feel good. It does help these channels out considerably as well. I appreciate you guys. I love you guys. I thank you guys as ever for keeping things on point in the chat, keeping everything respectful, keeping me thinking, keeping me on my toes, keeping me laughing, keeping this the thing that I most enjoy doing beyond anything else in my life. I love going live, talking with you guys and just chopping it up on this stuff every single time I do, and never fails in that respect of things. So thank you guys for providing me this place to be able to come here and do my thing. I love doing it. We're going to have a sensational year, not just from the standpoint, I think, of what we see on the field, but we're going to have a fun ass time here in the chat too, as we get to watch this team roll out and hopefully provide us one hell of a year. And dare I dream, dare I think large, dare I get greedy to think that maybe this team can go on one major magical run like we have never, ever seen before, or at least in 10 years. My name is Brandon Kane, TheSeahawksNest. Hit that like button, subscribe up, but please, beyond all that, don't you ever forget, don't you ever forget, go Hawks.